thanks.
Good morning, day or evening, wherever you are joining us from today does not matter. The only thing that matters in the slightest is that we are having one massive whopper of a race today. My name is Red Sky, and I am your host together with Rob and Racer for the entire event. And without a doubt, plenty more will join us throughout the event as the commentating booth is open to anyone. Feel free to ask questions or come straight into banter away. That being said, however, there is something much more exciting to talk about, and that is our first big endurance race, but not just an ordinary endurance race. We're kicking it off in a massive way this season, a big grid endurance race. It is possibly the first endurance race, big grid Strada Corsa Competizione race in history, but honestly, we aren't entirely sure. We surely haven't heard of it before yet, that is for sure. 72 teams will be taking to the grid to try and survive this challenging journey at Spa-Francorchamps. It surely will be a spectacle to behold. The track being 7 kilometers long with 20 turns and varying levels of technical difficulty. And the complete bonkers part is that if we have an average of 10 teams per kilometers, that is 10 teams per kilometers. This will undoubtedly be hectic for front runners, back markers, and everyone else in between. The race lasting a full 9 hours from the start in the early morning to the late afternoon in-game time. The weather being unpredictable, as it always is in Belgium, we are expecting to see a wide variety of fluctuation, both temperature and moisture levels in the air, meaning the drivers had better come prepared. But they have practiced for countless hours, worked incredibly hard on their setups, and undoubtedly placed their bets on either dry or wet weather. Spa is an incredibly unforgiving circuit, and when it comes to setups, dry and wet, it requires something entirely different, which means teams will most definitely need to make some hard choices here and there to make that work. However, all of that bleaks in regards to the difficulty of the qualifying. Each team had to have an all drivers complete 5 consecutive valid laps, and then the overall average defines your starting position. Has left us with an incredible grid spread. The first 30 teams qualified sub-22s, which is absolutely unbelievable. The amount of sheer pace at the front of the grid completely runs all the way down to the midfield. These people aren't going to have it easy at all. They are going to have to fight tooth and nail to hold on to their biscuit and tea for a mentally exhausting run up through the track. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to drive stint 1. And due to the sheer size of the grid, you're going to have to forgive us if we just run through the top 10 real quick, and then we'll see how far Rob can actually get on all of them. So without further ado, here we go. On pole, the Lexus number 99 from Team Racework with a blistering 217.37 average, unbelievably quick. Second place, the Lexus number 3 from Team Biggest Dickus with a 217.830. And to complete the top 3, Good Smile Racing in the number 31 Mercedes with a 218.064. Followed by DC Sim Racing.nl Tesseract in the Aston Vantage on 4th. Followed by their other team, DC Sim Racing.nl in the Bentley on 5th. Then Team Shumskins Red in the Audi R8 for P6. Concept X Racing in the BMW M4 in 7th. Le Bomb in the Lexus on 8th. McLeod's Broken Wrists in the one and only Godzilla Nissan GTR in P9. And to round off the top 10, Wolfpack in the McLaren 720S.
And this is the part where I try to go through the rest of the field. And unfortunately, I'm still actually trying to recover my Steam login so I can actually get the qualifying results up, unfortunately. So I'm just going to have a quick little look into that for you. But nonetheless, 217 around Spa in a GT3 car. Absolutely
ridiculous.
It's phenomenal. I mean, I've struggled to get into the 225s around here for comparison. So it's Yeah, and that's an average among 3 drivers as well. So
Yeah.
that is one fantastic.
Well, to be fair, they did a 217, 370, I believe it was that I said, but it is only 2 drivers in that team. So I mean, I need to cut them a little bit, you know, like let's not put them too high on a pedestal. It's an absolutely blistering pace, but they didn't have to split it among some on 3 drivers as some other teams had to do.
Still, it's a lot more faster than any of us even got at Spa.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not discrediting at all what the thing is, but it's still not split across 3 because that would be even more amazing. That would mean we have 3 God tier level drivers in the same team, and then basically that would already mean I know who's going to be winning this thing.
Well, it's 9 hours, and it is alien-like pace, but we will see how it translates into race pace, because, you know, qualifying and race, it's entirely different. And
absolutely.
Numerous times we had someone qualify on pole, but just the race pace did not carry on.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And with the weather?
Oh yeah, the weather. It was actually something I was about to bring up. Like, I don't know if you guys have been looking at it, but it looks rather cloudy out on track. Like, really cloudy. I think we're gonna see some rain. Like, I don't even think it's a question of if, it's gonna be a question of when.
It would be interesting to see how the wind would, if we would be using the real life weather system, then the wind would be also something to take into account.
The current wind is 7 miles an hour. Or 7 kilometers an hour, I'm sorry.
That's enough to like blow in a rain cloud quite easily. I mean, it's Belgium. I mean, being a Belgian myself, I can tell you the rain can start any fucking second. Like right now, if you look at it, 7 kilometers an hour, it's probably going to be starting rather soonish. I think somewhere around race start, maybe in like the first 3 stints, I'm expecting to see some wet.
That would be interesting, and maybe even a relief for some. As we know, we have only 7 tire sets for the entire race. That means double stints for some people. And they will definitely want to nurture those tires as much as possible, mainly in those cars like, Lexus or Mercedes that are known to punish the tires slightly more.
Yep. And in good news, I have managed to successfully find the qualifying results. So, in 3 minutes, here we go. In 11th place on the grid, it's McLeod Racing Team so far in their Mercedes AMG GT3 2020. Then it's Racing Sim Tools eSport in 12th in a BMW M4. 13th place, it's Zellion Racing with MRT and EXR alongside Belgium Racing in a Ferrari 488. In 15th place, it's Team Shumi Skins Blue in another BMW M4 GT3 alongside Turn 1 Silver in the AMR V8 Vantage. In 17th place, it's Team SCB Black in a Mercedes alongside Guerriera della Gleba in a Ferrari. Then rounding out the top 20, it's Steady Start Racing and All Sorts Racing. Row 11 of the grid is Team SCB Pink alongside Team Shumi Skins Purple, both in Porsches. Then it's FAC and Pannonia Racing Team on row 12. Row 13 is Zero Force Racing and Team Hivemind, ahead of RWB Red Bull and Hivemind Cubed on row 14. Row 15 is Incontinence Racing and Against the Current. Row 16 is Adeka Autosport alongside Turn 1 Valkyries, and behind them on the 17th row of the grid is Team Global Enduro and Lamboleo Raccoons Green. Then it's Grumpy Fox Racing and Tadaiwa Esports alongside 12 Parsecs Racing and Tri Racing, with Team SCB Yellow and Team SCB Orange rounding out the top 40. Then we have the Javadair Blue entry alongside Crazy Rabbits Racing. Then it's Borsax and Lamboleo Raccoons Red on row 22. Row 23 of the grid is Lamboleo Raccoons Blue and Team SCB Blue alongside Big Promble Motorsports and XRL Esports B Team, with the 25th row of the grid comprising of Purple Punishment and Team SCB Red. In 51st place in the grid is Team Dirty Half Dozen, and they were the last team to set a valid hot stint for qualifying amongst their drivers. Now we get to the teams that were awaiting stint time from one driver. In 52nd place, it's Works Team Shumi Skins alongside Ignition Racing. Then we have HSP Regretta alongside Toga Motorsport, GT Hub Racing by HSP, Lost in Pace, SCB Steel Point Racing, Team SCB Green and Satellite Racing Crimson rounding out the top 60. Now we have the teams who did not manage to set a valid stint time. In 61st place, it's Cracks Scene Pro alongside Team CRN. Then Team Helix and XRL Esports. D&D Bimmer Ragazzi and Writer Engineering Esports, Javadair Black, BNB Racing, Alpha Line Sim Racing, Double Stint Racing Team, Ring Taxi Punk DE powered by Turn 1, and Sad Boys, rounding out the 72 car field, which will be taking the start here at Spa-Francorchamps this afternoon.
Wow, you actually managed to do that with 10 or 15 seconds to spare. Ridiculous.
I mean, for context, we usually give about 6 minutes to do a 60 car field in real life at the Le Mans 24 hours.
I mean, you got through it.
Somehow, yeah, but... Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Yep, it's going to be an absolute cracker of a race today.
So, as some of you might have been noticing, we won't actually see them go over the line. Instead, because of it being a big grid race, we have decided to opt to do something absolutely amazing. We are going to be having a dedicated Eau Rouge camp for the entire opening of the race, which means, sure, we are losing the start of it, but man, oh man, we are going to be seeing the thing we all want to see without jumping between every single other cost. I think it's definitely going to be interesting. As we can currently see, there is, I think I read 65 cars on the grid, 60 cars on the grid? No, 65 cars on the grid. That includes our stream cam bot, which is essentially what we're going to be using, which means we're going to be seeing 64 teams try to get through that Eau Rouge corner. What are you guys thinking? How good is it going to go? Is it going to be clean? Is it going to be bad?
It's usually in real life, it tends to be very clean because everyone knows that, yes, whilst it is the opening lap, it is also a 24-hour race in real life. And also the fact that it's Eau Rouge, anyone who goes side by side through Eau Rouge, you need to have the utmost confidence in the driver you're racing against as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And like you said, it's so competitive. The whole field is so ridiculously competitive that it's going to be actually quite interesting to see who's going to be thinking, right, it's a 9-hour race. Let's just try and get through the opening few stints in cleanly and in one piece. And who's going to go, it may be in the midfield thinking, you know what, I actually fancy my chances here a bit. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens here at Eau Rouge and Radillon on the opening lap.
It's gonna be really, really dangerous. I don't think it's at all can be like, underestimated. I mean, this is one hell of a track to have this type of behavior on, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, to think that up until the early 1980s, this was turn 1.
Yep.
This was the opening corner on the circuit. The F1 pits at the time hadn't been built. They'd only built the what we consider the current Grand Prix loop from Lecumbe to the exit of Paul Frere back in 1978. Well, at the end of 78, beginning of 79. Yep. And
I will interrupt for a minute already, though, because they're just coming around the corner here.
Oh, here
and they're about to go. Yeah, they're about to go. Currently watching on another camera entirely. Glad are about to go as the lights go almost out. I was just a little bit too early. I looked at the wrong line. Lights about to go out, and here we go as they are coming down the straight towards Eau Rouge. And here comes a question. Look at the amount of cars that is. That is absolutely amazing.
It's absolutely phenomenal.
Side by side.
Oh,
and there's the first accident.
In the latter half of the midfield, there's been a bit of a coming together there, unfortunately, as thankfully a lot of the drivers towards the back of the field would have had ample time to see it, as we currently see possibly one of the funniest liveried cars on the grid, the Lexus of Crawford Brown, and which Crawford is currently driving at the moment in the British Police Force Special. And I think there's a car having a little bit of contact there. Malmedy involving a car. They're currently looking at Remy Papan in the Lamborghini at the moment. And the back half of the field are coming through Rivage now into No Name corner and down towards Pouhon for the first time. Pouhon, fantastically challenging corner because there aren't that many visible braking markers from experience either. So it's definitely a challenge.
It's a beast of a corner there. It is absolutely insane. And just on the track map alone, you can truly tell how many cars there are on the grid. There isn't a single meter of reading space. Most people are having to go side by side through most corners here. It's going to take a while to actually have it all stabilized the way that, you know, you would prefer. Something has caught my eye in the meantime. We're seeing Wilhelm Weyrich driving all the way by himself at the end, and I'm wondering if he managed to catch a little bit of damage there. If that is something that happens.
I think he may have been one of the drivers involved in the incident at the on the uphill section at the exit of Eau Rouge up towards Radion. I think he may have been one of the involved in that somewhere. I should have delivery. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if that actually happened. It's as we see more mayhem right now in the chicane there.
Yeah, the chicane at the end of the lap is pretty. It's not the best, if we're being honest. It is pretty clumsy. As everyone, Constantine is up again as they head through La Source for the opening time at racing speed. Currently looking at Mario Pereira in the Ferrari in 45th place at the moment. He's got Craig Gilbert. Oh, there's a bit of a hip and shoulder there at the right in the compression. There's a car off there as well.
There it goes again.
Another car there off at Radion, and that is a big incident there, and it's one of the things we know about the Spa 24 Hours in real life is that if someone does go off at that section of circuit, they can actually, due to the inherent mass of a GT3 car being about 500 kilo heavier than a Grand Prix car, they tend to bounce back onto the circuit a bit more as the energy dissipates. So that's what I think has happened there, and that means that where you thought you might have a gap, unfortunately that gap then suddenly reduces rather quickly, and then next thing you know, you're caught up, unfortunately, in someone else's incident. We saw it in real life last year with Jack Aitken, Franck Pereira, Davide Rigon, and Kevin Est.
And the worst part about this is that for the drivers, that danger of a Rouge and going side by side through it isn't really going to be going away anytime soon. Like I said it earlier, we got now it's 65 teams on the grid, so it's not entirely an entire true statement anymore, but it's essentially every 100 meters you could have a car. That's an absolutely insane statement. The track is 7 kilometers long. Having a car every 100 meters means that if the midfield and the front of the grid is really competitive, it's going to completely compress together the entire time. And that just makes the entire section so incredibly dangerous to go through at all. Like you can see Hawes right here. He has a little bit of damage on the rear of his bumper and the front of his bumper. And he'll be feeling that a little bit. It doesn't look like it's too bad, but it's just a testament to how much contact there's going to be throughout the entirety of this race. Even if you have a lot of clean drivers, you can't take away the fact that this many cars on the track is going to cause for some rubbing here and there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the associated challenges, and it's also one of the associated challenges of the real life Le 24 Heures de Spa-Francorchamps. So, because you're in real life, they usually have 60, 61 cars. So there's only a few more cars than the massive grids we have in real life around here. So yeah, it is just like that. So we currently see Damien Vilk in the Lamborghini battling away with He's got Martin Schaefer just behind him and Drakiga Dan just in front of him. Vilk getting the position there up into 37th place now. Someone goes off in the background there at Malmedy. Still following Damien Vilk from the helicam as he heads through the downhill hairpin at Rivage now. This is part of the new section of Spa-Francorchamps. Relatively speaking, that is, of course. But they sorry?
To be a new section soon at Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously,
yes.
with the bike racing returning to the Spa as being one of its very first series to return.
Yeah.
Or very first series to be run.
Well, yeah, because my father still has an old copy of Motorcycle News, which is, for those who are perhaps unaware, it's a newspaper in the UK which specialises in motorcycles and bike racing. And on the front cover was a byline by Matt Oxley, and this is going back to the 1980s. This is, and even in the late 80s, and in fact, I think up until potentially even the very early 90s, they were still having the Grand Prix motorcycle racing at Spa. Sounds hard to believe, but they genuinely were riding the old 500 two-strokes around here. So,
to be fair, just imagining the scenes of a bike going through Radion is scary to me as someone to imagine it, not even have to drive it.
Oh, absolutely. It was a different era though back then, and of course the old version of Spa-Francorchamps, everyone talks nowadays about Eau Rouge and Radion being the scariest part, being the most infamous part of the circuit, but back on the old circuit it was even faster and scarier. Yeah. I mean, in the early 1970s, the big Porsche 917 sports cars during qualifying and indeed in the race for the 1,000 kilometers were actually quicker than the Grand Prix cars were.
Yep. It's one of those little bit of a fact, like Spa honestly became a lot safer and a lot less scary over the years. But I think it's also a little bit of a testament, if you look at the track in itself, the fact that keep trying to make it safer and it just still feels just as scary. I mean, I've never even looked at I probably should. I should go to Eau Rouge and I should absolutely look at that corner in itself. But even in a video game, you get the immense impression of what type of feat that it is to just get up there. You know what I mean? It's not at all any way, form, or shape a simple corner to take.
Absolutely. And RWB Cos has just pointed out in the chat that the 500 two-strokes were insane, and I have to agree. Sadly, I'm actually a little bit too young to actually remember when they were racing. I was only born in '97, so I'm a bit too young to remember like watching the likes of Crivelli, Biaggi, Doohan, and co racing them. But from what I've read and from what I've heard, they were pretty bonkers.
But meanwhile, on track, John McCain trying to put as much defense as he can on the Lamborghini behind him, almost going side by side through Blanchimont. It looks like there is pressure building up on him.
I don't necessarily know if it's defense already. Like, I was looking at that as well. I'm wondering, because I'm looking around the grid. I'm looking at the relatives and seeing what is going on, and I don't really feel like there's anybody really trying to make any place. It's more or less stabilizing already. I don't feel like anyone is taking that risk yet of like racing here that early on. I might be wrong though, just an impression that I'm getting from the charts.
Doesn't have to be taking risks, it's just eyeing out the possible opportunity. You know, you're not going to go side by side into Blanchimont, but just scaring that guy in front of you to think that possibly you're gonna be there, putting him off. You know, even getting the warning for cutting the track is enough for you as an attacking driver to gain a little bit of advantage. That mental side of the racing is, and yeah, it's fun and games, all that, but you know, tell that to the drivers right now that it's just fun and games. They are taking it as seriously as they can, and any small advantage that you can get is really welcome.
Absolutely.
I'm going strong in what seems to be a small train forming currently in about the 20th position. And yeah, John McCain got away from, was it Jordi Sanders behind him on the straight parts, but it looks like the Lamborghini is more suited or better set up for the twisty sections of the inner half of Spa-Francorchamps. So let's see if, again, John maybe will be able to make slightly more of a gap through these straight sections.
Something that I've really been wondering about already, and it's a good moment, I believe, to like try out some of our new tricks.
Someone is off at Blanchimont on the runoff.
Real quick.
Side by side, they go the two Astons through bus stop, and also John McCain tries to make a move as he goes now with that would be Legend ACB into turn 1. Let's see, he has Aston in front of him. That's gonna slightly compromise his braking point. And all of a sudden, he might also lose the position to Lamborghini. That seems like it will be fine for now. Yeah, but there was an opportunity for John, but he will have to wait a little bit more.
Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, in P9, we're just seeing the absolute dominance of the Lexus. Like just in P10, like in the top 10, we have like 3 Lexuses as Alexenkov. I hope I'm saying that right. Alexenkov trying to hold off Jake Moore there in that BMW, and that is not an easy task to do to begin with. Oh, Jake Moore is an incredibly difficult driver to hold behind you.
And happy belated birthday to Jake as well. It's his birthday the other day.
Oh yeah, right. That is true. I nearly forgot about that. That's indeed true.
Yeah,
he's no doubt wanting a birthday present in the form of a podium here.
Absolutely.
Well, it is 9 hours to do the present, but he has a Lexus to get by first.
Yeah, they're currently lapping around the well, they're posting almost identical lap times. There's only 37 thousandths, I think, in it last time around. So they're just kind of matching each other. And I think right now, Jake is probably going to be thinking, okay, where am I maybe a bit quicker than the driver ahead of me? So where can I maybe gain some time? Where might I be losing a little bit of time compared to Roman? So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this one plays out. Of course, there is the natural concertina effects as drivers hit the brakes between, let's say, the bus stop chicane, La Source, Lecum, to factor in as well. But at the moment, I'd go so far as to say it seems to be pretty evenly matched so far between them.
Oh, absolutely. Like it looks like so far, especially if you like look at their sector data, that there's very little places or opportunities for him to overtake. I sort of feel like he's trying to get to that point that he can do the overtake on the Camel Straight itself. Like you can really try to see him do it here, but he's just not close enough just yet. He needs to get a little bit closer, I have the feeling, to just really get that momentum out of the Eau Rouge corner.
Yeah, it's but I mean the Lexus is also, from my personal experience, a very stable car to drive as well. It's very confidence inspiring if you're you're like me, for example, and might have not be the fastest driver in the field. So, and it's something which I think a lot of teams have done, is put their quick drivers in at the start. So it's going to be interesting, perhaps later on in the race, to see maybe how the ebb and flow of it is as teams put their slightly slower drivers in the car and how that affects things. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on here as the race goes on. We're already, believe it or not, just over a quarter of an hour into the race already. It hasn't felt like a quarter of an hour.
It's
Yeah, Jake Moore really getting close through the twisty section through Beef Path, and the entire section. But seems like he does not have the straight line speed in the BMW, similar to the Ferrari of John McCain that we saw earlier. The Lexus seems like to just get away from him on the raw straight line speed. And that's gonna be a really big problem for Jake Moore if he has the overall speed that is faster than Aleksenkov. But if he can't make the move, probably a strategy will come in.
It's an interesting one. I'm wondering whether the BMW is set up to run maybe with a little bit more downforce, perhaps for the middle sector here at Spa, where you've got quite a lot of relatively quick third gear corners, such as No Name Corner, Fania, and Stavilo, for example. So I'm wondering if maybe they've actually gone for a setup that might be a little bit quicker in the middle sector. Last time around,
there's a problem in the background.
Yeah, as I say, last time around, Aleksenkov was a couple of just under 0.2 of a second quicker than Jake Moore last time around. They're pulling away quite handily from your own ruling. Oh, it was big off there for the 222 Bentley on the run down towards Eau Rouge.
I'm going to try to see if we can get a replay of that.
That's an awkward incident. Looks. Wait, is he in the pit?
I don't entirely understand what actually happened there.
He just got turned by the other car.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't quite make out which car that was, but we've got a fantastic team of stewards who, led as ever by Mad Al, with being very, very ably assisted by RWB Rigel, RWB Flak, Audi, Tyrion, and FX. So no doubt they will be having a look into that. Works out at about 10 cars per steward, so no doubt they're already on the case, actually having a look into that.
Oh,
hey guys, how about the time for our first interview, as we have a screenplay already waiting?
Yep, we can bring Scrimpy in.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
I am joining you guys from the fastest DNF in the West.
Oh, hey, weren't you supposed to be in a car right now?
Yes.
Yes, because he was starting driver.
After about 3 incidents and a hardware failure, we called it a day.
Oh boy.
Where is the car now?
Somewhere in a bin.
What happens to it? That's close.
Well, I got rear-ended and a side bump from the same car in the bus stop chicane on lap 1. Then on lap 2 in Radion we binned it. And then after that we had so much damage that I binned it again.
You could call that a success.
And then after driving out of the pits, after repairs, my throttle pedal got stuck again after working perfectly fine for months.
Oh.
Oh no.
So after my vacation, I'm going to buy new pedals.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest nightmare you can have as a driver, just have a stuck throttle pedal.
Yeah, also the buttons on my Stream Deck stopped working, which was also interesting.
Yeah, that is not handy at all.
So I had no buttons to turn off my indicators anymore, my throttle pedal was stuck and I had nowhere else to go.
Hey, Skip, but at least you can go for the drink that you were talking about.
Yeah, we actually can. Might have to ask Pixel in a bit if he's still up for that.
I do have a question, actually, and it's completely unrelated, but am I the only one that's been looking at this livery and wondering what the meaning of it is? Because it says #wetbed on the rear, and then it has Pampers advertisement on the right and left side of it.
Oh, that has to
I think there's a meaning behind this, but
Isn't that the incontinence racing car?
Oh yeah, it's the incontinence racing.
Now it makes sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
that makes very, very good sense now.
It makes sense, but it also is questions. Why?
Yeah, it has a lot of questions. Like, I say that we have to figure out a way to make sure that not one of their drivers comes into the boot, because I have questions about that livery.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
I have questions about their sanity.
Yeah,
I think it's a bit better than mine.
Yeah. All right. So I was just plugging my my mouse in quickly so I can.
As we see Hawes just losing the corner there a little bit, just overestimating his ability to brake. But there is something that I think it's about time that we bring forward, because there's a lot of data on it and we haven't really been looking at it just yet. We have this cool little new tool, the relative screen, because we're starting to get into that period where we're going to have to start thinking about where strategy comes into place, because the drivers do only have 7 tire sets, which means that they're going to be double stinting at least 2 tire sets. So they're going to have to figure that out, whether or not they're going to immediately double stint it, whether or not they're going to put their money on the fact that it's going to rain. We don't entirely know yet. But what we do know already is, let's see real quickly as it pops up here. What we do know already is that there are quite a few position changes, as you can see forward, as we're going into, for most people, the 9th or 10th lap on the race. And it looks there to me, if I read that correctly, that Costa already made up 11 positions. Do I see that correctly?
It's showing.
Didn't Schaefer already make up
12? I
20
think
positions?
it is jumping slightly, somewhat.
Yeah, it is. Let's see if we can fix that real quick.
Try and.
I should have my stream quality to commentate on that. Is there a guy with is there a guy with 32 positions gained there?
I feel like our statistics aren't entirely working right now. That feels like. Did he actually gain 32 positions? Can we get someone to check that?
That is a madman.
I mean, to be fair,
it is possible.
Yes, it is possible. I mean, it was quite funny. We actually saw the bus stop chicane when from the helicam, and of course that brings back memories of when Brendan Hartley went through the. We're coming up to it now. Actually locked up, misjudged his braking zone, went straight on, and then drove through the marshals area, through the gap in the barriers, back onto the circuit on the pit straight.
I mean, that does sound like something a race driver would do anytime.
Yes. That's why. That's why professional racing drivers do tend to look for these things, and that's why they're professional racing drivers. And I very much am not a professional racing driver.
You are a professional door opener.
That's
we need to know where that comes
a long time ago.
Yes, we need to know where that comes from.
Okay,
What's the story behind that?
So the story behind this, and Scrimpy was also involved in this as well, because
I may have brought it up to Red, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, so I was in Berlin back in Germany in 2018 for the Berlin E-Prix. I had press accreditation that weekend, so I went to Berlin, and my hotel was actually in Spandau, which I later found out from some of my colleagues in the press room that despite it being on the Berlin U-Bahn map, is not actually really, strictly speaking, in Berlin. I got it more because the hotel was a bit cheaper than one in the city centre, because, you know, being a student and that. And I got to the hotel, got checked in, got my little key card thing, and then promptly spent the next 5 minutes trying and failing to open the door to my hotel room. And I noticed that Scrimpy and a couple of the other guys from GT Hub were on voice chat at the time, and one of whom's actually a native German speaker. So I jumped on voice chat, and we promptly spent the next 5 minutes laughing at my attempts to open the door. And then by the time I actually managed to get the door open, I was pushing a bit on the door while kneeling down and damn near face planted into the room.
It was beautiful to hear.
It was absolute comedy gold, and it's just kind of one of those things which anyone who's there will talk about it forever, because you can't repeat something like that, really.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Speaking of open doors, looks like Malcolm and Luke just left the door open for the Mercedes of Andrea Curci.
Well, I bet that
Scusi mi italiano.
the Mercedes definitely had a look inside there.
I would like
Definitely
to point
did.
out that the car that gained 32 positions is correct.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
it must have been because they were starting the car that gained 32 positions. Can't remember which one it was. Unfortunately, was actually starting near the back of the field and was able to actually.
Wait, did they just find an alternate line somewhere along the circuit?
I think it was because of what happened, Radion on the in the opening lap of the race. They were able to actually see it in time, sufficiently reduce speed, and then just kind of pick their way through.
I think if you go,
that was car number 9
straight at,
for Ignition Racing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that is car number 9, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, already gained 33.
See, I think what happened there is, if you go straight at Puon, you have like the small little forest path that goes straight to the main, like the start finish. If you take that, I think you can gain 32 positions.
This is an absolutely incredible feat, though. I mean, imagine this. Imagine this. You qualify 32 positions down. You are the first in driver, and your first like dude that comes in the car takes over, and they ask, well, where are we at? And you say, I did 32 overtakes in my stint. How are you going to how are you ever going to feel adequate enough to step in that car? Like, it's such a great feeling, but I feel like it puts so much pressure on the next dude because you can only really do worse, if that makes sense.
It's not only you can do worse, but if you qualify further down, then you are here and feel like, what the hell am I doing in this position? Like, how am I supposed to stay here?
They found themselves from essentially 50 plus position into the top 20 in the matter of 30 minutes.
Basically in 12 laps.
I'm going to load up a replay of their race start if you guys want to watch it.
Oh,
yeah, definitely.
I'm interested to see what it's Remy Papin behind the wheel at the moment. I'd be quite interested to see actually how he approached it. So we're just waiting for the replay at the moment. It's going to be very interesting. In fact, it's now showing as being plus 33. Here we go. We are on board with Remy in the Lamborghini now at the start.
Oh, yeah.
He's able to check up in good time to avoid what's going on. Then, manner of carnage breaks loose in front of him, and he's able to kind of thread the needle through that. And then, of course, there's obviously what happened late the following lap as well. So, yeah, incredibly heads-up driving from him to be able to thread the needle through the gap and make up all of those positions.
Yeah, for sure. Because that first lap incident was pretty intense. If you're coming from the further behind positions.
I could not possibly comment on that as I was not driving. Unlike yourself, unfortunately. Yeah, it did look pretty intense indeed.
This is absolutely insane. I don't know if you guys noticed it already, but we've got our first back marker essentially. People are already catching up to the back of the grid, but they're essentially now only La Source away from each other, from the first, Gladder currently, who's still leading the race, to the actual end of the grid. So this is where the madness is going to start. I probably would give it like 15 more minutes before the grid is completely mingled to each other, and it's going to become an incredibly difficult story to navigate, figure out who you're racing, and everything else is going to happen. Like, just look at that track map. We have a car basically on every part of the track continuously.
It's
Camel.
The Camel Straight is surprisingly empty.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
only parts.
Yes.
I know. I mean, to be fair, it is usually worse at the Rolex 24. Daytona, where we usually have a 60-odd car field, and on a track that's only 3.5 miles long instead of 4.3 miles. So, yeah, that's usually a pretty interesting one to keep an eye on the what's commonly known in the industry as the dancing ants screen. Which is also actually a genuine industry term as well, I should add. So, yeah.
Meanwhile,
Italian fight brewing here. Damien Wilk in the Lamborghini fighting off Mario Pereira in the Ferrari. So it is the fight for the supremacy of the Italian brands.
Should we pull a Mozzie here and just go refer that towards the FIA there, that Pereira just cut the entire chicane?
Yeah, I was going to say Pereira might be getting a track limits warning for that.
Where is Andy when you need him?
The thing is, though, is that we're going to talk a lot about track limits, and usually on ACC, the penalty for track limits is a drive-through penalty. Apart from that time in the Constructors' Championship last season at Misano, when someone lost it under braking, inadvertently cut 2 corners trying to get the car stopped, and unfortunately got disqualified. Usually it's only a drive-through penalty you get, which for some tracks, okay, it's not much of a big deal. However, because we're using both the Formula 1 pits and what I once going to refer to as the traditional pits between La Source and Eau Rouge, it means that from the start of the pit, the endurance pits, from the start of the pit lane entrance at the bus stop chicane to the exit, to the pit lane exit up at the top of Radion just before the Kemmel Straight, it's about 1.6 kilometers from pit in to pit out.
It's a big time loss for just...
If you get a drive-through penalty or a stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, you are going to lose so much time. And that's why one of the things that might even decide the race here is just staying out of trouble and not getting penalties. So actually, you might, in a way, almost be better off driving not completely 10 tenths, shall we say, but actually maybe if you drive more about 8 tenths, 8.5, 9 tenths, you might actually be able, you might not be going quite as quickly on the track, but if someone in front of you is pushing hard, keeps abusing track limits and has to crawl through the pit lane at 50 kilometers an hour for what's going to feel like forever and a day, then actually that might pay off in the long run. So... Well,
there is a second part to what you're saying that we haven't really talked about, and that's it's all about strategy as well, because it perfectly ties in. I did a little bit of calculations because originally I was going to be partaking in this race, and then because of technical issues that was cancelled. But as we were calculating and figuring things out, and I did this recently for one team on the grid as well, it turns out that you can drive it the stint down. If you do it perfectly right, you can drive the race with 8 stints instead of 9. Now, that is an absolutely insane proposition that you would do that, because the thing is that to drive it perfectly in 8 stints, you'd actually have to be slower than 220s. So you would not want to be the quickest car on the grid, because you're going to burn too much fuel by doing that. But you could save by not having to do a double stint on a tire less, because we only have 7 tire sets for the drivers today. So that means that they only have to double stint 1 tire set, and they get to cut out an entire pit stop.
But we are in the hypothesis kind of side.
This is the science side.
I won't reveal yet who it is. But I already know from a few interviews that we did before the race started that there is one team on the grid currently attempting this. They are aiming for 8. Yeah, they are aiming for 8 stints. But the thing is the error for margin to pull this off is so incredibly small that it's a really difficult proposition to do, because you have to get into the pit lane at the right exact moment to extend your stint just that little bit to eventually get an entire hour cut out of it. It is not easy to do. Not at all. But there is one team. I will spoil that already. But just to give them, you know, the benefit of the doubt, not ruin their strategy, there is one team doing it, but we're not going to reveal yet who.
Well, not easy to do was also the overtake. Damien will try to go around the outside of Blachimon, but now he has the Kuza going down the inside of him. So looking for one, losing one.
I don't think that was him. That was.
No?
Oh no, sorry, it was. I thought it was the. I thought it might have been the race leader there, but no, it is now showing on the on timing in the bottom of our screen that it was in fact the Kuja just getting past Damien there in the Lamborghini.
Very reminiscent for Damian Willick towards the Clash of the Warriors alley, where that exact same scenario happened not once but twice to him. And every single time he had a look-see on the inside of RWB Audi in that case, he found himself being overtaken by someone else. And it seems like he's just going to be doing, like, having that again. As I spot something really interesting there, we have a 5-second penalty on Kasingena, the 911 Porsche.
Ooh. So currently running in 42nd place, so 44th, and it's almost reminiscent of the it reminds me of the liveries which I think Porsche ran at the Le Mans 24 Virtual back in
actually,
2020.
it is the exact same thing.
Oh wow.
The livery created by Shumi Design for his team.
That looks really good though. Yeah, you can even see it there on the rear wing. It says Shumi Skins.
Oh wow, yeah, it's definitely an interesting take, and one which I think actually quite a few fans in real life would be pretty keen to see Porsche actually maybe bring from the virtual world onto the GTE Pro, or at least one or maybe even both of the GTE Pro cars at Le Mans. Porsche last few years have actually brought special liveries to Le Mans. Yeah,
it would be a very un-Porsche thing to do, wouldn't it?
Well, Porsche have run a fair few special liveries. They ran the Coca-Cola livery at Petit Le Mans a few years ago as a tribute to Bob Aikin and his team from the late 1980s. They had the throwback to the 911 GT1 from 98, the throwback to the Rothmans Group C car, and the Pink Pig, which was the 1720, Brumos livery as well. So Porsche do have a bit of history in this regard, and of course there was also the year they ran the gold livery at Le Mans to commemorate already having won the World Endurance Championship.
There's just a tiny little flex from Porsche with that.
Yeah, just a wee bit of a flex from the Weissach-based brand. Yeah, we've already sewn up the championships, so please do enjoy our new golden cars.
Yes.
So,
well, we are enjoying one golden car on the screen, the golden black BMW of Fier and Röhling defending from. And I'm not gonna even try to say because he was. I think I'll stay on that just to not fucking twist my tongue.
Yeah.
In the Mercedes, putting pressure on the BMW and eyeing position in for P11.
Yeah, Röhling, I think, was only a few hundredths of a second slower last time round, so the gap is closing slightly. They got about coming up to 8 seconds on Moraes behind them, so this is just going to be a 2-car fight for 11th place as they come out of the bus stop chicane through the Brendan Hartley's little shortcut there.
He was looking to try maybe get better run through bus stop, but seemed like he slightly missed the second apex. But maybe now let's see if he can get into the slipstream and get into the right position. As you know, you need to be close through Orange Radion, but you don't want to be too close for the airwash to just destroy your run. As that seems to be happening as he slightly overshoots. It misses completely the apex and the track limits, so that's not going to be fun for him.
It's not going to be. It's okay until you until you get your final warning for track limits, and then at which point it's kind of you're just kind of thinking, oh gosh, have I have I breached track limits? Am I breaching it? Am I not breaching it?
Certified Ogo no Fuku moment.
Yeah, basically, I haven't been in that position myself as a driver. I'd imagine it's not very pleasant, but on the plus side, I mean, we've even seen in real life where drivers have been a driver on like their in lap has cut track limits one too many times, got accrued a drive-through penalty for it in real life, and that's on the lap they're due to get out of the car, which means their teammate has to serve a penalty for something they never actually did. But on the plus side, at least the track limits for that particular driver is wiped back down to 0.
Well, it's like when you get into the car, you will have 0 track limits. Oh, really? Yeah, because you have a drive-through.
Yeah. Not ideal. Very much not ideal.
It looks like we're getting another run here up to the camel.
Yeah.
Keeping within the track limits scot-free on the back, or not scot-free defending from Ginster Bennett.
Yep, Bennett.
Gets no one off scot-free on that one.
Hey!
Get out, Scrimpy.
You know what really would give Bennett an edge here? Like, there is one way that Bennett is going to get an edge above everyone else here to get Paul scot-free as he's trying to get really close towards that. You guys know what that is?
No?
The new RSD Pit Manager. Try it out right now. Best way to have your team absolutely help you out, as you no longer have to deal with the MFDs at all. It is out now, and I can guarantee you that most teams on the grid here are having an absolutely fantastic time using it to get their one-up as we are about to run into the pit window time.
Pit window brought to you by RSD Competition. RSD. Oh. This was completely unexpected.
Calm down there, Linus Sebastian, with your sponsor segues.
Hey, listen. Segways are a part of it, and let's be honest, like it is a really, really good tool. I'm not lying. I know I memed it a little bit, but honestly, RSD is probably helping a lot of teams on the grid currently. I have no doubt in my mind about that.
Oh yeah, they've been helping they've been helping RWB as a whole for a long time.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Providing the members with great setups and great insights into how to set up your car. And we are very thankful.
Yeah, I haven't used the pit software yet, but if their setups were anything to go by, this should be good.
Yeah.
I mean, we did not even get to the pit window, so.
Yeah, and also it's also another really useful feature, I think, as well, is also the way that you can actually compare your lap times with other drivers in the team. So you can see, okay, where am I losing time? And actually it can also be used as quite a valuable driver training tool as well.
That's a bit of an awkward silence after that.
Yes.
Yes, just a little bit. I was working on the timing sheets a little bit. My apologies. No, but you're absolutely right. RSD is absolutely something that I personally use quite a lot just to get the car set up, but also to compare where my faults and other things are. And I definitely can't be the only one. Like, I can't be the only one that really, really hates going into the Motec software and then just instead decides, oh, you know what, RSD is just 1,000 times easier. Like, it's a fantastic, absolute fantastic tool, and the fact that they just bring this MFD stuff in it, something that, honestly, let's be real, should have been in the game from the get-go, but they're now providing, is just an absolutely, like, amazing thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think 90% of the player base wonders why remote pit stop management isn't a thing in this game.
Absolutely.
Hey, maybe it's kudos by RST.
I mean, it would be better to have them integrated into the game instead of just buying them for their separate software, but yes,
definitely interesting.
Third-party apps have a one-up on the base game right now.
I think if it like expands a little bit further and there's going to be a permanent one-up, I don't think you're going to be able to take that away. You know, the genie is out of the box now. Now the question is, how much further can you take it?
Yeah.
And we all know what happens when you have very passionate racing drivers that are good at code. They code some amazing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Someone is exploring a little bit of the wilderness.
I know
Yeah.
Honda made lawnmowers, but not the type.
Well, Honda also made the fastest lawnmower in the world.
True.
Yes.
Which
so
sadly isn't running in this race.
sadly not. No. One car that is running in this race, though, is the Lexus, car number 3, driven by Crawford Brown at the moment, or should that be Chief Inspector Brown and his fellow colleague Chief Superintendent Warden, as the car is modelled on the standard British police issue livery, or rather it was back in the day, and inspired by the Lexus which Captain Slow built on an episode of Top Gear for their cheap police car challenge. Hence why it says. Hence why it has. Yes, and hence why it has the fantastic slogan, marketing slogan of catching crims and locking them up in your community. And also why the license plate on the back of the car says CPT 5 low, and the Lexus itself is actually on display. I think it still is actually on display at the National Motor Museum at Bewley in the south of England in the New Forest. So it is absolutely fantastic bit of design from them to think, okay, there's this, we can do this as a bit of a joke, and hopefully their standard police issue moustaches are hanging on for the ride as they pound round in the top 5 at Spa today.
See, and if they aren't, I'm sure they have a spare one hanging from the mirror.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we have the Manta Foxtail in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, the RCF police issue moustache.
Well, they've been anything but slow, currently running in P3.
Yeah, indeed.
But we now have the 3 cars on the screen battling for positions in around the middle of the top 20 for B16, 17, 18.
And it looks like there are 2 more about to join up on that as well.
We have Jack Spangler currently holding up Andrea Curci and
Remy Papan.
Yeah, Remy took 33 positions. And looks like he just woke up this morning and chose speed.
Yes.
Because
Absolutely.
he is fast.
He's really closing.
That's like a 14 really making he makes it for the inside.
And pulls it off. He manages to come back over in front, crack an overtake into Spania from Remy Papan. Not one of the more traditional overtaking spots here at the circuit. He has a big moment at Stavolo and loses it at the curb pull through and actually collides with Churchy as well. Unfortunately, when you're pushing to the absolute limit, it's a very unfortunate accident there involving Remy Papan and Andrea Churchy. Papan just seemingly losing it on his own. The Lamborghini, admittedly, it's not one of the easier cars to drive in the game. I think it is a little bit peaky in that it's got quite a narrow window of it working, and it's a little bit snappy as well. And unfortunately for Remy, who was having an absolutely phenomenal run and a phenomenal stint, still is, to be fair, let's not make any mistake about that, unfortunately just couldn't quite catch it in time, and most unfortunately ended up colliding with the Ferrari of Churchy.
I find it really hard to judge here, but Papan seems to not really be having any damage from that. It seems like the Ferrari got out worse from that.
Yeah, probably because Ferrari had a small trip towards the wall.
That's what we can see, though. We don't know if Papan or Churchy might actually have any kind of suspension damage, though.
So we have a new penalty from the stewards. Car 79 has been issued a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, dangerous track re-entry with car 744.
Ooh.
I mean, that's not a nice one to swallow.
Yeah, there's been a warning to car 107, a 15-second penalty to car 79 for dive bomb on car 50. Oh wait, that's not what they did.
That was
Well,
a Lexus turned the wrong way around.
Oh, Lexus. Looked like a BMW for a second.
Well,
Might have
that
been
looked
BMW.
That looked like a purple and white car.
It was purple and white indeed.
Yeah. Currently looking at the 56 Audi in 19th place so far in the BWT livery. The pink, which has been a very common sight in GT racing in Europe in the certainly in the last few years, and even in Formula One, as a sponsor of Racing Point and latterly Aston Martin, and having now actually moved over to Alpine. So it'll be interesting to see how the BWT pink and magenta is incorporated into the traditional blue, French racing blue, which Alpine tend to livery and run their cars in.
It's I don't know. I've never really liked this livery. I don't know if I'm alone in that. I just never really liked the BWT pink.
I like it for the fact it stands out. You can clearly see it. It's definitely not the worst color choice that you could have.
Yeah, but I do think it looks better on some cars than it does on others.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, when I saw it on, like, I think it was a DTM Mercedes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course.
Like, it works well on the Mercedes, in my opinion, but not 100% sold on the Audi.
Yeah, it's I'm still kind of on the fence a little bit in that regard as to how the colours work. One livery that does work very well, seemingly no matter what car it's on, is the Red Bull livery. Currently on board with, Kai Banks at the moment, and of course Red Bull and Audi, a very, very well-known combination in the DTM, Deutsche Torwagen Masters, for many, many years. In fact, close to 20 years almost, as they were the main sponsor for first at and then Audi Sport themselves with Matthias Ekstrom. Ekstrom being a multiple DTM champion and actually took part in test day for the Le Mans 24 Hours back in 2007, as he was the team's official reserve driver and would have actually been racing alongside Dindo Capello and Alan McNish if Tom Christensen was actually still recovering from injuries sustained in a horrible accident at the opening round at Hockenheim, where he was hit not once but twice at high speed. So yeah,
Banksy hustling the Audi as much as he can, trying to get closer and closer to the Lexus of Marcus Huisman, getting closer and closer to the top 20 positions.
Yeah, Kai Banks is usually at the absolute sharp end in the Constructors' Championship and in many other series as well. So it was certainly a wise decision from the Red Bull Audi team to stick him in the car for the opening stint. The phenomenally quick driver. So yeah, I'd say it was a pretty good call from them to have him.
It's already pretty clear right here that he has the pace on the driver in front of him, and that he's slowly inching that back. If you just look at the head-to-head real quick, you can tell that he's slowly creeping closer. But I feel like he's losing out in the first sector of the race because everywhere else he comes very close. Earlier he had to pull off a little bit through the Rivage corner. That was where he had to like evade for just like a millisecond of a thing there. I think there's a lot of opportunity for him here to like find his way past in the coming laps. But then of course you can also make the argument maybe an earlier pit stop could be better. It kind of depends on what they're going for.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he might just be running a bit more aero if he's losing some time in sector 1, which might help him a lot in this second sector, which is a lot different from the two others.
Oh yeah, you used to be able to tell really clearly back in the day in talking about 2005-ish here in the F1 qualifying, who was running more wing to go quicker in sector 2, because they'd be slower in sector 1 and sector 3 and then always quicker in sector 2, and it was pretty easy. You could tell quite quickly who was running what level of aero. Meanwhile, we're currently on board with Ignacy Bushek at the moment in 6th place in the big Nissan GTR. Of course, the spiritual successor to the Group A Skyline GTR that actually won the 24 hours back when it was still a touring car race
And
in
getting
the
close to
early
the win.
1990s. Yeah, we should be coming up to the first round of pit stops quite soon as well. So coming through Lecumbe at the moment.
It would be beautiful to have another Nissan, or like another generation of the Nissan come and join the GT3 squadron.
Oh, absolutely. I
Just to
mean,
represent the Japanese brands even more. With currently having the Toyota showing off the concept that is supposed to become a car, like another model that would be up to GT3 spec. Currently debating whether it is going to be a Lexus brand or if it's going to be a Toyota brand.
It would be interesting to see it branded as Toyota instead of Lexus.
Yeah, but from what I read, it apparently could be Lexus. It would make a lot more sense since they already have the RCF and just continuing the brand image.
Indeed.
Something that I really just want to point out for a slight minute is Jay Morris actually got 10 positions up, which I find a really impressive feat. They have found their way 10 positions forward, so that means they came originally from 22nd position as a junior team.
Yeah, that is impressive.
clearly some phenomenal speed being displayed by James Morris behind the wheel of the Porsche 911 GT3R. Of course, the Porsche won here. It's won here a few times in recent years, actually. In 2019 with GPX Racing in the race that was, of course, red flagged for 6 hours due to torrential rain overnight with Kevin Est, Richard Leitz and Michael Christensen, and then the following year with Nick Tandy, Lawrence Vantor and Earl Bamber for Rowe Racing.
Bar it's flagged for rain. No.
And also in 2003, Porsche won in a GT2 car against the big GT1s.
Oh, as we have our first pit stop.
It is Ayrton.
Albert Ayrton.
Yeah, in the number 25 Audi. So,
Well, we have next 7 minutes probably for everyone
We have
to
a
come into
few.
the pit lane.
We have Godzilla as well. That's currently in Roiling, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, Roiling was one of the drivers I saw flash up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting strategy-wise if they are coming in early to get by someone, and where are they gonna end up?
This is where our new data is absolutely a fantastic little screen. That was Rolling we just saw come there. Let's see if we can get a bit of a look on him. So I will explain towards chat so you guys can follow a little bit. Godzilla is currently my best example, as he currently already has it. Is we have the CS screen, which is the current stint. That is the amount of laps that they are driving on it. Then the slightly lighter orange is essentially the previous stint with the stint number next to it. So you will see that that currently says S1, and then you see the time spent into the pits and whether or not they are on their outlap, which is going to give us a lot better of an overview, really, about who has been in the pits, what their strategies are like, how long their tires have been running. And while at the first part of the race, not all that interesting, I think we're going to use the hell out of it. I don't know about you guys, but this is a really handy little tool.
Oh, massively, yeah.
by the end of by the final few stints, that's going to be full of data that everyone that we can use for everything.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic bit of kit. It's new for this season as well, actually. So
It is.
yeah, it's been a
Another message from the stewards: we will have a 15-second time penalty for car number 76 Steady Start Racing for hitting car number 84 Wolfpack in bus stop and not waiting for them.
oh yeah, that is a big no incident responsibility, and it is taken very seriously. So I'm not surprised that they've been given the 15-second time penalty there for that.
As
Yeah.
we see Daniel Barnett now taking the car. So Banksy has decided to tap out of it. I find it an interesting strategy, just looking at the fact that they've essentially done 25 laps on their previous stint and then now have decided to go out again, which means that they just ran those tires for 25 laps. I would even be willing to say that they might even be double stinting already. I don't know about you guys, but those might be the same tires that they still had on. They're trying to save it, take an early pit stop, only push the tires for 25, trying to put another 25 on them.
I think that's a weird decision to change the driver then. Because preferably you would want to keep the one that did the stints on the tires, because they know how the car is handling, what they did with the tires. It makes a lot more sense, in my opinion, to just keep the driver in. Since Barnett is in. Yeah, it's just the fact that Barnett would now have to drive the tires that Banksy was on. That sounds a little bit, not unfair, but I would say unfair to the other driver to put him on someone else's tires.
It's definitely unconventional.
Yeah.
Yeah, it remains to be seeing what tires are indeed being utilised on the 34, I believe that is the either way it's the Audi, so the Red Bull Audi. So yeah, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on, as I think pretty much the entire field is actually seemingly coming through the pits now to do their make their first pit stops. So
I'm just gonna draw ourselves to like an even other little bit of a that fact. I don't know if you guys know this, but Araday, and Frankie are essentially all racing on the same rig.
Yeah,
I don't really know who's driving right now, but one of them is.
Yeah,
I didn't notice it on the entry list.
It's not the first time either they've done this. They did this for Kyle Army at the end of last season as well. All three of drivers round someone's house and all having to manually do their driver swaps in person. So I'm wondering whether there's been some kind of, you see in professional sports car racing, a lot of many hours spent trying to perfect and practice the driver swaps in terms of how quickly driver can smash the quick release, jump out, throw the belts off, jump out the car, and then next driver jump in and get plugged in. So I wonder if they've actually may have even been doing a little bit of practice for of that on the on sim rig.
I'm just
Something
imagining
that's interesting. You go first. You go first.
I'm just imagining them now, like going full immersion with like a big rig, some triple screens, having like a racing seat and actual seat belts to just go with it, and then do the driver swaps like that, like in real life.
Oh, that would be mega.
Also, someone eating the driver insert onto the other side of the room.
Oh god! Yeah, the driver, the old seat insert just going flying, and
instead of a seat insert to make it like more sim racing, just a pillow from behind their back.
Bedroom, yeah, or a cushion off the sofa.
So something I will bring the attention to, something that I found really cool about this, is if they're still the same people that he did it with in Bathurst and Kielami, they essentially don't have any sim racing experience. So he is teaching them from zero. So this is like a major feat in my opinion. Yeah. So there are people that, as far as I'm aware, there are people that have not had any experience with it before, and essentially through this, they're learning how to do it.
I can't remember. I know there was definitely two. Both Aradays, I think, if I remember correctly, did race at Kyalami, which was also a 9-hour race. So I think there is a little bit more experience than there was at Kyalami, but relatively speaking, Aaron is still by far and away the most experienced driver of the three in the McLaren 720S at the moment.
Bloody quick too.
Oh, massively, yeah. Really quick driver as well. So it's no surprise to see that he is they're doing pretty good so far. So yeah, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on. You can see cars there crawling past on the pit lane speed limit.
The pit lane train is strong this time.
Yes.
I mean, we are on the last. Yeah, we are essentially 45 minutes away from the last possible moment to come in. So it makes sense that they're doing that right now. Yeah. There is, however, I know we're talking a lot about teams right now. There's one other team that I would really like to bring your attention to. There's an all-female driving team, but they had a little bit of a rough start. I think they got caught up in the essentially Eau Rouge madness in lap 1. I was keeping my eye on it. They've been running a little bit at the back of the grip, but they're clawing their way back forward very slowly. Like, they're closing the gap ever so slightly every so often. They've essentially, it's their first endurance race, if I remember correctly from reading a little bit of data about them. This is their first endurance race, and I really hope that they're enjoying their way. They probably didn't saw it happen the way that it happened, which is being taken out on the bottom of a Rouge, but they're moving their way forward.
I don't think anyone expects that to happen, so the fact that they're still going, that they're still on their own pace, is just great to see.
Yeah, massively.
It happens. You just need to get yourself together and keep driving forward. There is 8 hours, so no point leaving now. There is plenty of time to quit later.
Hey, that's my line.
So
I'll send you 50p later.
Yes, good.
At least still left.
Another message from our lovely stewards, and another message. Car number 69, XLR Esports will not want to hear. Causing a collision 15-second time penalty for pushing the car 69 off, spinning them around, and failing to give the position back.
Yeah, that is definitely not nice.
Nah. Indeed.
Well, this happens when you at least do not show any, empathy with the cars around. At RWB, we have standing policy to at least, if you spin someone around, wait for them, let them rejoin. It won't get you out of a penalty per se, but it already shows that you understand what you did, that you see your mistake, you wanna somehow make it right, even though it is mostly not possible.
Indeed.
It keeps the fair play spirit going with the drivers.
Yeah,
and also it's also in some ways it could also be potentially construed as, well, have you read the rules?
Oh, of course.
You would expect people
you would have thought that before the race, just checking the rules and that, but it's like I've commentated on the Constructors' Championship for a wee while now, and you see incidents happen in the Constructors' Championship, but every time the driver who maybe outbrake themselves, brakes a little bit too late, or whatever, has always slowed up or pulled over to the side of the track to redress the position. So
yeah, I think you could say it's expected.
Yeah.
Someone at least shows that they're, I would say that they're sorry, but it's not really the right word, I think.
Yeah, at least just hold your hands up and be like, my bad.
My bad.
I've messed up here. So, in other news, I'm just looking at the YouTube chat right now. There's a message in there that there's another team with having some technical difficulties. Car number 10, VR headset has crashed twice now.
Oh no.
That is the worst possible scenario you could imagine. I've tried racing with VR when by playing Gran Turismo once in West Quay Shopping Centre, which is kind of the main shopping mall in Southampton, where I was studying at the time. And with your VR headset, you can't see the screen. The screen is literally in the headset. So if that crashes, essentially you are driving blind at that point.
Yes.
Completely. So you're having to be...
Legal problems, sorry Rob.
No worries. No worries. There's a bit of an incident, unfortunately, there on track where someone's just lost the back end, tried to correct it, maybe overcorrected it slightly, and in turn inadvertently caused a collision with another driver. That was at Stavilo, I believe, as we're coming. Coming through. It was Stavilo coming to see the first part of Blanchemont, now second part of Blanchemont. But yeah, if you don't have that in front of you in your VR headset, you have to be told by one of your co-drivers, effectively, is having to talk you around the lap. Okay, right, you're coming up to, so for example, okay, you're on the Kemmel Straight, you're coming up to Lecumbe now. Okay, wait, brake, and then you're basically having to go off what they're telling you. And I don't have experience of it myself, but one can imagine that would be actually really unnerving as a driver, and you'd have to trust your team, have so much trust in your teammates.
Yeah, it's not only unnerving, but very difficult, especially if you're driving around another car.
Oh yeah, especially you're going to be probably...
You have no idea how close you are to the other car.
Oh yeah, exactly. So not only you're going to end up having someone effectively being a spotter for you, but at the same time they're also having to talk you verbally around the lap. Okay, coming up to your braking marker, now hit the brakes, brake, okay, right, turn, now right, okay, well, bring it back, left, okay, straight up, hit straight, and that. So yeah,
that's where your muscle memory is gonna come in really handy, knowing where probably you are, where you should brake. Because if you think about it, you do not think about driving that much often. You are going off of muscle memory, just seeing what is where. And after doing numerous laps at Spa, you somewhat can do it blind. Like, definitely not really well.
I do agree on the muscle memory thing, but you're seeing where you are definitely helps a lot with knowing what to do, because
and that
is impossible.
I think the greatest testament to it is some people, like you guys know this, but I'll explain it, is at one point my replay folder was completely full from ACC, and it caused this degeneratory lag on my monitor, which essentially brought the game down from I think it was 300 FPS all the way to its lowest point at 1.4 FPS, and I was too stubborn to actually stop racing. The problem that you have when you cannot see what you're doing, even if you have that muscle memory, is you cannot correct the car. You're having to guess what the car is doing. Because seeing visually how it unsettles the car when you're taking a corner is a really big way knowing what it is you have to do.
Yeah, it's so hard, and I've actually had a go at trying to run ACC on my, in inverted commas, computer, shall we say, and I had to I think I ended up having to run it in windowed mode and have every graphical setting turned either as low as possible or off, and I think I was getting about 3 FPS when driving by myself. And then and this was on a private server, and there were only 3 of us in the server, but when someone was coming past the pits, for example, and I was waiting there, the FPS was dropping to the point where it was, instead of having to measure FPS, it was almost having to measure in SPF, seconds per frame. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so that was not good, and I haven't actually tried running ACC since, or anything that's more recent than 2010. Oh,
well, then we have to wonder if you have finally upgraded from a potato or not.
And quiet it goes.
Yeah, it was muted for a bit, but
I think his potato just decided to fry itself.
No, that was a technical issue, but unfortunately the technical issue was not with the computer or the laptop, it was with the organic bit behind the microphone.
I am going to butt in for a second, as the primary rule of RWB has just been punished.
Oh, it has been punished already even before.
Oh, is this by order of the Peaky Blinders?
Car 555 decided to preemptively or excessively flash and got a 5-second penalty for it. For those that do not know, the primary rule of RWB is no freaking flashing. Yes. Yes, it is. Well, first and foremost, this is, of course, by order of the Peaky Blinders. This has been invoked. And once again, you'd imagine that is a pretty simple rule to adhere to, assuming you read the rules in the first place.
I think it's an easy rule, but many drivers are so tempted every time.
But many times my finger was just hovering over the button and me looking like, no.
Also, my attention is being pushed to another car as well. There's a lot of penalties going out currently. Kiki Mac pushes my attention to Shirley in P19 with a drive-through for cutting the track.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Is that from the track? That would be from the free track limit warnings then.
Yeah.
Yep. Track limits warning for time. Yep.
And we have a message from car 772. Apparently they had to retire due to PC of their second driver not being able to handle probably the amount of cars on the track. Saying sorry to anyone who got caught up in any of the incidents, that they just froze up multiple times.
Ooh.
And just the sad nature of having so much cars on the track and putting so much strain on your computer.
It is a great thing that it is possible in the game to have so many cars on the same track, because it makes for very exciting racing.
And someone entered the plane apparently into the race.
Are struggling.
Yeah, someone apparently entered the plane because car number 912 is flying in the air and disappearing occasionally. Apparently the team that is driving behind them is scared shitless.
Understandable.
Very, very understandable. I mean, I didn't realise Cessna built GT3 cars, but there we go.
Apparently they do now.
And which car is this that occasionally disappears?
912.
912. Let's see if we can see that exact same plane go up and down. 912.
We cut away from the 13 Bentley of Martin Schaefer in 19...
Is the 912 driven by Mark Webber, apparently, by chance?
Speaking of Martin Schaefer for a second, that man is would have been doing quite a stint, because I think it was originally planned that his teammate would only show up after 4 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, so
but
Martin...
I think he's getting a bit of an earlier switch now, since he was on his way back.
Luckily his teammate comes back sooner. In the beautiful Bentley.
Yes. The cream and British Racing Green. Is British Racing Green and a phenomenally weak cup of tea, or just a normal cup of Earl Grey?
But that's because you guys put milk in your tea.
Believe it or not, car 912 has disappeared out of the director's screen.
Did they fly away?
They are now requesting permission to land at Solder.
They are. Well,
with all of the wind that has been currently in the entirety of Belgium and the area, they were probably just blown away.
I think with the amount of wind from the last few days, I would be requesting permission to land at the Nordschleife instead of Solder.
They'd probably be requesting to land in somewhere in eastern Germany, I'd imagine, probably at Berlin Brandenburg, I'd imagine, at this rate. Yeah. So, well, we actually got quite lucky, to be fair. We still have power at home, thankfully. So yeah, we got off pretty lightly actually.
Yeah,
But
it's been a bit rough.
I should add, it was quite unnerving. I was listening to the shipping forecast on Radio 4 before bed, and one of the things you don't want to be hearing before bed is there's a McLaren in the track. I think that's the Araday car there.
It is.
Yeah, that's the high mind.
Yeah, but one of the most unnerving things you can hear on the shipping forecast before bed is hearing a Force 11 severe storm for your area, which is Lundy, for us in North Somerset. So yeah, it
looks like the hive mind has invented teleportation.
No, that's actually our live stream car.
That is the live stream car.
That's our live stream Audi.
It seems that our replays are not working a little bit the way that they should be, because I was trying to see what Araday had happened to him.
And then we're getting a nice look at the Audi.
Yeah, and now we were getting a nice look at our stream director. So I feel like the stream director wanted to have some screen time.
Yes.
So
Message. I have another message from the stewards, and this one is big. Car 911 works Team Shumi Skins 30 seconds stop and go for collision with number 12 Parsecs Racing.
That is quite a penalty.
That is going to be a
That must have been a hefty collision for a 30-second stop and go.
Yeah, 30.
And with this length of pit lane and that stop and go, that's almost a whole. That could be almost
That's a whole lap.
Losing.
Yeah, I was going to say, given the length of the pit lane and the relative amount of time you're only going at 50 kilometers an hour on the speed limiter, you are looking at nearly a lap there. So yeah, that is a massive penalty for the car 911.
So I cannot help myself. I decided this is a good moment to bring up the statistics again. I need to know how much time they're going to be losing. So if you look at the fact of their last pit stop, it was, if I can read that correctly, 136 seconds.
1 minute. No, that's not 1 minute. That's 2 minutes. And we see them coming into the pits now
16.
to serve the penalty. Yeah, that's 2 minutes 16. So that is as near as to makes no difference a lap, if you assuming you nail your markers and don't inadvertently get a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So that is a phenomenal amount of time to lose, and also that is going to be quite the challenge actually to try and claw back as well during the course of the remainder of the race.
Absolutely. That is going to have a massive impact on their race. Like, they were, 27th earlier? They were already back to 30 by just coming into the pits alone?
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're currently already those 45 seconds in the pit lane. That must be excruciating to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in a way, though, it's kind of the intelligent option to just get the penalty out of the way as soon as possible.
Yeah, because then you know where you're at.
You know, yeah, exactly. You know where you're at, and you just know that, right, we're P 30.
You know what?
Here. This.
I just realized something. I'm sorry for cutting in there.
Oh, no worries.
They're still like 18 places up. Like, they're getting punished quite heavily because yes, they could be further up, but honestly, they're still at a pretty positive loss if you look at it like that.
Yeah, I think they were one of the teams that actually failed to set a valid. Either one driver didn't set a valid time in the hot stint qualifying, or both drivers failed to set a valid lap during hot stint qualifying. So yeah, they are currently coming to the compression now. Full throttle from here. Of course, have to be aware that the tyres will have cooled off somewhat, and you've got this fairly tricky pit exit at the top of Radion to contend with, and now blending onto the Kemmel Straight.
And that was a full 2 minutes. So that's essentially a lap minus 20 seconds.
Yep.
That's a hefty penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that just shows why getting a drive-through penalty or a 30-second stop-and-go penalty is could potentially even actually determine the outcome of the race here, just because the time loss relative compared to other circuits is just that much greater. It's like at Silverstone, for example, the pit lane entrance actually cuts where they have it at club on the F1 layout, at least, actually cuts quite a sizable chunk of track, being club corner. It's just basically straight on into a 90-degree right-hander instead of having to go through the left and then the two-part 180-degree right-hander onto the pit straight. So you can actually, so that's why the pit lane speed limit line is so early at Silverstone. So you can't just use that and gain an advantage and then set your fastest lap of the race on your in lap.
Yeah.
So
I don't know when that would be a lot more beneficial to get a drive-through at this. I think Alton Park, which is a very short pit lane.
yeah, Alton Park is.
I think I once managed the 11-second drive-through.
Van Look is now getting very close in that chicane. He's going to be able to get a good run up as long as he does everything correctly here on Young, because he has it all right here. He might even be able to do the overtake right here in the in the hairpin. I'd actually have that.
I mean, you could say that Van Look is having a bit of a look at De Jong there.
Okay, Rob, we're going out. See ya.
Okay, bye.
I made that pun earlier and nobody noticed.
Oh, I properly ejected you for that.
I only got ejected on my second pun.
We just got a little bit of information about our Pappen. So the green Lambo that got the insane, what was it, 32 places up?
Yes.
Yeah, started P52.
So they are apparently a tier 1 driver in AOR, and they started P52 on the grid because one driver didn't do their quali, and then they went hard at the start.
Nice.
Yeah,
that explains a lot.
Yeah, that would explain a lot. I mean, if you're in kind of the highest tier in a league and you're constantly fighting for wins and that, then it is going to make sense to put your quick driver in at the start, especially when you're starting that far down, to try and make up as many places as possible. So yeah, I'd say that it was actually it was a very smart move from the number 9 green Lambo team to have done that, and well, it's clearly paid dividends for them.
I have another message from the stewards. For car number 11, Edeka Autosport, the 15-second penalty for causing a collision with car number 84 Wolfpack, failing to return the position yet again.
Ooh. But
The stewards are not messing around today. Like,
they're not.
If you do bad, you get slapped.
So.
They are watching.
Rightly so.
But not that you're getting slapped with the hand, you are getting slapped with the shovel right into the face.
The only thing we need
fair.
is someone with a voice like Eduardo Freitas, and then it's all perfect.
Yes.
15-second time penalty to car 11 for causing a collision in turn number 13.
On that beautiful take, though, I think
Yes.
I'll have to leave you guys for a while, because I got food and everything coming up soon.
Well, don't leave us for too long, as this fight is brewing hotter and hotter.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Do you trying his best to defend from bad looks, yes, creepy?
I might try to get back in later, so
Have a good one, mate. And sorry to hear about the technical issues you had in the opening stint, mate.
well, after this short commentating stint, I'm already over that now. What's fun in here?
No worries. Anytime, mate.
Yeah. Have a good one with the commentary as well.
Yeah, cheers. Will do.
As the
Oh, here
Ferrari
he
is
goes. Van
closer
Look
and closer.
finding the opening.
Yeah, Ferrari on the left side, on the outside for Lecon, but maybe a slightly bit of contact between the two
Oh, a
cars.
little
As the
bit of a
Ferrari
bump there.
just jumped.
He's got the inside for the second part though, and gets the position. So Van Look there up into 15th place ahead of De Jong.
And a beautiful move by Van Lock, just getting around through Radion. Managing to hang it around the outside through Lecomte. Not an easy feat to do.
No, but you're also, in a way, quite lucky in that regard, because it's the second part of Lecomte's a left-hander, so you're actually pretty lucky there. So,
to be fair, it's not the best thing if you are not clear already on the first apex, because the car can just swing it around the outside with much more speed and take the inside for the next right-hander. And you are not getting around the outside into Brussels unless you have some godly run.
Is it Bruxelles or no name? Because forever and a day that corner was
it's
known as like...
Brussels, and I think, and there is no name, but the corners at Spa have like 5 different names.
They do, admittedly, yes. Admittedly, yes, they do have quite a lot of different, a few different names in places from where it's changed over the years. Although there's still corner names like Bourneville and the Master Kink as well, all absolutely iconic parts of the circuit's history.
Yeah,
and the Master Kink in a modern GT3 car would just be easy flat.
Aerosmith trying to defend from Max Ricci, but Aerosmith making a mistake in the speaker's corner, taking a little bit of curb. And Ricci will now have the inside line for Puon. And yeah, easy move for him. Then Aerosmith will be probably slightly, well, not angry, but slightly perturbed by that. Losing position by a simple mistake, although Ricci slightly missing the apex into pit path.
I wonder if the tyres that the team are actually double stinting their tyres at the moment.
Might be.
That would be, that could explain that. Just simply not having the adhesion one would be wanting as a driver. So that could potentially explain that to a degree.
Looking at the gaps, the leaders have checked out. 35 seconds ahead of second place. They are looking really good right now at the starts, as long as they manage to keep it clean. And now that I mentioned them, they are gonna get yeeted by Lapka. Yep.
I mean, it's Marco Badarski behind the wheel of the second place Lexus at the moment, which is the car we're looking at. And
that looks suspiciously like a Mercedes.
Excuse me, sorry, yeah, it's my screen looking a little bit pixelated, unfortunately, but that's more to do with my internet connection. Yeah, you're right, sorry, it is a Mercedes-Benz, and I mean, Marco's a phenomenally quick driver as well, yes. So currently last lap was 2:20.5. The race leader, last lap for the race leader was a 2:19.9, and the Christoph Samin in third, his last lap was a 21.3. Now, I don't know how much of that was affected potentially by traffic and just catching traffic at the wrong place in the wrong time, but that is still a phenomenal pace to be setting under race conditions here at Spa.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, the traffic is gonna be a big part of the game of chess, basically, that we are playing with the cars. You just need to be in a correct...
Is that a Hatsune Miku livery?
Yes, it is.
It's Hasha.
Or is it?
There was a car in the field in the entry list listed as Good Smile Racing, who are the team in Super GT whose team is actually run by none other than Ukyo Katayama, former Formula 1 driver in the mid-1990s. And their car is driven by Tetsuya Kataoka, if I remember correctly, and Nobuteru Taniguchi. And occasionally, when they've come over to race at Spa, they've enlisted the assistance of none other than Kamui Kobayashi. Not a bad person to bring into the team as a third driver, in my humble opinion. And their car apparently is sponsored by a Hatsune Miku, which is apparently a Vocaloid. Whatever that is. Not that I have any knowledge of that at all, given that I tend to listen to a lot of heavy metal myself. So yeah, that I think might therefore be the Good Smile Racing entry. by
I mean-
process of deduction, given where it was on the grid.
Well, message from the stewards yet again. Car number 8. Whenever I see a message from the stewards, you already know that something is happening. Car number 8 cracks Sim Pro. A drive-through penalty for driving an unsafe vehicle and causing a major collision or a major hazard on track.
Ooh.
And that's gonna be rough, mainly after you've been in an incident. It is preferred that you come into the pit lane as soon as possible, but seems like they've been rather not good about that, probably.
Yeah.
That puts them all the way back to last, and heavy lost as well. They're already 2 laps down, to give you an idea.
Yeah, and also they could have just been thinking, I think their thinking and might have been, well, it doesn't feel too bad. It feels like it's still sort of drivable, but clearly something was still somewhat awry with the car, and the stewards decided immediately that, well, it's still not 100%, and it's...
I mean, if your car is beaten and you create a problem due to that to others, and other people have to avoid you, and just you are a hazard on track, it is preferred that you go into the pit lane.
It's if it's due to damage, then it's almost effectively the equivalent of what's known colloquially in the industry as the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange circle in the middle of it, which means that your car is broken. Can you come into the pits ASAP and have it tended to by the mechanics, and maybe try and actually fix the issue, because it's clearly visibly not 100%, and we have no idea why you're still on track. So sort it out.
Well, it's not can you come in, it's you come in now.
Yeah,
no
basically.
I remember one race, I'm not sure what race it was. It was one of the Mazda MX-5 races or something like that before the Daytona 24. When someone was shown the meatball flag, but they kept going for like 3 laps until the checkered flag. And I remember in the chat, it was a dispute for everyone, like if they should be allowed to finish or not.
It's a tricky one in those circumstances, and I think in that situation, you'd be certainly in line for a chat with the clerk of the course and the chief steward for the series to basically have to explain yourself and explain why you ignored the flag. So in that regard, I think it would have been a very stern telling off, as probably, well, one would not really best case scenario, so to speak, but that from their point of view would have been best case scenario. I mean, best case scenario would have been probably pitting it and trying to rectify the issue as quickly as possible and then trying to get it back out for the final lap. But obviously, depending on what the issue was, then that might not have been possible. So they just thought, well, the driver probably just radioed in saying, well, it doesn't feel too bad. I can manage this and I can deal with this until the end of the race. So, yeah.
The classic one is brewing right now on the screen with Daniel Barnett and Martin Schaefer. Schaefer looking like he has a lot more pace in the Bentley, trying to find a way around the Audi. He almost could have had a look into turn 1, but right now just trying to follow in the slipstream on the Camel, being a bit too far. Maybe for the twisty sections, we'll see how the car handles around there.
So I actually know quite a bit about that setup that Schaefer is currently running.
Is it because you made it?
No, actually, but I was there when he was actually figuring out how that setup is working. They ran with a little bit more downforce than they were expecting to do so. But that Bentley has some really, really gnarly behavior in some corners, as we see Barna kind of missing his corner there, kind of braking just a little bit too deep. But that Bentley's not going to have the top end speed or the maneuverability that the Audi has on any part of it. Which means that what he's doing right now is he's punishing Barna truly for those mistakes, trying to get a little bit closer here and there. So this is truly just him putting pressure rather than, him being in the quicker car. But something else that was really interesting to me is if I remember correctly, they were considering immediately double stinting their tires. So Schaefer might be running on an older set here, which would be represented by those times that he's currently running.
Yeah, I mean,
would make sense, but I think they also went one a little bit lower on the wing.
Yeah, it's Barnett going
the track
a little wide there. I think it's fair to say it curb pull threat. I mean, well, first and foremost, the Bentley is about the size of my bedroom, and this Bentley is absolutely fantastically compact compared to the original one, which was quite literally the size of a house. Weighed about as much as a house as well, actually, come to think of it. And it was a fantastic, it was a phenomenal effort actually by M Sport, the perhaps more known for their exploits in the World Rally Championship for Ford, that they are able to get a whole 1,000 kilograms out of the original Bentley to make to get the Continental GT3 Mark 1, so to speak, down to just 1.3 tons instead of 2.3 tons. And whereas this one was actually developed more from the outset with, okay, we are actually building a full-on GT3 version of this thing. Let's actually also somewhat consider the needs of building a racing car on this platform, and therefore not having to make it preferably the size of a small village. So, yeah, and having also actually seen the original Bentley Continental GT3 at the Autosport International show up at the NEC in Birmingham, in England, I can confirm, yes, that thing is massive. It's fair to say so.
Barnett making the same mistake yet again, same corner.
I'm wondering if Barnett's also on old tires.
Yeah, it must be something like that, because he continuously misses the apex on these corners, and it's making Schaefer come really close to him.
I'm wondering if both of them are double stinting their tires, but also we know for a fact that the Audi can be a little bit edgy, so to speak, to drive. So I wonder if that's also playing a part as well, whereas the Bentley, being a bit bigger, is a bit more sure-footed, a bit more stable in the corners. So actually, Schaefer, even though he might also be on old tyres, does have a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, and also, guess what time it is again? It's a time for a message from a steward.
Oh, excellent.
No.
Number one, car number 416, team SCB Black, has a 15-second time penalty for causing an incident with car 101 Nicole, missing their braking point and failing to give the position back.
That is Team Valkyrie yet again. They're not having a good time in their first endurance race. That's like, what, the 4th, 5th incident they've been essentially at the ass end of?
Yeah, sometimes it's just not your day.
Oh, we have just confirmation from a driver that is out. Pixel informs us that Schaefer is indeed on new tires.
Yeah. Oh, cheers for that, Pixel. Yeah, Pixel unfortunately was in the other Team HSP, or rather the GT Hub with HSP car that Scrimpy was in earlier, and unfortunately is out of the race. So he's going to be, Pixel's going to be privy to a little bit more information than I am.
Pixel giving out the strategy.
Yeah, so no doubt. And well, the other driver of the Bentley, which Schaefer's driving at the moment, is Hayes. And I remember in GT Hub's little ACC league that ended up being not quite such a little ACC mini league and ended up taking forever and a day from memory. Hayes just rocked up one race and was immediately like a second a lap quicker than Schaefer, and Schaefer was usually right at the sharp end of things. So
I remember that.
He is a
Max just rocked up. There's nothing.
I just opened the relatives menu. I just realized Schaefer has gone up 36 positions.
Yeah, and like Schaefer is not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination, and far, far from it. But when Hayes gets in the car, that's when
Well, Max
Yeah,
is
that's
about to
gonna be-
also do some racing in real life, so we'll be watching that closely as
to
well.
be fair, to be fair, Hayes does actually have have a national racing license here in the UK. He is a phenomenally quick driver, both in real life actually as well as on the sim. So yeah, they are going to be ones to watch here, and I think even a top 10, dare I say it, might be on the cards for the number 13 Bentley.
We shall see. Top 10 is a long stretch ahead, but it is definitely possible. Daniel Barnett does have a little bit of troubles with the Lexus in front.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they were letting the Lexus by. Probably seems like from the pace. Barnett had to go slightly on the grass on approach to Blanchimont, which is something you definitely want to do for your tires. But right now, Schaefer is close into Eau Rouge. Let's see, maybe if he gets a good run, there is a chance he could get alongside with Barnett, and he's really close under that rear wing. Barnett already thinking of going onto the defense, definitely taking the inside line, but Schaefer takes even more of that inside line. Let's see, under the brakes, can he stay in front of the Audi?
Yes, he can. Although Barnett's got the inside for this part, but Schaefer's going to have the inside for Malmedy and holds onto the position. He's got to try and hold on now as they come down the hill hard on the brakes now for Rivage, and indeed manages to hold on to the position. They got a back marker just in front of them, I believe, who pulls over very sharply in front of Schaefer, trying to get out of the way. I know he meant well in getting out of the way, but Schaefer did have to check up there, and that was bringing Barnett back into it. Maybe Barnett thinking about maybe having a little look up the inside on the way into Pouon, but thinking better of it now as they come through. Fania at the moment is still incredibly close between them, but as things stand, Schaefer is now up into 16th position at the moment.
I don't think Barnett is really going to have the ability to launch something back here. If we currently look at the Schaefer's current stint, it's been going for 16 laps, so we know that he's on fresher tires. So they've been running for 16 laps. If we make the assumption that Barnett is also on fresher tires, which is still a possibility, we're not entirely certain about it, he would be running those for 19 laps. That's a 3-lap difference. That is absolutely massive.
Yeah,
I would not call that massive in GT3 in terms of tires. These have a little bit more durability, but
it's still 21k.
Yeah, we've seen Barnett slide all over the place. He's been struggling with those tires, and you have to keep in mind that we've been running now for how long in this current stint? Roughly 55 minutes. If they've truly been pushing those tires, the temperature's been fluctuating a little bit as well. I've been keeping my eye on it. We went from 17 to 20 degrees Celsius in this specific stint. So that means that they're currently definitely having some issues with the tires. They're going to be blowing up a little bit, maybe a little bit more graining, definitely a little bit balloony. So I'd reckon that those 3 laps of difference could make a hell of a lot of a difference in the GT3 car at this moment, at least in this specific situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's 21 kilometers, but also it's worth noting as well that the Bentley traditionally has always been very strong in endurance races because of the size of its fuel tank.
That has actually been nerfed. That fuel tank is a lot smaller now.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, you can barely make the 67-minute stint on the highest fuel map.
Oh, wow. So it doesn't quite drink like a university student on a night out.
You're talking from experience.
No, totally not talking from experience at all. No, absolutely. I've never ever done anything like that. Maybe.
So that's why we spot. That's why we spot you on the voice chat talking from a bus, a tube, or a bus stop.
Yes. or on one occasion, just purely for the sake of a stupid in-joke between myself and a friend of mine, a bush outside of Basingstoke train station. That was a reference to a TV show called Would I Lie to You, and a true story told by comedian James Acaster on there, and we thought, just for a laugh, actually, would it be funny if I joined the podcast from a bush outside Basingstoke train station? So I walked in from my parents' house at the time to the town centre and promptly climbed into a bush.
Huh.
Yes, just for the sake of some stupid little in-joke, which very few people actually got. So that was a good time. Oh, yeah, big hit for the 69 into the wall there. No doubt that would have done maybe some damage to the right-hand suspension, both front and rear, I'd imagine. So no doubt that's going to be...
Wait, isn't that the old Bentley? No.
That's the old Bentley. I was thinking the exact same thing. That's the old Bentley.
Oh yeah, that's the guys who...
Yes, it is.
I don't want to make jokes, but just by mistake signed up in the old Bentley.
Oh, okay.
It's the old Bentley Continental GT3, with the one which I was referring to earlier as being the size of a house. Weighed about as much as one as well. But no, fair dues to them for entering that. I seem to remember we had in a race at Monza once, a big grid race, I think it was, and some absolute legends thought it'd be a brilliant idea to enter the old Aston Martin Vantage, the big V12, just for a laugh, and that was well worth it. And I think they did all right in the end as well, actually, if I remember correctly.
Like, just looks wise, I really prefer the look of the old Bentley over the new one. It's very minimal, but I mean, just alone the like the rear lights, the tail lights, just like, oh, they look so good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it was also just a massive engineering challenge to even get that thing to meet GT3 regulations as well. Just because the base car they were starting with was the exact opposite of practically everything else in the field. I mean, everything else in the field was more geared towards being a live, nimble sports car, whereas this is a proper, big, luxurious Grand Tourer. And the fact that M Sports engineers actually managed to get that thing to meet the BOP criteria, hats off to them, because that mustn't have been... In fact, I think it was actually, if I remember correctly from reading Race Car Engineering, quite the challenge as well.
Well, it was a small miracle they somehow managed to put that car onto the grid and be even competitive with that.
I know, and again, likewise, it's a credit to M Sport as a team, as an organisation, and also to the driving talent they had. I mean, they had Stephen Kane, Andy Merrick, Maxime Soulet, Andy Soucek, Vincent Abril as well, all at various points at their disposal to call upon, including, well, as well, let's not forget, Jules Gounon and Jordan Pepper, who helped secure Bentley's win at the Bathurst 12 Hours back in 2020. So, yeah, that was a definite fan favourite car, I seem to remember at the time, purely because of the size of it as well. And yeah, it's still fairly common in the British GT Championship as well. I think there's still a couple racing in that series. So yeah, even though we might not have a couple of M Sport entered cars anymore, they are still being raced.
It's a shame that the Bentley had to pull the plug on the GT3 program for whatever the reasoning was. It was a nice, yeah,
GT3 program, but yeah, I think really it was just the pandemic, and of course, obviously having to divert resources and, well, I say resources, obviously of fiscal nature, away from the racing program for a bit. Yeah, it did mean that something had to give at some stage, and yeah, unfortunately, it was the the works program, which is why M Sport are now maybe looking at moving into prototypes now.
Really?
Ahead of the upcoming LMDH and LMH era, effectively starting in 2023. I think Matt Wilson was actually at the Rolex 24 this year and did an interview with Graham Goodwin, from the editor of dailysportscar.com, and thoroughly nice bloke. Having actually personally met him at the as I was doing the production for a European Le Mans Series round last year. So I think M Sport and it also makes a lot of sense as well, because M Sport do have that experience with a works, of having the expectation and managing the expectation of works programs in circuit racing, as well as obviously the Ford WRC program. So they do have experience, and one would imagine that they'd be able to make the jump into prototypes pretty easily, you'd think.
Yep.
I mean, they're also actually building in the process of actually building their own private test circuit around the back of the factory. It's designed by, if I remember correctly, it was actually designed by the same people who designed the Dubai Autodrome as well. So, Apex circuit design. So it's going to be interesting to see what the future holds for the Cumbrian team up in the northwest of England.
However, though, do you know what time it is?
Is it time for the pit stops again?
Yes, it's absolutely time for the pit stops. And you know how you get a right pit stop? You do that with RSD. They have the absolute perfect solution for you. Your teammates can do all of your MFD work for you, and all you need to do is just continuously look at your screen and keep driving properly. You don't have to worry about a single thing, as they change everything for you based on your input. Learn more at racingsimtools.com.
And you know what else helps with driving on the sim? Having good contacts and pedal feel, and SimSock are absolutely brilliant in that regard as well. Very, very comfortable and very good pedal feel, with got little rubber bits on the bottom so you don't slip off. The feet won't slip off the pedals, and you can still apply good constant brake pressure and all of that. So yeah, another fantastic bit of kit, and also another fantastic long-time sponsor of us at RWB International as well.
So just another little piece, of course, which is also fantastic. Something else that really helps your racing but really helps our commentating is Race Labs with their absolutely fantastic overlays. Everything you see here on screen is essentially Race Labs, and it is absolutely fantastic.
At least we see a lot more, and it looks much more cleaner.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's absolutely fantastic. I only saw I know Red was actually messaging me about this a couple of days ago now, and it was only once I actually got back from the shop that I saw the overlay for the first time, and I was just like, oh wow, this is amazing.
This will be amazing, though. Christopher Verstappen and Jake Moore, the classic names on RWB that we know and love. And Jake looks like he wants to get one up on the Mercedes.
And let's not forget Jake Moore representing Racing Sim Tools.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Racing Sim Tools esports team.
And let's not forget, Verstappen hopefully is actually back at full fitness now, as well as he raced at Kyalami while with a knee injury.
Really?
Yeah, he had a knee injury, and he said, I might only do a stint or two to see how it feels, and then promptly ended up banging in a triple stint at the start of the race, as you do. So
and then again, it's a little later after that, I guess.
Yeah, jumped out the car for a stint, and then promptly jumped back in for another double stint. Absolute phenomenal endurance from him at the season finale at Kyle Army at the end of last year, and a phenomenally quick driver to boot. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this battle between Verstappen and Moore pans out.
We can already
imagine
see
Verstappen's car is the one he's sharing with Christoph Tavares as well.
that could very well be the case. We also currently see the number 25 drop down the grid as they're in the pit lane currently.
Yep, getting another tank of fuel and maybe another set of tires for good measure as well.
It's really interesting to see if you look at like the stint times and the current stint times, like the top teams are really going for like 28 laps as far as we can tell. Like that's their like aim to drive. And then you have some of the lower teams which are really averaging out around 24 laps per stint. It's an interesting like denominator that we hadn't really seen before, like that visually.
They will have a lapped car to contest. This is an interesting part for Verstappen because you have car behind and you are just looking for an opportunity to dispatch of the pink Ferrari and not give an opportunity to Moore behind him, and Moore will be looking at the opportunity right now, trying to go alongside the Mercedes.
3 wide down the Kent straight as they head into Lecombe. Verstappen, on the inside. Verstappen managing to just about hold on to the position there as they come through Lecombe and in towards Malmedy and Rivage.
Oh, Verstappen was probably thinking about just closing him off there, but he could not at that point. Good for him that he was on the inside and Jake Moore could not get enough overlap or get even ahead to attempt to move around the outside.
This is a really dangerous spot for you to be in as a driver. Like Jake Moore is not a man you want to have behind you. That guy will absolutely destroy you in pace, and he has a really good feeling of where he should put his car on the track. So Verstappen is really finding himself in a little bit of difficult waters here.
Outside me, yeah.
Yeah, there's currently having a look at the stewards board at the moment. There's a couple of incidents being investigated as we speak. There
have been a few reported, but lately there have been no penalties given out. Luckily, so people have started to behave.
And there's there's an incident involving the on lap 44 between the number 23 Kamas Sumatra and the number 728 Team Hivemind entry, and the Team Hivemind entry has been given a warning from the stewards for a dive bomb, but they did return the place back afterwards. Meanwhile, there's
vicious moves.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's actually 2 incidents being investigated at the moment, within 5 laps of each other, between the number 9 Fubar entry and the number 744 Tadaiwa Esports cars, both of which, ironically enough, were actually at La Source, or Turn 1, excuse me. So, be interesting to keep an eye on that in a bit, see just what has happened between those, with regards to those incidents. I'm having a look now to see just if I was right actually in the gonna quickly do that
as everyone starts pouring into the pits, because it is definitely time to end your stint at this point.
And I stand corrected as well. The 741 is being shared not between Verstappen and Mark Elgard in the 741, and not Christoph Tavoren, as I mentioned earlier on. So apologies for that.
Oh, but Mark Elgard also a known name around here at RWB for his speed, and that's just basically these people. They're just known for the speed, consistency, the good lap times, the good driving.
and both also gold-rated drivers as well. So no doubt they will be very much at the sharp end of things.
Jake was still behind Verstappen, still just trying to think. Maybe right now he's also just staying behind, eyeing an opportunity and not pushing that much for anything.
I mean, if we look at their sector times, they're basically equal.
Yes, I guess Jake is just waiting for something. Maybe for a mistake from Christoph. Or maybe even trying to get him on the pit stops, as they are bound to happen anytime soon.
Ooh, as they go really deep, close towards that rear bumper. Trying to close that gap for the Camel Straight.
Yeah, but they are currently being split by a lapped car of that Audi. So it's not helping Jake Moore very much. But if he can get close to Verstappen on, let's say, on the end of the...
Ooh, was that a Ferrari that found the wall there?
Yeah, that looked like the Zero Force car, and there is a car in the wall. That looks like the Mercedes. That looked like Verstappen in the wall.
Well, Moore is showing as having got ahead.
That was not Verstappen. No, because the replay no longer functions. We get to see the pit car.
But Moore is ahead of him right now. So this looks like it is.
Moore is up into 4th place, and I can see Verstappen. I think I can see Verstappen's definite front end damage on the Mercedes. Nothing, a bit of gaffer tape. Cosmetically, what's
in racing terminology? In racing terminology, it's fucked.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's gonna be much in the way of suspension damage potentially on the car as well. Maybe even damage to the front aero. I think if I remember correctly, the Mercedes is one of the few cars in the game which has an adjustable splitter, so you can adjust how much splitter you have and how much downforce you're getting. So I'd be interested to see what I'm saying. There's a No,
that looks to be bad. You can see it just visibly being slow.
Yeah, visibly, I think there is actually an issue with the car, and in fact, he's letting the thought he was letting the Bentley go there for a sec on the run up out of Curb Paul Frere up towards Blanchemont.
And we also have a car in front. The BMW with the front end damage.
Yep. I think that might I'm not 100% sure that may be the one of the turn 1 cars.
No, that's not the turn 1.
Oh, okay.
At least it's not the turn 1 team colors.
I'd say that we stick with him for a little bit, then try to figure out how long that damage is going to be. So we know for a fact that the average pit stop is anywhere from like 120 to 130 seconds. So
yes.
So this is going to be a full pit stop plus repair. So I'm going to say we're going to see a pit stop in the range of 250 seconds. That looks like 250-second pit stop to me with that amount of damage. Because that was a hard smack on the Camel Straight.
I mean, he just went nose first into the wall on the left-hand side. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage on the car. Luckily, in ACC, you never are going to be out of the damage. You're just going to be really
is that my imagination, or is that front splitter sideways, like hanging on the floor?
Wait, can you go on board with him to see how much steering damage there is, probably? Yeah.
Oh yeah, look.
Yeah, there is definite damage to the suspension and the steering on the Mercedes. Whether it's done it's somewhat. I think it's maybe because he was trying to pull into the slow lane.
Although it might be so much damage that he's just weaving from the side to side.
Yeah. Come into box now. Cars come to a stop here at the far end of the pit lane.
What is very interesting about this is if you look at the side panels, there's no damage there, so it might really only be the front ends.
Yeah, but quite how much damage has been done to the front end remains to be seen, as Badowski we just saw Badowski going past in the pit lane there.
We're currently at 105 seconds.
And dropping down the field as well. Of course, it does also coincide with the And interestingly enough, it does also coincide roughly with the pit window as well. So I'm wondering if maybe they might even do a driver swap and Mark Elgard gets in the car.
Probably we shall see. As he goes out, the car looks slightly better.
125 seconds, I make that, I think. Oh no, even more so.
140.
4, 5.
Oh, it still looks bad.
145
The hood is still up.
2 minutes. 2 minutes 25 seconds is.
So that means 25 seconds worth of damage. You know, that isn't the worst case in the world for a driver like Verstappen. They can make that up. Actually, no.
Yeah.
There's still some damage on that car, isn't there?
I think it's only more cosmetic now. I think it's more. It might just be more in the way of cosmetic damage rather than actual.
Maybe they just decided to not fix the bodywork and just the mechanical parts.
Yeah, and just which would make sense to a degree. That as long as the car's in mechanical working order and compass mentis in that regard, then in that case you actually might be okay. But visibly, yeah, it still looks as if it's had a pretty rough day at the front. And indeed, Mark Elgard is behind the wheel, so they have done a driver change, and that would have been right at the end of Verstappen's stint. So
they have dropped back from, let me double check here real quick. I believe 7th position to 12th. So
yeah, I think it's 5th. Sorry, I think it may have been 5th place and down to 12th. Sorry.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. I'm not entirely certain, but it's still not too bad if you look from that position downward. Like, they still have a lot of opportunity to play here. They're only just not on the same lap as the leaders, so that is something they can still play with. So they're now looking for something of a 2-minute deficit, I'd say, with all of that damage.
It depends on when the leaders have pitted, though. So in that regard, it could be a case of, well, depending on who in front of them is yet to pit. I know for a fact, I'm fairly certain that Eddie Warden in the next car ahead of them, about 36 seconds up the road, already has pitted, as Crawford did the opening double stint, Crawford Brown, in the and has handed the police standard issue moustache over to Eddie. Ooh, Jake Moore understeering there a bit into the concrete wall at pit entrance.
That was commentator's curse. I am very sorry, Jake Moore. Right as I click on him.
I mean, to be fair, that means you have joined the elite realm of commentators. Probably
to be fair, I haven't had that for a while.
Yeah.
I think this is like, what, the 5th time that I click on someone just this race alone and something happens as soon as I click on them?
I mean, good timing. I mean, it's fantastic timing, mate, so... the good old commentators. I think the best one was telling my dad once on holiday in Malta, we were watching a Michelin Pilot Challenge race, where it was the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge back then still, and saying to him, oh yeah, these McLaren 570S GT4s, I think they're going to do quite well. And then one of them conked out on the formation lap. So I was just like, well, that's my prediction out the window then, right? Yeah, so not brilliant, but yeah, it is done in industry, unfortunately. But a good old commentator's curse. What
can we do about it?
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that Kai Banks is back behind the wheel of the Audi, so I'm wondering if they're single stinting their drivers during the race.
What I'm really interested about is I'm looking over the stewards' reports, right? There hasn't been a report filed just yet for what happened to Verstappen.
Well,
it might just have been driver error.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
I mean,
it might have just dropped off in front of someone,
but
that depends. It might be reported later. We shall see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's best probably just to kind of wait and see in that regard, but yeah.
Banks it tries to avoid the LaFerrari, navigating slightly through the traffic. And now we are in the part where the traffic is just constant. Like, it is your nightmare all the time, every lap, there is someone who you need to go around, and the problem is you need to go around safely because you don't know what the car is gonna do, and you need to understand, he's slow, where is he gonna let me go? Does he see that I'm here?
Oh, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing rear wang.
This man right here is going for a third stint.
Interesting, because Max was already prepared, from what I know, to jump into the car.
Yeah,
Perhaps
so
there is a problem with the game.
it has to be something, but I know for one thing very certain, I would not want to be doing 3 stints in a row.
Not in the Bentley.
No, not at all.
Well, good luck to Schaefer surviving another stint. Up 36 positions, so he's in a... can he still be in a car right now? Well, probably, yeah, if he pits this lap, this could be his final lap of this stint. Checking for if they were going full time on the previous one and counting the pit in, pit out times, he maybe has just a little bit time to get in.
I'm not entirely certain. Is that the only Nissan GTR entered this race?
One sec. I can have a quick look into that. Team like, yes, indeed, it is the only Nissan GTR.
McLaren racing team just deciding to have fun with the car, not that they are not going to be going for positions, but prioritizing having fun with the car and the results probably. But still, they are going good.
Currently looking at Phil Varley at the moment in the GTR, the big Nissan, going very, very quickly indeed. Got 52 seconds to the race-leading Lexus, but the top 10 at the moment, it's Lexus, Nissan, Mercedes, Lexus, BMW, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Lexus, Audi, Aston Martin. So the big kind of front engine cars are doing incredibly well around here at the moment, which is quite interesting actually, because the certainly in the real life Spa 24 Hours, Nissan seemingly had terrible luck here, and also Lexus didn't really have a proper program in Europe compared to in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship out in America, so which they have with Vassar Sullivan Racing, and it kind of showed, because the Lexus could have actually been all right had it been run actually properly and had a proper crack at it. Not that I'm saying Emil Fry Racing didn't, but the odds were unfortunately very much stacked against them in that regard in the back in around 2019, 2018 as well, I think, maybe. No, so I think it was just 2019. I think they may have run the Lexus. I know Panis Barthez Racing also ran the Lexus and had brought Jack Hawksworth over from the States and paired up with Aurelian Panis, but unfortunately without that much in the way of success, if I remember correctly.
Huh. I've been looking over the stint times a little bit over the last like 5 minutes, and they're all over the place, like proper all over the place. When people are coming in, there's no consistency in it.
I mean, it could just be like different drivers, different driving
like
styles,
when to
different
come
fuel
in.
maps, and that. Yeah, we don't know exactly what fuel map everyone's running, so I think
Here's
that
the one
could
that-
play a part of it.
Here's the one that confuses me the most, and we're gonna have to go back to Martin Schaefer. Martin Schaefer has a pit stop on lap 50 that lasted exactly 8.4 seconds.
Must have been just fuel then.
It must have been.
Schaefer must be doing his first double stint on
stint, yep.
tyres. We imagine, as we actually see one of the Emil Fry liveried Lexuses, which I was on about just in front there. Not for position, I should add, as Van Luck is about 7.5 seconds or so up the road. So in that regard, yeah, it's still quite a close run thing. Martin doing his best to maybe try and get most of the double stints out of the way before Max Haynes takes over, and they're on fresh tyres all the way to the end. Track conditions currently optimum at the moment, and weather a rather pleasant 21 degrees Celsius, I think it's fair to say. Just that kind of not too hot, not too cold, just a nice, pleasant, comfortable temperature.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
No doubt, having said this is all going to change, and this is going to go out the window, but there we are.
I don't know. I mean, I've been looking at the weather the entire time essentially now, and it's not cloudy. It's as sunny and bright as it possibly can be at the moment. There is very little wind. We're dealing with 3 kilometers an hour of wind, which means the clouds aren't moving all that much. The air temperature stays more or less the same. It's currently 21 degrees Celsius. We started with 17 degrees. I don't think we're gonna see rain. I know that's a very stark outlook compared to how we started, where I was certain we were gonna see rain. But with the way that the conditions currently are on track, I just don't believe we're gonna see it.
You realise, having said that now, there's going to be a massive downpour in the final hour.
I would love for nothing more. If this race would end in a thunderstorm, I would be cheering it on. But
yeah.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it's going to be happening.
Oh. I mean, you've already put the commentator's curse on enough people today, doing it on the weather forecast as well. Crikey. That would be the ultimate commentator's curse at the end. Yeah, it's going to be dry all race. Rainstorm. Yeah, go figure.
Having seen the end of a very famous RWB race, the endurance race, the Paul Ricard one, the only race in the history of RWB to have been black flagged because of the weather conditions. It was a thunderstorm race back then, and I'm honestly, after having seen the entire VOD now 4 times, that's how much I enjoyed it. I know that the rule is that they no longer put it to the ability that a thunderstorm can happen, but for the love of God, please just put that back in. I would love for nothing more than to have to commentate on that many cars sliding off track with literally no grip, even if they're having wet tires.
Yeah, it was basically at the point where the whole track was actually completely flooded, if I remember correctly. So
yeah.
Even though the tyres, the way the wet tyres are designed, have these massive deep grooves cut into them to try and disperse the water, the amount of water on the circuit was still deeper than that. And it's like in Formula 1 for a few years, they not only had wet weather tyres, but they also had what were known colloquially as monsoon tyres, effectively an extreme wet weather tyre, which everybody forgot to bring to Interlagos at 2003. It's McLaren off in the background there, just waiting for a clear moment to rejoin. And the ended up in absolute total carnage, that race did, as there was literally a river running across the track through Turn 3 at Interlagos, Curva do Sol. Which, given the weather conditions that day, was a highly ironic name for the corner. It's also the corner where, seemingly, I think half the people who retired ended up sliding off on the thing. In fact, I don't think they even had wet tyres that day. I think they only had intermediates, so that would have been a bit interesting with 920 plus horsepower V10 monsters, which they were, of course, back in the back in those days. So yeah, of course, it was also the last win for Jordan as well, the F1 team, and even then that was after the FIA completely forgot their own rules and accidentally gave it to Kimi Räikkönen, which meant that Räikkönen, Fisichella, Eddie Jordan and Ron Dennis had an impromptu trophy handover presentation ceremony on the grid prior to practice for at the following race, which was at Imola for the San Marino Grand Prix.
How do you know all this?
Yes.
How?
He knows because he has to.
I don't understand.
Sadly, yes. I mean, sadly, yes, it does come in quite handy when you're doing journalism to just be able to pick off some random facts. If I remember correctly, the 2003 Brazilian Grand Prix was actually red flagged after first Mark Webber had a massive accident in the on the run up to the pits in the Jaguar, ripped three corners practically clean off the car, and then Alonso came pretty much full speed into the debris and had an equally massive accident.
Oh, yellow flag up ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cleared.
So
What
effectively,
happened?
they only had 2 drivers on the podium because Alonso was in the medical centre being checked over. So they had 2 drivers on the podium. They were in completely the wrong order for good measure. So yeah, slightly chaotic, I think it's fair to say.
I'm still just sitting here, Rob, and every single time I'm just completely flabbergasted by your knowledge and the fact that you're just seemingly pulling these things out of absolute nowhere. It's like, here, I have a fact about this race in 1965 and that driver in that corner on that lap with that lap time, that car engine capacity. Rob, you're absolutely ridiculously amazing at that, and I'm never going to understand how you do it. You're like a walking factoid computer.
That's the trait of the GT Hub crew. Everyone, we just have people that know everything. Just don't ask them about the Copenhagen special.
What?
Are we sure this is something that can be broadcast?
Okay, let's not. Now that I hear that, let's not.
No, it is broadcastable. It's just that there can be funny disputes between the liveries of.
Oh God, no! I've just realised what you're on about now. Yeah, no. It's to do with AJ Foyt and the Copenhagen-sponsored car he raced in. What is now IndyCar, back then was still kart, obviously. In the late 1980s, early 1990s, when he was at the end of his career.
I'm going to intervene for a second as we see Christian Grott trying to overtake Justin Matley here.
We've also got a guest in the commentary box as well.
Hi there, Mr. Arthur.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Solid. I just woke up.
Oh, so you are not driving in that case, I take it.
No, I'm not.
Just woke up, but you've missed essentially all of the already 2 hours and 30 minutes worth of goodness. Actually, I'm wrong. No, yeah, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I was about to say, did I lose an hour there? But no, I didn't.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was planning to wake up earlier to catch the beginning of the race, but I ended up staying up till 4 a.m. last night, which was a big mistake.
Hey Rob, are you there? There's a question from the YouTube chat. If you got fact for the DTM in the 90s?
They never raced at Spa in the 90s, if I remember correctly. They not even when it was the Intercontinental Touring Car or International Touring Car Championship, or whatever the ITC stood for. But they did actually have a few races at Spa back in the 2000s. I seem to remember one at 2005 where, if I remember correctly, Bernd Schneider had a very big off at Eau Rouge, if I remember correctly. Of course, Bernd Schneider was one of the drivers who raced in that most infamous era of of the DTM in the, if I remember correctly, it was the D2 liveried Mercedes C-Class in the, what was back then still the Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft.
How?
That is one fun fact.
To be fair, that was also actually researched for the Race Room 1995 DTM. Sorry, Race Room 1995 Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft im Deutsch.
Please tell me you at least Googled that so that you knew how to pronounce it.
I already knew Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. I had to quickly double check that it was indeed 1995, but I had a feeling it was, so it's more just to basically fact check it and proof it before actually saying it on air.
That said, I am going to interrupt you for a moment as we drag in Cameron Haas.
Big off for the Porsche there at Eau Rouge. Very heavy front end damage on the 415. It went nose first into the wall. They're still drivable, thankfully, because the only thing in the front of a Porsche is basically the fuel tank and the radiator. So in real life, that thing would just be spewing coolant everywhere. And yeah, I couldn't quite make out, unfortunately, if there was contact at the bottom of Eau Rouge, but either way, it was that, and it was actually at that same place where Schneider actually had his accident in 2005 in the in DTM in what I think his car was sponsored by Vodafone. Then I remember seeing.
I'm going to interrupt you again and resume what I was going to do before Grant decided to interrupt with an incredibly unfortunate crash for them. Cameron Haas, one of the drivers in the series currently, is right in our waiting for comms booth. So let's drag him in.
Yeah, feel free to.
Hi there, Cameron. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing all right. I've just got out of the car and rather sweaty, but apart from that, I'm doing all right.
I mean, I'm immediately going to kick it off with an interview question. I saw that you got a few penalties there, if I'm not mistaken.
We got some penalties for stop and goes and drive-throughs, yes.
Stop and goes and drive-throughs. So am I correct in assuming you did a few track cuts?
Absolutely not. We went into the pit lane, and I'm used to playing iRacing and putting the car into second gear. So I instinctively put it into second gear, and then it sped. So I was like, there's a drive-through. And then coming back in for the first pit stop was changing tyres. And we changed the tyres, but there was a miscommunication. So they put me on tyre pressures with cold pressures of 27.5 in the dry.
Oh boy.
Then I sped in the pit lane, so I got a drive-through. And then coming through on the drive-through, I did the drive-through. I came back around to change the tyres again to get, what was it? It was tyres with the right pressures, and then I sped in the pit lane and got a stop and go. So we lost about 4.5 minutes, but we're still here. We're still alive. Reese is in the car now. And Reese is doing what Reese does best, which is he got in the car, I think it was 20 minutes ago, and he's already gained 5 positions. So wow. we're slowly moving up. We know we're not going to be up the front, and that was never our goal. Our goal was just to finish, because we're a brand new team that have never done an endurance race together before. So we have everybody giving it their all and hoping we can make it to the end.
You know what? I did not catch all of that. Not what you said, but just the penalties and all, because I was looking why you guys got the penalties, but now all of that makes sense. Now I can finally visualize how it happened, because I saw you guys dropping down the grid every so often with massive penalties, but I didn't really understand where they were coming from. But yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a bad habit to have, though, for iRacing.
It really is. I kicked myself a little bit when I did it, and it annoyed me even more when the second one was my D-pad button getting stuck. and when it clicked over on pit limiter, and that was what disengaged the pit limiter. Now that really, really annoyed me. But we knew that we weren't going to be at the front. We knew we weren't going to be racing for the win. All we're here to do is finish. So we're going to be trying to finish this race in a decent position if possible, and we're just going to see how many positions we can gain and just drive and have fun. It's made it more fun now because we're able to not push to we know we're not going to be fighting for the win, so we can just push to like P30, and if we don't get P30 then oh well. But I'm just watching Reese here try and navigate P46. But yeah, it's difficult, but we know we can have a laugh while doing it, so.
Hey, those are the most fun races.
Yeah.
I would like to ask, how are you finding the race right now with so many cars on the grid, and just, first time also for us having so many cars? Like, how is it out on the track?
It's how can I put it? I don't think mayhem would be a strong enough word. You have, for us, we're I think 2 laps down now, or 3 laps down. So we were being caught by a lot of cars, and I was just driving because cars have to get past you under blue flags. So I was just driving as I was. Now we had, I think, 4 or 5 penalties put in against us by other cars, which all came to no further action. But it was mainly blue flags and things like that. So I think the faster cars don't understand that the cars that have had a bad start are actually having their own race as well. So some people feel like they've got an entitlement to flash you and dive bomb you into corners, and some people just think, well, he's quicker, so he can go. And if he catches me again, then he'll overtake me. But it's to have this many different cars on track, and then to have different drivers in every single car, and then they change, it's very difficult to find out what that car's actually going to do when you come up behind them.
Sorry, just to correct myself earlier, I have been corrected in the YouTube chat. It's 1995, not 1995, because Nax is night, and I was saying 19 instead of 19. So yeah, I stand very much corrected on that, given that my German knowledge is for the most part limited to listening to Die Turton Hursten. So I very much stand corrected on that, sorry.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out if this one is for position.
No. Simple answer. Schaefer he's 23 seconds behind Van Luke, and Sanders is about 10 seconds behind him. That is one of the... we're now looking at the leader in the Lexus, Marcus Walter. In the Lexus did a 220 last time around.
Wow, that's quick.
And, well, I mean, some of the teams were doing 217s in qualifying, I think, and I think my best ever lap in hot lap mode is, I think, a 224, a high 24, so, yeah. Be pretty easy to tell if I was driving one of the cars on here, because it'd be the slowest thing on the whole circuit.
So, here's the thing that I'm thinking right now, is they're doing, never mind.
I got something. Cameron,
Sorry.
If the penalties that come in, how does that affect your strategy? Because we had the 7 tire sets that are only for the race. So how does that come with your strategy, and what is your plan for the rest of the race?
So we actually have a crew chief who.
Just a quick race update for you.
Oh.
Actually, it'll be 2 seconds.
Okay.
RS investigation again on lap number 50.
Sorry.
One with car number 9.
I love how we can hear that.
Yeah, that's our crew chief. We're under investigation, as you probably heard, for lap 50, corner 1. It was a Lamborghini that stopped in front of me.
Yes, I actually saw that in the incident reports. And I'm.
Yes, I believe you were. You changed over on lap 49. What was the incident?
Oh, this is an interesting strategy.
Now it just says we're under investigation, and it's the same car that reported us for blue flag infringement. So they clearly don't like us.
This is a really interesting view into the back end workings of this team.
And speaking of penalties, the 612 has been given a 15-second penalty for causing a collision with the 117. So the 612 is the Les Bombes entry, and the 117 is the EXR Funders car. That was on lap 55 at turn 11. And then there was a duplicate report filed a lap later, so that one's basically been scrubbed. So yeah, there are a couple which have been showing up as duplicate reports where maybe one or more team members decided to actually file a report for the same incident at the same time, and it's just like, well, it's the same thing, so gloss over that and scratch that one off because we're already investigating it. But yeah, that's how it's looking on the race control updates board. And back to you in the and back to you on the motorsport desk.
So
your strategy that was.
Yeah. Sorry, to answer your question. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what that incident was. So back to your question. Our main goal for now is to just keep driving, keep doing the laps, keep minimizing penalties. And we've actually figured out, I can actually say this now because I wasn't going to say much while it was the start of the race, while people could actually do it. But with the stint timers that we have, which are 67 minutes, if we can run them to the end of the 67 minutes or near enough, because the pit lane isn't counted in stint timers, we can actually eliminate a pit stop, which means 1 minute 20 will be taken off our race time because we won't have to pit. So our goal at the moment is to make sure we have 8 pit stops instead of 9 like the rest of the field. And hopefully that'll gain us half a lap on everyone at the end. That's our plan at the moment. Now, if it's going to work or not, I have no clue. But that's our plan. But yeah, sorry for the guys talking in the background. We were just trying to figure out what was happening.
Oh, no worries. That was really interesting content. Don't worry about it. It's actually interesting because this makes you the second team. Remember, chat, all the way at the start, I was talking about the fact that there was a team that was trying to eliminate a full pit stop, and I'm still not going to give away who that is because that still plays a huge amount of into strategy. But there still is another team on the grid currently trying to also do that exact same thing.
Yes, that's true. I know which team that is because I spoke to them and they gave us the idea. So
Was the less 8 stints part of the plan from the start, or is that after what has happened?
So the 8 stints was our plan from the start. It was every endurance race that I've ever done, our goal is to eliminate as many pit stops as we can, because it's a lot quicker to gain 3 seconds in a pit stop than it is to gain 3 seconds up Eau Rouge. So the goal is to get the pit stop bang on, a pit limiter as soon as you can, lower your speeds as late as possible, and get the pit lane perfect, stop on the marks, everything. And you can gain about 7 to 8 seconds in a pit stop alone. And if you eliminate a whole pit stop and a whole pit lane, because at Spa it is the length of Route 66, you can you can just gain so much time. So that plays a really key part in this. And that was our goal from the start, to genuinely eliminate a pit stop from our strategy. Sorry, I've just been watching our driver Reese just go around. He's just at a 220.1. Now I don't know if that's in correlation to anything, but I heard you were saying the leaders were doing 220.5s earlier.
229s actually, and 220.18s depending on how far they're into their stints.
Yeah, and I think the fastest lap is a 2:18 at the moment, which is still, like, to someone who usually does struggles to get below a 25 is still like well over my head in terms of like what a car can do around Spa, but therefore it's probably safer that I'm actually cooped up in the commentary box.
Yeah.
So yeah. I do joke about my lack of talent behind the wheel, but yeah.
It's mostly practice.
Yeah.
I'm
You
gonna
don't
have
get the
to.
practice on your potato.
Yeah, sadly not. I don't think that thing. I mean, to be fair, I could get some practice if I got some chips out of the freezer and put that in. I might be able to get some practice at trying to see if you could heat a potato up. But that's a really bad idea.
I have
so I
a
won't.
last question though for Cameron to like interject here. So you obviously went with the strategy to go for 8 stints, right? Because that's realistically the lowest amount if you do everything absolutely perfect. But have you got a backup plan for when the wet weather sets in case it does?
Yes. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Oh, hang on. We've got crew chief talking. Do you guys want to listen?
Yes.
Why not?
Something, Reese?
Yeah, we got crew chief talking.
That's 30 minutes. Then I've got 5.9 litres left to fill.
Okie dokie, mate.
There you go. Yeah. So when the wet weather comes, because it will.
Are you sure you're 30 minutes in, Reese? Because I've got 37 minutes, 35 seconds. You left the pit lane.
He's got 30 minutes left. Yeah, the plan is when the wet weather comes is to we have a setup on the car at the moment after our conversation earlier and the mad rush. The setup on the car at the moment is made for dry and wet weather, and we know in the wet we are within the top teams in terms of pace. So we're going to hope that wet weather comes, because if wet weather comes, then that will literally save our race. We know exactly what to do in wet weather. We've practiced strategies just before the race, and we have from plan A to plan F, I think it is. So different strategies for different exceptions. We're currently on plan E, or strategy E. And yeah, we're gonna just keep running, keep doing what we're doing, and we know that we've got to double stint tires this stint. And then when the wet weather comes, we will be able to hopefully push a little bit harder and just gain those few positions.
Sounds good. Now
I'm gonna
you're
have
prepared,
to leave you guys because we just got a penalty and for 15 seconds, and I'd like to figure out why and possibly contest it. So I will.
Sorry, but it's not possible to contest the penalties.
It's not possible to contest them.
Nope.
No,
not
the
possible
decisions are final. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Maybe if you ask the stewards later for clearing up of what was wrong from your point of view, what you could have done better.
Yeah.
Because there have been multiple incidents and they are just trying to get through them without having to write down.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Thanks for letting me pop in and talk to you guys.
No problem.
Yeah,
Always welcome.
Thank you as well.
And yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys later with a car in a little bit of a better position.
Hopefully so.
Hope so.
Good luck and
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys. Speak to you guys
Best
later.
luck.
Good luck.
Cheers. Hi.
Yeah.
So interestingly, a bit like factoid about their team. Earlier, they came into a voice channel when I was talking to Nate. Nate being, of course, the dude that sets everything up for the streaming and all the rest of it. And they came in and we started talking. I was like questioning them a little bit about their strategies and everything. And I was like, well, what did you choose? Did you go for dry or wet setup? And why did you do either or? And then all three of them, including their race engineer that was there, essentially basically had a complete panic attack over the fact that they didn't have a wet weather setup ready and that they hadn't even practiced or tested it. So that's what he was referring to earlier when he said like the mad rush, because they literally immediately left and then the entire hour before it started probably prepared wet weather stuff. It was really interesting.
I remember before one endurance race, we literally had to get tire pressures correctly set up 1 hour before the race because everyone forgot about it.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Yeah, that is very much suboptimal to ensuring that a suitable preparation is had for such a long and demanding race, such as an endurance race.
Hey, we finished well in that one, somehow. But yeah, I'm planning on when the team joins multiple or more endurance races to do a lot more preparation. I have a plan. 5-year plan.
5 years till you make money.
Oh, okay, maybe more.
No, this is just racer's equivalent of El Plan.
This is the Soviet 5-year plans type of plan.
Ah, right.
Yeah, so it is going to be 100% completed by the year 4.
I remember I did a mini endurance race, granted, a few weeks ago. I finished the race setup, I think, 10 minutes before qualifying started.
I mean, I think the most last minute someone I know handed in an assignment in when I was at uni was about 4 or 5 minutes before handing, and we were all on the uni group chat going, "Get in there, mate, well in, good shift, yeah, good one, cracking job." That's
I once forgot to hand in something and did the exact same, like, oh shit, oh god. Give me the pen.
Yeah.
Like, I had it finished, but I forgot to hand it in.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, to be fair, a friend of mine did actually do that in second year. Had his laptop on, thought he'd submitted it, but went for a night out, got home, and promptly realised he forgot to press the button saying submit, I think, in the end, and yeah, it was capped at 40% pass on it. And I mean, well, to be fair, I think the other good one was when a friend of mine decided to actually started writing his dissertation the day before handing, and basically just smashed the whole thing out in 24 hours and yeah, passed it. So we were having a bit of a we did have a bit of a laugh back in the good old days.
Oh, the night stints for handing assignments are the best ones.
Yes, see my master's final research project handed in at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, 6 weeks to do 4 months worth of work. Yeah, that ended as well as you could probably imagine. Badly. So yeah, that's going to be what I'm probably going to be doing for most of tomorrow. Is probably researching stuff to do with methodologies and how to write a literature review. Like, actually kind of properly write a literature review.
So, because Matt's asked, sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
Is there a forecast of rain? No, there's not. However, there is a high possibility of rain, as we figured out on the practice server. So, while there is no immediate forecast of rain, there's still 6 hours to go, and it is Belgium. So, we never know. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. We'll see.
And also, it's the Ardennes region as well. It does have its own almost microclimate. I mean, we saw that a couple of years ago in the World Endurance Championship when it snowed during the race.
It could be, even if it comes to the rain, it could be interesting one, because in one of the RWB races, I remember there was a rain forecast, but it was like a half an hour shower. And with how long the pit lane is, it was a question of what are you gonna do? Are you gonna box in for the wet tires, or are you gonna try and survive in the rain and just carry on? And literally people did both. Some went in for dry tires, some stayed out, and some went in for wet tires. And interestingly, it stopped with 20 minutes remaining in the race. So you had people who did not come in, who stayed on the dries, people who came in for wets and came back for dries, and people who decided to stay on wet tires. That could be interesting part here of who, if it rains, who decides to go in and when.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well, because also it's such a long pit lane that you really would lose a lot of time if you got the strategy somewhat awry.
Wrong.
Then you would actually, you would end up losing about. It would cost you about 4 minutes, effectively, in terms of just having to make 2 trips down the pit lane and get new tyres bolted on.
Something else that is like really bad there is you cannot afford to get that wrong. You know what I mean? If you get it wrong, that's you're fucked. That's it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Because if you misjudge that you can stay out on dries, congratulations, there goes your race. If you misjudge you can stay out on wets, congratulations, there goes your race.
It'll also be important to note when is the pit window. How far is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you could you could maybe make one less pit stop, but you would have to survive like 5 laps on those tires.
Yeah.
And lose time.
And also there's also the case of you're on the wrong tires, you go off the track, you hit the wall, congratulations, there goes your race.
Yep.
I mean, just cast your mind back to last year's 24 at Spa.
Oh, yes.
Right place, right time.
Yes. Right place, right time, and then subsequently around the outside of Blanchemont in the last 10 minutes of the race for the win, which was arguably the best overtake I saw in any series, in real life, hands down, all year. So
it's just Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel of a Ferrari.
I mean, yes. Granted, it's Alessandro Pierguidi driving. I mean, if it's a Ferrari and it's got Pierguidi behind the wheel, then it's going to be pedalled pretty quickly, as we see here. Not quite a move for position. I think it's just getting past the back marker there. But yeah, either way, it's going to be pretty special to watch. So
I just need to bring this thing up. I just looked over to the incident reports and there's like 5 more files.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that.
Oh, here we go. Get my
stewards are definitely being busy.
Oh, crikey. Yes, there are quite a lot.
It's it seems like there's a lot of things happening across the grid, but I can't quite find all of it because there's just so many cars.
It happens in such a short time. You can't find anything.
All right. We're gonna test some knowledge of Rob here, by the way. Rob.
Yes.
Who is this person?
Who's this person? Hold on, let me sit down. Oh, that is James Kell, who races in the British GT Championship, if I remember correctly.
Correct. You read it in the chat, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Charger pointed it out earlier. That is indeed James Kell.
Yeah, a professional racing driver in the British GT Championship. I think he's been testing a couple of GT3 cars lately himself as well. So, yeah, going to be very, very interesting indeed to see his plans for the upcoming season.
I wonder if this is like practice for him.
Well, Spa is as British as the contents of British Museum, so
Yeah, but if he's trying out for the GT3 cars, you know, it's still a GT3 car.
And British GT hasn't traditionally has had an away day at Spa the weekend before the 24 hours. So what happens is that you usually ended up with some of the teams taking part in the Spa 24 hours actually jumping into the British GT field for a one-off appearance because they saw it as well. It's only the weekend before. It's extra track time, extra practice for us. Yeah, let's do it. So it was quite interesting. It wasn't like the top teams in that regard, like the all-pro teams fighting for the for the win for the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It was more kind of in the Pro-Am classes, as British GT still maintains a very strict Pro-Am split. So there are no, like, you see in LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship where you've got a silver graded amateur driver in inverted commas, except that amateur driver's like some 19-year-old hot shoe out of Formula Renault. It's proper AM drivers, and it's still a proper Pro-Am championship, which is quite refreshing to see in this day and age. And so some of the teams in the kind of the Pro-Am and the AM classes in British GT GT World Challenge Europe, think actually let's enter the Spa race for British GT as kind of a warm-up, as a precursor, as a prelude to Les 24 de Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, I got another message from stewards, long time no hearing from them. This time, car 84, 15-second time penalty for dive bomb, causing an incident with multiple cars, what it seems, that had to take avoiding action.
My God.
Yes, that's not ideal. And in other news, one of my fellow stream admins has joined us in the commentary box as well.
No. Hold on. We're not introducing him yet, because someone has joined a car, which means it is time for the absolute perfect companion for you and your endurance races is Racing Sim Tools, as they have the perfect tool for you to do remote pit stops and help your driver, making certain that they don't have any issues. They can just focus on the road as you and your teammates are just capable of adjusting everything. Check out racingsimtools.com to learn more. Now you may.
Thank you to the Belgian equivalent of Linus Sebastian. And I'm delighted to say that one of my fellow commentary admins, stream admins, has decided to jump out the car for a bit and join us in the this very well-used commentary box. The Chief has joined us. How are we?
I think we're doing pretty well. It's going well out there. Yeah. Not much to say. I've just been enjoying some pizza, getting out the car, out of the rig, bit of walk, grabbing a drink, going for a slash. And then coming back and hearing you guys big up James, big up the car 84, and then, I just heard about us getting that 15-second penalty. So, it's been a lot of ups and downs, It's just racing.
Yeah, and also, you said when we were messaging each other a few days ago that there is a distinct lack of sponsorship this weekend at Spa from an energy drinks company.
Yes, unfortunately they have been dropped. It turns out that the drinks contain a certain substance that is produced by the male bits of the species. So we had to drop it.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Sorry. Yeah. Who knew?
What energy drink?
Rush Energy. Except I'm not supposed to say their name because I'm not. Well, we're not affiliated with them anymore. But yeah, Rush Energy. They put a special sauce in. So we had to drop them.
What?
Yes.
I am completely confused. I can't tell if this is serious or not. I'm actually just blank staring at the screen right now, trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, I'm being serious. It's the creamy goodness was literal cream.
Oh.
Can't believe you guys thought to be serious.
I mean, this is part 3 of the saga that we had episodes of during the Bathurst 12 hours and the Kyle Army 9 hours last year. Thought it would be a good idea to see how everything was going, but yeah, unfortunately, I think the legal teams might be starting to enter the field of play instead of the offense and the defense teams. It's the legal team which have decided to get involved, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad day for all Rush energy drink enjoyers, but you know, they can go and get it from the source, I guess, if they still want it. But yeah, apart from the Rush energy drink,
Can we get back to the track?
yeah, I was about to say that was a brilliant overtake there from on Schaefer there. So I'm still surprised at how many overtakes there are for positions still going on out on track. Like, it usually dies down, but I guess with 60 odd cars out there, it's just
most are actually still on similar laps.
Yeah.
There's very few groups of less than 5 still on the same lap. So yeah, proper evenly spread.
Yeah, like you can see the track map. It's kind of what always happens in these endurance races, but you normally end up with small trains or pairings going off and kind of fighting each other. But yeah, you can see that map. It's just a whole bunch of spaghetti flying around everywhere, making the shape of Spa.
Yes, the good old dancing ant screen living up to what it does best for the big endurance races. I can't imagine what it would have looked like about 10-15 years ago at the Nürburgring 24 hours back when they still had close to 200 cars taking part.
At that point,
something similar to this.
At that point, you might as well take the track map away because you won't be seeing the map.
Yeah, pretty much. It is a little bit of an issue, but yeah, it's it's pretty cool. We do have a pretty good track map for the we use on our, which is why we've got an iPad at work in the studio just for that. But yeah, it's been good fun so far. The kind of looking at Phil Varley in the lone Nissan, car number 36. I mean, being a Nissan, I would have thought maybe 23, given that in Japanese 23 is 2-3, which is Nissan. But now they've gone for 36, which is San. I'm going to have to look this up on Google Translate now because I don't actually know what 6 is.
I swear to God, every single stream I do with you, you just step it up a notch. How the hell do you know the numbers in Japanese?
Oh no, of course it's 6 is Roku, because the Toyota Corolla A86 is known as the Haichi Roku, the 86. So this is what happens when you spend most of your teenage years just reading up about like Skylines, Evos, Imprezas, and all the cool JDM stuff from back in the day. But yeah.
Well, a JDM car that is doing well is Phil Varley catching up to Podolski, because I've been running pitwall.live, just keeping track of competitors, but I've just had a look between them, and Varley's catching about 0.8 seconds a lap to Podolski consistently, so good things hopefully on the way for that battle. Yeah, battle for third place overall in a would make it an all-Japanese manufacturer, top 3 as well, as it's Lexus 1-2 at the moment. Walter from Warden. Warden, no doubt, being aided by his police standard issue moustache, no doubt. Although, having said that, he's just lost a position to Marco Podolski, and he's just lost another position to Varley. So this is now going to be the battle for second place instead of third. I'm wondering if Eddie may have made a mistake somewhere, or has come into the pits. No, he's come into the pits in the CPT 5LOW, living up to its number plate there at the back.
Oh crikey, it's the Rozzers.
Oh crikey, it's the Rozzers. Yes, catching crims and locking them up in your community.
Is the cock good now?
Oh yes, it's the actually we just saw a quick glimpse of it there on the roof. The O3, the O is designed to actually look like the traditional inverted plant pot lights on the top of a standard issue police car. from the late 1990s, early 2000s.
Did they go in for a drive-through or something?
I don't know.
Looked like it, didn't it?
It kind of did. What car number is Eddie? It's car number 3. Hold on a sec. I will go.
That will be a drive-through. For the track limits, probably.
Probably. Let me see. I don't know why my voice is going so high at the end of a sentence. Yeah, I'm guessing it is actually a. Yeah, you're right.
I don't think so, because it's switched over to Crawford Brown now. So that's a different driver. So it must be a driver swap.
Yeah, it must be just a standard Communal Garden pit stop then. Nice and normal. So I'll quickly close, or at least minimize the tab that's got access to the race control.
An update on our Bentley driver in our beautiful Bentley livery. They finally got some relief, as there's now finally another person in it. That makes Schaefer a Tristan driver.
Yep,
which is absolutely insane.
Schaefer doing a triple stint, handing over to Max Haynes now. Max actually also a racing driver in real life, having a big old moment there. So I can only assume he's on cold tyres and actually just simply trying to get a feel for the car right now. But with all due respect to Schaefer, Max is the quicker driver. I know I said earlier that watching Max make a one-off appearance in the GT Hub mini league, quote unquote, except it wasn't a mini league, it ended up lasting for about 6 months. So yeah, mini league, definitely. Just rocked up to 1 round and promptly second a lap faster than everyone else. So absolutely phenomenal driver. So no doubt they should be hopefully moving up the field in the number 13 Bentley.
I got a message from the stewards.
Oh.
Car number 8, Cracks Sim Pro, have been given a 30-second stop and go penalty for flashing a car and causing an incident with it subsequently.
And of course, by order of the Peaky Blinders, the no freaking flashing rule is taken very seriously indeed, and that's why.
Yeah, that is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna be... that's gonna cost them at getting on for a lap, you'd think.
Oh,
but they were 15 laps deep in their stint timer, so that's gonna cost them a stint.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. If they're coming in for a pit stop, they're gonna be doing back to back, and if they accidentally get that wrong and say take the speed limiter off too soon, be a bit too late putting the speed limiter on, or accidentally have the car in second in the pit lane and speed up and then get a penalty that way, then yeah, that is going to be catastrophic for their chances in the race. Yep. So yeah, no doubt that's going to come as be quite the issue for them.
So I have some bad news. The wind is slowing down and the temperatures are rising. I don't think we're gonna see rain.
Okay, that's interesting, but the strategy part will still be there.
Yes, absolutely. It's still going to be, it's a case of depending on when you decide to double stint your tyres, very much going to be something to keep an eye on.
So, oh, that is interesting. Philip Varley seems to have made a pause Badowski.
Yes, he has. He has, I think recently, I think Badowski's come into the pits though.
Yeah, no, yeah, Badowski has come into the pits and Varley has not.
Yeah, so Varley, imagine would be coming into the pits fairly soon.
Soon.tm.
Yeah, soon.tm. So, yeah, no doubt we should be seeing him maybe.
Almost now.
Yeah, I think he might be staying another lap or two, methinks.
I think 2-3 laps. Actually, 2 laps is the maximum they can still stay out. And that is if they time it absolutely perfectly. The max amount of laps that we've seen so far a team run was 28 laps in one stint.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, I think, whether or not they do try and actually push it for that second lap, but I'd imagine that it would be in at the end of this lap.
My eye is caught currently by Walter. They did a 2:18.3 fastest lap of the race currently. That's bloody quick.
It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal so far. And now Varley into the lead of the race. Granted, this is on the pit stop cycle at the moment, so no doubt this can and will probably change at some point as well.
I wonder if they're going to risk it staying out that extra lap. I think we're coming close up to the end of the stint timer for them. I think they have about 2 minutes left, tops.
Yeah, looking at where Phil is now on the track map, just coming up to Fanya. No, he's gonna have to come in at the end of this lap, I would imagine. So
he has to, right?
Yeah, you think you'd imagine and you'd expect him to be coming in at the end of this lap. Whether he does or not is a completely different matter entirely, but I am expecting to see the Nissan come in now.
No,
which he doesn't. So he is going to try risking it and maybe go for an extra lap. So this is going
to be dangerous.
Very interesting indeed, I think it is fair to say.
You're calculating in also the time spent traveling through the pit lane.
It's still close though. If a single back marker or themselves they make a mistake, they could be called out by this. They're absolutely pushing the absolute minimum, like maximum out of this.
I mean,
you know what I'm thinking? Would they be trying to go for the 8 minutes? The 8 stints.
Perhaps. Who knows? I guess many teams are thinking about that since seeing it like, we can save a pit stop, but can you do that?
Because car 36, the first stint around, 28 laps. Second stint around, 28 laps. And now this one, they're going for, you guessed it, 28 laps.
28 laps, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it, but I mean, they have calculators. They know how long it takes for one lap. They know how long it takes to come into the pits. So I think they know enough to make this kind of decision.
I got some interesting information right now, though.
Yes.
You know how I said there isn't going to be any rain?
Yes.
The ambient temperature just dropped 2 degrees.
Ooh.
Well, but isn't it getting darker?
No, not yet, but ambient temperature dropping a little bit and being fluctuational like it is right now is most of the time an indicator that there might be rain. I don't know what's going to happen with the weather, and I don't like it. Normally, I have a pretty decent understanding of where the race is going to be headed weather-wise, but this one is... It's being a true Belgium one. It's being all over the place. It's being hard to predict.
We shall see.
We shall indeed. It's going to definitely be something to maybe keep an eye on. I know we were doing quite a lot of keeping an eye on the weather during the Kyalami 9 hours, as Phil Varley finally comes into the pits now. Hard on the brakes, hit the speed limiter bang on.
They're going for it, aren't they?
Fortune pays the bulls. Or the brave, or whatever the hell is the quote.
I kind of like how it says whatever on the back of their car, but the problem is that for me, that reminds me of a very particular song not a lot of people know about, and that's My United States of Whatever.
No?
Is that by A Day to Remember by any chance?
No clue, but I don't think it is. It was a comedian who made that song, and it's literally about a song that he doesn't... I was going to say a word I'm trying not to say today. That he doesn't care at all.
Yeah.
I am really curious to see if the stint Varley put in is enough to uproot the top essentially a little bit, because it has been unchanged. The top tree has been the exact same the entire race through, believe it or not. It hasn't moved an inch.
Maybe not change the top 3, but at least maybe get closer to someone else.
Well, Varney was rather close to Badowski at the time that they that Badowski went in, so there's absolutely a possibility here. Okay, so Walter immediately reclaims the position, so car 99 is still going to be leading by a absolutely bonkers like margin, so that was expected. This is going to be close.
Can you see where is Badowski right now?
Car number 100.
Badowski, is he in the car though? I don't think he is. It's Simmons in the car. Max Simmons is in the car. They've done a driver swap.
No, that's not.
That's car 100.
That's not the correct car.
Isn't
it? Oh, it's not.
I think car is.
Where did the car from Badowski go?
They did swap, and Alexander jumped in.
Ah, there it is.
Mercedes.
Thank you. That is the absolute perfect. I was really confused because it was not Simmons. That I knew.
Yeah,
it was
sorry,
not an
I
Aston.
thought you said it was. I thought you said it was car 100. I was like, I
said
think
car
I can
100,
make
and
out
as I was
through the pixels on my laptop screen. I think that's in. Oh no! It turns out it's the car in third place. Yeah, pit stop cycle doing pit stop cycle things.
Yeah, I was really confused for a second because I said car 100 and I was like, wait, is that right? That doesn't feel right. Okay, so as it turns out, Varley going for another stint, and they are currently... Actually, I am wrong. That is not Varley going for another stint. That is Crawford Brown going for another stint. As it still needs to update. Crawford Brown going for a stint, but this time about they have a gap of about 4.6 seconds, 6.4 what I saw. Yeah, 7.6.
Well, Phil is definitely going for an stint. Crawford is in a different car up ahead in second place.
What is happening with my overlays and my broadcasting tool?
I don't know, Crawford Brown is in the leg side. Is in one of the leg side.
Okay, as I tried to figure out why the broadcasting tool is no longer accurately updating itself, I will be quiet.
And I will not be quiet. So apologies to everyone listening. You got potentially uninterrupted of my voice. Whether that's a good or a bad thing remains to be seen, but here we go.
Well, Crawford currently going strong back in the second place, Lexus.
Yeah, that's because of his moustache, mate.
Okay, I figured it out. It just froze up for a second. It was nothing. Like 2 clicks of switching away from Philip Varley, and everything went back to the way that it used to be.
Excellent. Excellent news.
Well, but looking at the grid, it's still unexpected that the Lexi are going so strong with 1 and 2 and another car being there and thereabout in the top 10.
Yeah. It's definitely looking like it's going to be quite a good result for Lexus so far. Kind of looking at Remy Papan in the Lamborghini.
back in the car. And how many positions did he gain overall? Is 36 right now.
Yeah.
In
With
P.
Max straight behind, with also 36, Terran with 33. Holy hell!
Okay, this is going to probably be a duo that will be charging forward anytime soon. Like, who the next car up in front of Papan is?
Oh, Max slowly catching on Papan as well. That's
The
worth
man
getting on
just
board.
got his racing license test done today, so he probably has some speed in him after that.
Yeah, absolutely. That is.
Is that
gonna
Papan
be-
we can see in the distance already from Max's view?
I think it is.
Papan
Both
is
of them
currently showing as being 4 seconds up the road, so one would
Yeah.
imagine, yes. Judging
And how
by.
are they compared to Alexenkov?
They are... Give me a second to figure it out. No, I don't think the timing screen is correct here. Actually, no. Papan is indeed catching on Alex as well.
So both of them
2.2
are-
seconds.
Yeah, so both of them are catching Alexenkov in front.
Yep.
This might turn into a small train of free cars sometime soon. With Alexenkov having few cars in front of him as a lap traffic, I would say maybe the Lamborghini in front is for a position. Yeah, that's Jody Sanders.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's only just under about 3 seconds or so behind Geordie Sanders, so would be catching Sanders for position. Quite what the gaps between Sanders and Spangler and Van Luca, I'm not 100% sure, to be quite honest with you, but nevertheless, this could get quite spicy indeed. As Alexenkov is now showing us having passed Spengler. So I
Yeah,
think
Spangler going into the pit lane.
Yeah, so I think Spangler's been in the pit, excuse me, so now it's battle
But
closing up here as Sanders appears to be in a little bit of traffic here, maybe. I think that...
Yeah, but
Sanders-
Alexenkov wants to get past Sanders as fast as
yeah.
he can. Because even though
Absolutely.
Papan is 15 seconds back, and that's a lot of a time, you can lose those 15 seconds quite fast when you are going to be battling the car in front. And count in also the traffic in front of them. They can lose a lot of time if they are placing their car wrongly.
Absolutely, yeah. It is going to be so crucial, especially with the amount of traffic here on the circuit as well. Just trying to stay relatively clean. I'll say relatively. Speaking there's contact there, big contacts, and there's at the curb pull through. There's a Lamborghini having to take massive avoiding action there in the tarmac runoff area. It's just a.
Was that Sanders?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Sanders, he had to go wide, but luckily he managed to avoid all of that and probably did not hit anyone. But Alexenkov is the big gain from that, as he gained a position. But, oh, that was wild. Looked like back markers just did not communicate with each other well through there.
Yeah, and that would have been very much heart in the mouth, both for Alexenkov and for Sanders. In fact, it's still showing Sanders as being ahead of Alexenkov as they come past the pit. We'll just wait for this to see if it updates in a second or two.
But now Alexenkov can just set sail onto the Ferrari of Van Luke in front of him. And just leave the Sanders to Papan and have him deal with the troubles later.
I don't think so. I think Sanders is actually still ahead of the Lexus. That Lamborghini was not for position. That was actually to go a lap down. Because that was one of the Lamborghini Raccoon cars. I think that might have been... Can't remember. Not sure who was driving that. But either way, that was not for position. So you can see there's a BMW just in front of the Lexus, and then just in front of the BMW is, I think, is Sanders, judging by the relative gap still being around 3 seconds at the moment.
Okay, my bad. Got me carried away.
Hey. I ran off, sorry for that. But I dragged someone back with me. Oh, Josh, I wonder who it was. Well, with me is... sorry. With me is James Kell, professional British GT driver.
Yeah. Let's call it professional.
Yes.
More professional than all of us.
A lot more.
I wondered where you went, Red. I wondered where you disappeared to.
I didn't disappear anywhere.
Oh.
Did you disappear? What did the peer do to you?
I mean, I have pizza. If you mean that I was quiet, it's because I have pizza right now. I was quite hungry.
What kind of pizza?
Margarita. I am most definitely a basic B.
Disappointing.
Just don't tell me you have leave, laugh, love sign over your door.
So, a question that I had earlier, James. I'm actually quite curious whether or not it's correct. Are you currently driving the McLaren as practice?
Well, no. Well, we'll gloss over that one. It's just a fun car to drive, and obviously I've been driving the 570 GT4 last year. But yeah, no, the GT3 is very enticing, and I've done a bit of time in it at Estoril. With one of the new teams to the British GT Grid, 76. So yeah, that was really good fun, and yeah, hoping to try and maybe see what could happen, but never know. But yeah, driving lots of different things at the moment.
Second question that I immediately have: how representative is ACC actually to the real thing? For this car model, the McLaren in game, it's not amazing. It doesn't correlate particularly well to what I drove. In places it does, but it's just, as soon as you get a bit of a slide on in this car, it just seems to last forever on the ACC, whereas you can generally correct it a lot faster in real life, which is just a bit, it just gets a bit annoying. And then the braking in ACC for this car just seems a bit strange with the trailing. It just seems to want to over rotate, but it might just be the setup we have it at, or you could probably adjust the setup to make it more realistic, but ultimately the in-game physics means that's slower, if you see what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So it's you have to compromise to go fast, unfortunately, in this game. But yeah, no, it's pretty decent. But yeah, I still use Assetto Corsa when I can with mods. I think it's just a little bit nicer.
You can take this as a little bit of pastime thing to do.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I'm just doing it for fun with Josh and Ian, who I'm sharing the car with, and we've been friends for a while, so it's just a bit of a laugh, really, and just enjoying just getting some laps in, and it's been really good.
But yeah, let's dive away from the driving physics and all. But how do you compare the slightly real life, but to the sim races and just people who wanna join in for the fun and laughs, like the complexity of this race and being with so many cars on the grid?
I think Assetto Corsa Competizione is probably the easiest to get into and just jump in for a race and have a good time. Obviously, you get your safety rating up, which isn't particularly difficult in this game, and then just go from there. It's been really good, actually. I mainly use ACC for just having fun, to be honest. It's a just really easy user interface and great fun to just lap and have a good time with your friends. And then maybe when I'm doing slightly more serious things, we tend to fall towards Assetto Corsa and R Factor, just because they're more moddable, so we can do custom models for tracks and cars and tires and XYZ, so it's a bit easier in that sense to get how we want things to behave. But ACC is great for just coming on and having a good time.
And now, obviously, the question: everyone's been asking everyone. Sorry for cutting you off there for a second, Varga. How are you finding the Big Grid race with this many cars on track? How does it feel?
It's interesting. I've noticed like some frame drops and stuff with having so many cars on track at the same time. So it's been a little bit interesting for like FPS, but no, it's been generally pretty good. Like we've been enjoying it. We've been caught up in a few things, unfortunately, but it's just dropped us back from where we qualified. But we're still having fun, and we're still lapping pretty well and pretty consistently. So yeah, no, really enjoyed it. I've done a couple of big grid races in the past. I did Silverstone last year with Ian and another friend of mine, so in the Lexus. So yeah, it's all been really good. Really enjoyed it.
But I would like to know, how did you find out about this race, though?
Mainly through like Josh and Ian and all my friends that race with RWB. It was the case of, you know, they were like, they said they were doing the 9 hours, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll definitely jump in for that because I'm free for it, basically. I think for me the issue is actually just having free time to do things like this. It's quite hard for me, especially like if you saw my calendar coming up for the next few months, it's pretty like ram-packed full of stuff. So yeah, I don't usually get like, strangely, because I do a lot of stuff at weekends, obviously, for racing during the season, but then I'm also training all week, Monday to Friday. So it's hard to balance. Like when you get home and if you've been on the sim for 6 hours, 7 hours that day, you don't particularly sometimes want to jump back on the sim again for another 4 hours or 5 hours. So luckily I had a bit of free time.
Yeah, like you've been driving so much, just the thought of seeing another steering wheel and having to drive is
Yeah. No, honestly, yeah, no, it can get a bit tiring, but it's really good. And like Assetto course is quite good to just jump straight back into. It does take a little bit of time to transition across to sort of relearn the physics model for the game, but it's once you've sort of got the knack for it, it's okay. Like you can just have a nice time. But to be really, really fast in Assetto Corsa, which I'm definitely, like Assetto Corsa Competizione, which I'm definitely not. Yeah, I think you just need lots of practice and staying usually within the same car, and that just helps you out massively with just coming on as a driver in the game.
I'd be interested to see if you have time at some point or other, if you could see you on other of our endurance events or other races.
Yeah, no, it'd be good. Like I always like doing the big grid races, and especially the longer races when it's a bit more of a team sort of environment and where, you know, sharing the car, because that's just more fun. I find it more fun than just, you know, the sprint races are great, but endurance is a little bit more strategy and a little bit more, you know, just thinking about things and how you want to go about your strategy. So it's really, really good fun, and yeah, no, I really enjoy the endurance stuff.
Yeah, that's something that just popped into my mind with the strategy. How do you find the tire limits going, and what was like your strategy, guys, thinking about the tires, the fuel, the max stint, and overall with that?
It actually feels like the way the tires go and throughout the stint, and as the fuel comes off, it actually feels somewhat representative, because you have like the initial sort of 5-6 laps, maybe 5 laps I'd say, where you've got a really good tire under you but a lot of fuel, and you can get some actually decent lap times. And then as the tire starts to drop, you've still got the heavy fuel load, you start to obviously drop that pace a little bit, and then near the end of the stint, as long as you don't overcook the tires, as the fuel degrades and you've got less fuel in the car starts to come back alive again. So my time sort of like started out pretty strong, dipped a little bit in the middle, and then came back strong at the end. So that tends to be the case with most things, actually. Even the GT4 last year was sort of a bit like that. It's just you had to wait for the fuel to come out, and then the car just gets a little bit more agile. So yeah, no, it actually behaves quite similar to real life.
Jimmy, he's asking what our strat is with the limited tyre sets.
Limited tyre sets. Oh, sorry. Limited tyre sets. We're currently just sending it and seeing. We haven't double stinted anything at the moment, but we're hoping for a bit of rain. But
so you are going with the deal with the problem when they arrive.
Yeah. We didn't do any planning. It was more of a case of just show up, drive, and just hope for the best. So yeah. We'll see what happens with the weather. If it rains, it'd be great for us, because we're running like a sort of in-between setup, so we have decent dry performance, but if it turns wet, we have some decent wet performance as well. But it currently doesn't look like it's going to get wet anytime soon, but we can still hope. There's still plenty of time left.
Something that also reminded me, when you mentioned you were driving the GT4, the 570 last year.
Yeah.
After the previous season we had on RWB, we had one race in that car, and many people were not happy with its characteristics.
Yeah.
Like people were really questioning the brake bias that you cannot change on ACC and the locked rear diff.
Yeah.
How
no,
does that?
That's real. You can't change brake bias in the car, and actually the diff in real life is open. It's an open diff. So the way it controls the diff at the rear is actually to the rear brakes. So there's different ways you can try and get around things by moving certain sensors and stuff, but it's basically a road car with a roll cage. To put it bluntly, it's with some slicks as well. And that's just because it was developed 6 years ago, or 7 years ago now. So it's a bit behind sort of the curve of everyone else in GT4s currently. So it doesn't have the Bosch Motorsports ABS traction control systems like the Mercedes or even the Toyota Supra or any of that sort of, the newer cars that are coming out. It doesn't have any of that, so it's a bit behind the curve in that sense. But when you know how to drive it, you can get the time out of it, but it has a very specific style of driving, which takes a bit of time to learn. The only thing the in-game doesn't model is ESC intervention. So we actually just use the computers pretty much all the way around the track. So when we come into our braking zones, we're deep into the ABS, and then we actually trail the ABS all the way into virtually the apex, come out of the brake. You have loads of steering lock on in this car. You basically scrub the front end loads in the 570, and then you let the ESC just intervene and catch the slide using the rear brakes, which this game doesn't simulate. And then you just have to go on the throttle once. You try to treat the throttle as like a boost gauge, as in you just want to build boost, and then you let the TC just cut it until you don't slip anymore. It's kind of a bit backwards, but you can get away with it.
It is, because I remember people being also not trusting the brakes into first corner at Laguna. I don't know if you have experience with that particular track, but some people, also I was saying it felt sometimes 50-50 on the brakes.
Which track was this? Sorry.
We rated at Laguna Seca. So
oh, okay. Yeah. 50-50. Yeah. No, to be honest, I found that I get more time out of the car when I have a slightly understeery setup on the McLaren, because I can really just work the front end on the brakes. At least on this game, but I haven't really done that many laps in it. We have a custom model for Assetto Corsa that we run for training purposes. So yeah, we don't really do much on Assetto Corsa Competizione, apart from when it comes to sort of wet running, because it's slightly better in Assetto Corsa Competizione. But it's a shame because none of the sims really simulate a wet line as opposed to a dry line, which is it's a shame really, because it would be really cool if one of these sims actually did that simulation wise, where you have to be offline and actually it gets slippy at certain points because of rubber laid down, and I think that would be really cool.
I guess lots of people would also get confused by that all of a sudden.
Yeah, but that would be a lot more realistic when it comes to wet weather driving in game. But that would be so cool if they could do it. But I think it's just a little bit further down the road, maybe as sims develop, especially consumer sims as well.
Oh, they're still in the baby steps of the sim racing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, still one question about the GT4 McLaren.
Yeah.
Does it eat tires as much in real life as it does in the sim?
Yeah, no, it absolutely roots the tires. It's because the car is actually, it doesn't look it, but it's actually one of the heaviest cars on the grid. Especially with, to be honest, the bot was pretty good to us last year. We couldn't really get the time out of it, but it does root the front tires. It's basically because it's so heavy, and you have to run quite a narrow front tire, and then so you have to work it really hard. But then the sidewall is quite soft, so you end up rolling the tires quite a lot. But then you have to run a lot more camber, but then you get more wear, so you end up in this sort of vicious cycle of just destroying the tires. So the McLaren, if you're on wet tires on a drying track, it's literally the worst car to be in because it just destroys them. Where something like the BM or the Mustang is actually surprisingly very good in those conditions when it's drying on wets, because they don't really destroy them. So yeah, that's the only downside to the car. Well, it has a few downsides, but yeah, it's a shame. But there's McLaren are looking to come out with a new GT4 car at some point in the future, based on the Artura platform. So yeah, it should be interesting to see what they come up with for that.
I guess you will be looking forward to upgrading into the Artura.
We'll see. I mean, yeah, I can't. Yeah, it would be good. It'd be good. I can't really talk too much about it, but it would be good.
Oh, we won't tell anyone.
Yeah. No, from what I hear, it will be a very quick GT4 car, but we'll have to wait and see.
Sure. We'll see.
So speaking of comparing the real world to the sim, how different is preparing for a race? Between the real world.
Massively different. Well, when you're preparing for a sim race, you can do thousands upon thousands of laps for the track, but you can alter conditions and then get baseline setups for entire pressures and all that stuff. And that that's what it's going to be, if you know what I mean. You're going to be on this track and these conditions are going to be this, and you have this setup and you can do as many laps as you want. Whereas real world, obviously, we do sim work beforehand, but we sort of get our pace to say like 90%, if you know what I mean, on the sim, and leave that last 10% to be found in testing. As in, we try and take away what we think will be close in real life on the sim, and then just sort of translate that when we get there. But you still have to build it up, because naturally, there'll be different conditions. The tires might behave slightly differently to sim, and the aero might be slightly different. You might have different windages. It's just, you just have to sort of adapt when you get there to track when on track. So yeah, that's the main thing really, is just we don't get actually as much time in car. So yeah, when we get to a race weekend, you get your Friday practice, which usually consists of 2 1-hour sessions maybe. And obviously, because we're endurance racing and British GT, you split with another driver. So technically you have an hour on Friday, and then you have FP1, FP2 on the Saturday and quali, and then you just go straight into the race on Sunday. After you have a 15-minute warm-up on a Sunday, but it's kind of just pointless. We just do pit in and out practice and get our pit timers correct. So yeah, lots to think about.
Which one do you slightly prefer, if you discount the sim side of things? Do you prefer the not having more of a chance to practice and for the conditions, or just a little bit of unknown of the real life?
I think I prefer real life, because as in the unknownness, not having as much practice maybe, because everyone's sort of in the same boat, if you know what I mean. Whereas sim racing, someone who has loads of time on their hands could just do literally 5,000 laps of Spa with all the different permutations, and then naturally they're going to be quicker. Whereas if everyone's rocking up to say Spa in real life, having done no testing, or maybe someone's done a little bit, everyone's sort of in a similar boat and they have to adapt to the conditions that are in front of them. So I think that's kind of more interesting to me. But I still love doing the sim stuff, and it does really prepare you for real life. Like the practice I did for Estoril, for when I was first jumping into a GT3 car, it was so beneficial for me to do it. Even though the car model was slightly off, I learned my way around the track, and I knew that there were certain corners that were quite weird, and you had to apex early and get on throttle at a certain point, and it was actually quite similar to how I drove it in the real car. But it was just about adapting my braking zones, because the model I was driving, the brakes weren't actually as good as real life. So it was actually quite scary, because you brake where you were in the sim, and then you end up braking 50 meters too early, and you think, Jesus Christ, I've got to brake 50 meters later here, and you're doing you're popping out sick the Estoril in a GT3 McLaren, and you're literally on the limiter, and it's like, oh my god, this is quite late, and it's a hairpin. And yeah, it was pretty daunting. You wouldn't want brake failure at that point, but it's really good.
I mean, turn 1 at Estoril still, it's a lot better than what it used to be back when F1 raced there, and it was literally about 2 cars lengths of runoff area for a 4-gear banked corner and then wall. So yeah, it is definitely a lot better than it used to be back in the day. So
yeah, no, it definitely has improved, and the track surface is still a bit bumpy in places and stuff, but the car can take it, because the GT is a bit softer than an LMP car, for example. But the turn 1's can be, take some brave pills into the braking zone and just brake as late as you can. But it's still a great track, and really classic throwback. Some of the corners are just amazing to drive, that you don't really get And some of the bigger tracks these days, especially the F1 circuits, they're a little bit bland in places. I love Spa and I love a few other tracks, but I think Estoril was really, really cool. Just some of the corners were epic.
Wait, do they still use that tiny teeny chicane at Estoril?
Yeah, it was awesome. Everyone hates it, but I was like, this is really good fun because you sort of like pitch the car in, it sort of slides up the first little chicane, and then you just whack it. You just get a jab the throttle a bit, and then just whack the lock on for the right-hander, and then just ride it out right to the exit. It was great. I really enjoyed it, but everyone was complaining about it.
So it's like you throw it in, somehow manage to get through it.
Yeah. It's quite cool. And then the bump at the second apex, you had to like avoid it so you don't get TC intervention and all this sort of stuff. So it's quite technical, and you have to think quite a lot about how you're driving around the track, but it's really good. And I find jumping in the GT3 was a lot more natural driving than the GT4. The GT4 felt like the McLaren at least felt like you had to drive a very specific way to get the time, whereas the GT3 it felt like the harder you pushed, the more time you got. So it's been really good.
Awesome.
So, yeah. Sort of like a dump of just everything that's been going on.
To you, it's just dumping information. To us, it's just listening to something.
I mean, you know, I do lots of stuff, so it's like I just have lots of info and just like I like all the engineering aspect as well. So I have like a good idea of stuff that's going on with the cars as well. So it's quite good.
Well, I guess I know who's Red gonna be interviewing the entire time after the race.
Well,
yeah, that's gonna be. I'd pay money for that. So.
Why would you pay money when we have it for free right now?
That's just good old-fashioned saying. So.
No, but it's absolutely awesome to get like an entirely different perspective on the things, because it's not a view that most people ever get, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not something you can just, Google and you'll immediately find the answer what you just said. You literally just gave us a gold mine of information that only a racing driver can give.
Yeah, I guess because it's not you can't really Google how realistic is ACC, because everyone's going to have a different opinion. But I think it depends on the car you're driving in ACC about how realistic it is, personally. I think the track models are really good. I've driven obviously a lot more of the UK tracks than I have, the European and American, etc. tracks. So I know all the UK ones are really, really good. And the bumps I actually use bumps in real life as like physical braking markers, and they actually have them in game, which is quite cool. So I actually use a lot of the same references I would in real life. But I think some of the cars are modeled slightly better than others. Having driven some of the GT4s, I think the Mercedes is quite good. It's quite close. The McLaren is actually GT4 is pretty on the money. Actually, you can't get it to rotate how nicely it does in this game, strangely. And then the McLaren GT3 is kind of okay, but it has its little problems. And then some of the other stuff that I've seen, like behavior-wise and what I expect, like what if I'm driving the Lexus feels like pretty like how it should, in my opinion, and all that sort of stuff. So it's really good, like really good sort of all-rounder, like good all-round sim for a set of course competition, really.
I guess some of that might be balancing of the cars that might be done in the game. It's easier to balance cars in a game when you have lots of information and data and stuff.
Yeah. In real life, obviously, you might have different balance of performance. So we might have different weights in the car, and we have to like run to different ride heights. So yeah, that is a factor as well. So yeah, I agree with you. It could be that the bot I was in was slightly different to what it was in car, in game. Sorry, but yeah, no, it's really good for what it is. But I'm still working on a 720S model for a set of Corsa to use, just for practice, because a lot of the drills we do, we put tire deg on 0 and fuel deg on 0, so we can know that, and the server never changes, so that we know that car will do a certain lap time no matter what, and we just have to be as consistent as possible. So we do drills like that, and then we'll mix up the tire compounds, and then we'll do like quality fake quali runs, and then we'll do like endurance, like then we'll put tire deck back on and then do an endurance run, and it's all that sort of stuff. So that's what we mainly use Assetto Corsa for. It's just because it's a little bit more moddable and we can get exactly what we want out of it.
That was the glory of Assetto Corsa, as a sim overall, that you could get anything into there.
Yeah, literally. Like, so yeah, you can get anything. It's great fun. I mean, I think, you know, some of the guys have downloaded some really wacky mods that we've had some good fun in. So yeah, no, it's.
Have you tried stair tracks at Bathurst?
No, I haven't.
Do it.
Oh, why? Oh, the good old meme challenge, I'm guessing, Racer.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Try and come up with the most comedically inappropriate car and circuit combinations imaginable, and then
Hey, Rob, racing
see what happens.
racing the Ligier bread van at British dirt oval was the biggest meme we could have done.
Yeah.
How do you, Racer, with all due respect, mate, how on earth do you come up with this stuff?
You know, my friend, you have bottle of vodka right there. Inspiration podcast.
Yes, yes. that may explain something, I think.
RWB by any means does not condone drinking and any driving regarding that. Please drink at the legal age of your country.
The thing is, that's what's great about the sim is you can actually have a drink and drive if you want.
But you obviously don't. It doesn't end well. I've tried. It doesn't end well.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
I sometimes find it get a bit faster once I've had a couple of beers.
I think I did a full night like online Christmas party over Zoom with some of my course mates from uni, and set a reference lap while mostly sober around Silverstone in the Ferrari at a 2:01, and then about 3 o'clock in the morning the PlayStation's still on, got ACC still running, right, let's see what I can do now. Right, coming down the pit straight, on the brakes, yeah, that's a good line through cops, what speed am I oh. Yeah, that's about 10 miles an hour slower than I was expecting, and yeah, ended up 10 seconds a lap slower, so, but it felt good.
Breakfast night, every time you get wrecked, you drink.
It's a better alternative to Bob.
I mean, to be fair, I value my liver, Racer, so...
Have you missed anything from stewards yet? I guess.
Not really. They're still working their way through the five report queue.
Have they not done it yet?
No, I can confirm it's now down to 4.
There is a 30-second stop and go for the crack sim pro, but I think
Oh, did you that?
No, I think no. There was it's another one for them. Okay, they're on the final warning for poor behavior during the race. Any further incidents will be disqualification. Yeah, because I was looking at that, I was certain they already had one, so I was like, have they done nothing? But they got further from that.
Yeah.
And another one pops up. 15 seconds for Satellite Racing Crimson 64.
Shall we bring in Damien, team principal of the Lamboleo Raccoons?
Oh yeah, we should. He was asking.
Yeah, can do.
I'll see you guys later. I'll go shoot off.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining very much.
Thank you for joining us.
No problem. I might pop back in later.
Good luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers.
Good luck, mate. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
You tagged Damien? Oh, here he is.
Oh, there is the trashy team principal. How are the trash cans? I scared him. He's gone now.
Just digging my mic from the trash.
Yeah.
Sorry, Damien, we had someone interesting to talk to right now. We could not get you in fast enough.
No, that's alright. I'm just chilling.
Yeah. How's been the race so far? And don't tell me it's been trash.
Well, it hasn't been actually. Yeah, I mean, I was all over the moon after finishing my first double stint. I went out of the car, and yeah, I've seen all three of my teams still going on. I think the green team got up like 23 positions after 2 hours. The red team got like 17 positions after 2 hours. So like, yeah, the beginning of the race was really good for us, even though that on T1, one of our teams got tangled in a incident and went off track so unfortunately that they were pointing towards my car. And actually, even though I did avoiding action, they gave us 12-second damage, completely not their fault. They were just, there was just high traffic, T1. Things happened, but they carry on. All of the teams carry on. I see now the red one is doing slightly worse. They had some problems. They're 44th, but we started 44th. Then we climbed to 29th or something like this. So yeah, it's endurance. Everything can happen, but all in all, we are much higher than we were at the beginning. So it's good.
Awesome to hear. How has your journey been personally with the Lamboleo Raccoons, seeing as you're now suddenly running 3 teams?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's amazing. I decided with the beginning of the year to create a racing team called Lamboleo Raccoons, or Raccoons Racing, and now we have 3 teams in this race, total of 9 drivers, who are complete strangers to each other, basically. I mean, maybe 2 people know each other from before. Apart from that, it's just kind of random new drivers, random new people. Some of them first time ever doing endurance racing, and look where they are. They're mid-pack, they're higher mid-pack, they're very decently in the mid-pack. So they all working together. They've been practicing a lot. They've been supporting each other. So yeah, I mean, for a first race for our organization, I'm really pleased so far. Fingers crossed. It's half of the race.
So, out of curiosity, did you guys go with a dry or a wet setup?
Of course, we go with a compromised setup. This is the only way to go in endurance, in my opinion. So yeah, we started with a very good and stable dry setup, and then we've made some compromises in case of rain. So that was our methodology, mostly because our drivers are not star drivers. They're usually mid-pack, back of the pack. We're getting to know each other, and we're trying to learn how to work with together and accommodate for all skill levels. So stability first, consistency first, and I mean, so far it proves to pay off.
Something that I'm interested in, when you run 3 cars, I remember with some of other friends when we were in multiple cars as well. Are there any team orders in place for when, let's say, we're fighting for a position with other cars between each other? Or is it all just free for all?
Yeah, I had this situation. There's no team orders, but of course we don't want to crash to each other. That would be very, disappointing if literally teammates would crash to each other. At the end of my double stint, I can tell you already, I was on 1 set of tires, my whole 2 hours stint, double stint. The other team caught me up, and I've seen they've been catching up like a 1.5 second a lap. And yeah, I was very lenient towards them on a bus stop chicane, but any other car catching me with that pace, I would just let them go. I want to do my race. I'm not gonna fight them 3 laps before I'm pitting at the end of my 2 hours stint. So it's not a team orders. It's just endurance racecraft, I guess.
So basically, just the rule number 1: don't hit your teammates, and from there on, just as you wish.
Yeah, which literally happened to us. Which literally happens 10 seconds after the start of the race. But again, completely random incident happened in front, and one of the cars emerging middle of the spin happened to be our team who started in front of us, but completely not their fault. And also, I believe none of our drivers caused any incident, which was my plan minimum, and if I'm honest, number one priority to finish, all 3 cars to finish, and do not cause any incidents, as if it would be our fault.
Okay, well then I'm going to immediately hit you with a ball in your face.
There we go.
Yeah, what happened on lap 90 with the Lamboleo Raccoons Green in turn 20? There's a report up currently with the stewards. Was that their fault? Was that your or was that the others' fault? What happened there?
I haven't seen. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen. After my 2 hours, I was off to eat something. Literally, I came back because I'm gonna spot for my teammates soon. So I'm not sure. I said hi to admin team, but I can't be there in stewarding as my teams are racing.
So we'll just have to wait for this. The steward's verdict then.
Yes.
Other thing that I want to ask: what's your plan with the team after the race? I think 9 drivers. Do you plan on transferring the team and having them race under the banner also for the other RWB events?
I mean, like I said, for some of them, this is the first endurance experience. So first of all, a proper debrief, and my plan for the Raccoons organization for the year is to have at least 1 car, hopefully more than 1 car, on every RWB endurance race this year. So the full RWB calendar. If we go beyond this, if we go beyond Lamborghini, if we go beyond this community, the future will tell. But for now, the goal is to create a team that's very supportive, very friendly, very inclusive, and see what happens.
I mean, so far you've definitely been succeeding in that. I noticed that much. And the balancing between the drivers that I've seen so far in the Lamboleo Raccoons is quite good. They're all equal skill level most of the time.
It's completely random. Actually,
is it?
We've made practice runs. We've made we split into teams before we've revealed or showed our pace.
It's funny that it's
and then we stick to the teams. Yeah, it's completely random. There was no cherry picking. That's top 3 drivers will be 1 team or so on, because that's the philosophy. Next race, if you're gonna watch next RWB endurance race, you will probably see most, if not all of them, and then they might be mixed in different teams. They might stay in the same teams, but it will never be cherry picking.
That is really curious.
No, it's at least the first year. I mean, we know that we're not fighting for podiums. We're not gonna fight for podiums.
Now.
At least for now. So for now, it's all about getting the internal processes right. Getting the practice sessions up, the team practice sessions up. Just showing them how the drills of we've been practicing for this for 2 months. really, and they were very committed. So it's for them to learn how to prepare and how much work has to be done for endurance racing, and the faster drivers will always support the slower drivers, make them learn, help them improve. So yeah, so I think that kind of approach will pay off in the long term, because we're not here to try to have a best position, you know, in one race and then, I don't know, point fingers at people or something. We're trying to have a good vibe in the team.
Yep.
Well, the result has been given for the incident. Well, you have a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision for dangerous track re-entry to the 23 car, sadly.
Well, did you said was this about re-entry?
Yes, dangerous track re-entry for number 23.
Oh, I see. Well, again, like I said, I mean, I haven't seen the incident, so I can speak about this, but yeah, we'll definitely take a look at this and kind of politely learn from it.
Yeah, it happens. As you said, something for the briefing to tell the guys, yeah, you did this, next time it is better to do something different. And as a whole, as you said, it's a part of the learning curve if some guys are new to this, and I know for myself it takes some time to just have that calmness that, okay, something has happened, stay calm, don't do anything stupid, return back.
Yep.
Yeah, just like you say, especially when you spin or you have an incident and you have to re-entry, like your adrenaline is pumping so much, sometimes you just make a wrong decision.
Yeah, especially with the endurance races. I remember my first ones, the responsibility you feel to putting in a decent result for your teammates, really that extra pressure from it makes it even that much more difficult sometimes to not just immediately act when you go off track. Took me a while to learn.
Yeah, again, I mean, you know, sometimes you just have to take this penalty, and it will make you stronger next time, like mentally.
I remember my first endurance race. On the last lap, I tried to just prank the team, like completely put them off that we are out of fuel. You should have just heard the scrambling immediately going on.
My first endurance race was actually with someone way above my skill level. Was with Matt Lee. Pure, and I didn't know the dude beforehand. Like, he's a really cool dude, but it was essentially just me putting in a chat looking for like a team like last minute for a Laguna Seca endurance race, and Matt Lee was out of a teammate and he said he just wanted to drive the event, but the difference in pace could not have been bigger. It could not have been bigger.
It's scary when you are put in a place where you don't belong, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the difference between our pace and ability could not have been bigger at that moment. Like, I think I could bridge the gap more than.
I know what you mean, but I think what's really cool, especially coming from RWB, around RWB club, you know, my previous endurance was 12 hours Bathurst, so like there can't be anything harder than this, really.
Yep.
And I was a teammate with Jack and Badowski. Like, you might, that might be anonymous names for you, but they're one of the fastest drivers here, and I'm on the opposite part of the spectrum. But for even for a minute, I haven't been put like a massive pressure on me. They were super kind. They were super accommodating, and just literally just having fun. Just encouraging. That's like, yeah, do your best. It's like, you know, I could do a lap 3 seconds slower than them, and they're like, yeah, good lap because it's one of your best laps. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's something that cannot be overstated, especially within RWB, is that while it's still funny to like have that, like, it's sometimes daunting when you're driving with someone faster because you feel that much slower, but the guys in RWB, they really do accommodate for you. They really do help you, and you learn a lot out of doing it. Like, it's a experience I definitely recommend everyone trying to become faster. or just even if you're not trying to become faster in the midfield, learning from these guys and experiencing how they do things it's eye-opening sometimes. Same like I said earlier. Like the interview with James Kell, that was eye-opening as well. The way that he was talking about taking a corner, for example, with the McLaren GT4 in real life, compared to what it is in ACC, and you just immediately learn a lot out of that, of how they look at a corner and approach it. So it's the exact same thing.
Yeah. I spent 2 months practicing for Bathurst with these guys, with these two fast aliens, and even just like you say, observing their lines. Basically, after those 2 months, Bathurst is a track I'm extremely comfortable with. One of the most comfortable track for me. That like the walls stop existing for me now. It's easy for me because of their help and so much practice together.
Absolutely. Like Badowski very often sits in my chat whenever I stream races, and the tips that he sometimes spouts out legitimately make me faster during a race because he gives me a tip. Happened plenty of times before.
I need an alien pet myself now, or someone to take me as a pet.
The one that reminds me the most is the multi-class CC season, for example, on Misano. And during qualifying, I wasn't putting in the best lap times, and he said, use that as a brake marker, and bang, bada boom, I went up 1.5 seconds in pace. Just by a different brake marker. It was really weird.
Oh, wait, was that last season?
No, the season before that.
Oh, 3 seasons ago now.
Oh yeah, 3 seasons ago actually. Yeah, 3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Multiclass was season 3.
Yep.
Oh crikey, yeah, that's before I started commentating. Oh crikey.
Yeah, it's just that CC is that infuriating series that the commentator just goes to racing after 1 season every time.
I mean, that's not likely to be happening with me anytime soon for fairly obvious reasons. Namely, was plugged into my desk.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. I just noticed something in the corner of my eye. Car 911, Terran, 40 places up.
What?
Yeah, there's he's not the only one. I think before he pitted, Rene Papan, the car he's in, was also showing as being plus 40 as well.
Oh, it's a slightly beaten up Mercedes.
Yeah.
That's still the same Mercedes from earlier, just visual damage, not actual damage.
Visual damage and clearly in need of some virtual gaffer tape, I'd imagine.
Wait,
actually, no, probably zip ties at this rate.
Do you mean the MRT Mercedes?
Yeah, that's I believe.
That's not the MRT.
It's not the MRT?
No, that's not the MRT. Wrong. At least I think I saw a lot of grey on that, and it wasn't as shiny as the MRT car. I know my liveries, man. If I know something, I know that.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to go to spot for my teammates. I'm gonna
good luck.
Let you maybe say 2 words what actually CC is, because we're using the acronym shortcut. For Constructors Championship.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Hopefully, after my stint and after my spotting stints, I might pop in closer to the end of the race. Have fun. Enjoy.
Say hello to your drivers from me.
Thank you. Good luck.
Cheers. Will do. Good luck.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, no more interviews. Back to the racing at hand. Back to what is going on track. This has been really interesting, these interviews so far. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it was something to talk about and some insight into things you don't get just from looking at the cars on track, as the Porsche just goes in. Presumably, that's why they were 40 places up.
So, gentlemen, I thought of something interesting to do if you were willing to join me. So, you know how we've been having the race go on for a while. We're now 4 hours and 41 minutes till the end. We're very rapidly closing on the midpoint, which, if we can believe the guess from Lace Laps, would be 115 laps, right? So a lot of
Yeah.
people have gone into their pits. They've done multiple stints, and there's quite a lot of information. And while we were doing the interviews, my eye called a certain thing that we can do now, which will give us a little bit more information about how the race is progressing. And that's
Ooh,
the fact that race laps counts the amount of stints that a person has done. So each stint is counted in race laps when they go in towards the pits. So that means we can now effectively take a look at how many times someone has gone into the pits so far during the race. And I'm thinking there's probably some juicy information in that so far. Good example, current
data journalism.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, currently we can see that essentially the entire top 9 are all on the same stint timer. They're currently coming in for their, new stints and everything. So some of them are on stint 3, some of them are on stint 4. But then you have Zach out there, and Zach has a really interesting little bit here, because if you look closely, you can see that Zach has 6 stints, about to go on a 7th, but is still in that top 10.
I wanted to say, wouldn't that be some kind of penalties and stuff, but...
It could be.
What? It could be, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's an interesting view. So...
Wait, isn't it the guys that are sharing the sim rig, the rig? Like, they are driving under one name, but...
No,
there's
no.
multiple.
No, that's the RSD car. That is the car where I think, but no, I wanted to say Badowski, but I'm gonna say Jake Moore is in that car.
It's the Jake Moore, Zach Itia, and there's a third driver as well. I'll just see if I can quickly find who.
Wait, it can't be Jake Moore because it changed his name.
Yeah.
Because that changed to Xerax, so that cannot be him. Wasn't it the McLaren of, who was that? Looks like I forgot him, I drove with him in the CC for a season. Aaron Ariday. Wasn't it that him?
Yeah, Ariday's the one that's driving with the same setup, but they're further down. So
yeah.
So the first oddball out there, out of the entire top 10 is of course, the RSD car, which has currently done 6 stints so far and is currently doing their 7th stint, 7 laps in. But of course that's not where it ends, because we'll go down to P15, so we get a little bit of a better overview there, right? And then the first thing that you immediately notice is that there is yet again a lot of different stints going on. For example, there's people that are currently starting their 8th stint in the top 20.
What car is that we've been talking about?
You mean the one with the one doing
16s? Yeah.
That's car number 88. BMW.
Alright, so that is the RST or Fisher Xerax.
Yeah, Jake Moore, Simon Fisher, and Xerax, Zach. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, for example, car 911 is currently starting their 8th stint. Car number 74 is also starting their 8th stint so far. It's interesting to me to see how many cars are currently running a lot more stints already, and are still very high up, honestly, if you look at the overall standings of all the drivers, because we have 53 drivers left currently, 53 teams currently standing. So the difference in stint time here is still massive, in my opinion. You would expect that the top teams have, all the same stints, more or less, one oddball, 4 stints instead of 3 stints. I could expect that. But right now, we literally have teams that are having their 8 or 7 stints starting. Way ahead of time, way ahead of schedule. What do you guys think? What's going on?
Penalties, maybe?
Yes, penalty would make the most sense.
But then, if there is a penalty, thinking about how long the Spa Spit Straight is, right?
I know.
Because the thing is, we saw earlier, and this is what completely baffles me, we saw earlier somebody having a drive-through, but the stint timer did not reset. So these things are legitimately, you have to stop for it.
I'm just thinking if someone from those teams is listening to us, then drop us a message or something, because that's something we are definitely interested in. How is that, and possibly what is going on?
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, and I don't really see what or how. Let's drop down to 25th and see how they're doing down there. There it's all back to equal again. There you don't really have anything. The only one that really stands out is Car 50, which is currently on their 6th stint, about to turn towards their 7th. But other than that, they're pretty much all the same. You know, 5 stints, 4 stints. So that's what I would roughly expect from it. I'm down to 35th. Still all the same, but it's the higher up that you go, the more that you have it. Like the only car that stands out here is in 44th position, car number 29. That is currently starting their 8th stint.
Maybe the app is wrong, probably. Maybe.
No. I tested this like a lot. It's not wrong, and I can tell you, it's not wrong.
That Mercedes has gone wildly.
Ooh, that looked like a nasty crash.
That looked like a snap to me, probably. I'm not sure if there was a contact with the BMW that was just behind.
I don't think there was, not from the looks of it. That livery looks squeaky clean. Team Valkyrie, by the way. Yeah, that's the female team. Yeah. And I honestly do need to say it, because if I remember correctly, and I'm going to double check because I don't want to get this wrong. If I remember correctly, this is their first ever endurance race.
Yeah.
I'm going to double check because they did fill in a little bit of a thing. Yeah, no. Okay, so it's the Valkyrie's first big endurance race, right? So I'm really impressed with the fact that they had a rough start, like a rough start. They were at the back of the grid. I think they were second to last. And they're just clawing their way back to the field. They're currently 44th. It's an amazing achievement. That's hard to do. Yeah. It does seem like they still need to pit, so they'll probably drop down a little bit. Yeah, if you look at the relative screen right now, you'll see that they've gone essentially down 12 positions from where they qualified. So that was a long, hard drop all the way down, and they're just clawing their way back into the field and clawing their way back into like results where they wanted to be. But their honest, their own personal goal was finish the race, and yeah, they're definitely doing that one. We can tell.
Why does the car look like it has eyeliner on the lights? Why am I thinking like that? What? I can't unsee it now.
I mean, I can tell you that it's definitely an LGBTQ plus positive car, including Black Lives Matters cars. I don't know if I can get a decent angle from it from the helicam. Let's see. I remember seeing this livery in the RWB liveries, and I thought it was quite eccentric. Quite nice as well. Actually gave me an idea. Hey, Varga, you know how we were going to do a livery battle?
Yes.
And that we needed a team for it. How about we do it in the LGBTQ style? Inclusive style.
Perhaps.
Why not? It's a good concept.
I'm not saying it's not a good concept. Maybe.
We're still not getting a right angle of that roof, are we?
Maybe try left angle.
Yeah, there you can see it a little bit. The helicam is just too far out. No, but it's a really awesome car. Oh, there it is. Yeah, now you can clearly see it. The black fist over the rainbow flag. Looks beautiful. All right, let us see. Are there currently any battles throughout the field? I'm not gonna lie though when I say that this big grid race, as entertaining as it has been, it's been really difficult to spot where the battles are at. Oh, is this for position? That is the question. It looks like it is.
It is. I can tell from the little screen at the in the bottom that this is actually for position between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. So coming into the bus stop chicane now, of course the gap will naturally close up, what with the old concertina effects and that. So coming out of the bus stop chicane now back onto the pit straight. on the run up towards Lecombe. There's the old, sorry, ye old Bentley getting out of the way there, given that it's the size and age of a grandfather clock. Take it to the antique centre.
So we had a message in the chat. The car 417 will have a high stint numbers as they had some tech issues and had to disconnect and reconnect.
Oh, that explains a lot for them already. Now the question is with the others.
Yeah, I guess the car in top 10 did not disconnect.
I just realized that we have two Hutchinsons in the race. K Hutchin and then M Hutchin.
Yes.
Kurt and Matt.
Not related. I guess not related.
I'm curious.
I think that's correct, yeah.
So this is also, by the way, the exact same car of the what was his name? I forgot it for a second. Papan?
Rene Papan.
Yeah, Papan, who did a lot of overtakes, and they're still going. They just don't know how to quit, do they?
I mean, the only way is forward. As the Russians said back in the day, not a step back. They are going,
by the way.
they are going strong, and I think they've been behind that Ferrari of Van Luke for some time already.
They've overtaken him a few times in the past 2 hours, and then dropped back behind him again. It's been a bit of a back and forth.
Also looking at the Lamborghini in front of that, Mr. Horvat. 12 places up, no mean feat as well.
You know, however, I mean, seeing as they are having so many issues trying to get past, do you know how you would really get that done?
By RST software?
Exactly. There is no better companion for you and your pit stops and you and your mates than the RST Pit Stop Companion. Have your mates change all of your settings right on the fly with no problems at all. You just have to focus on the driving. It couldn't possibly be simpler, and it is your best way to get a one-up on the driver in front of you. Check out racingsimtools.com for more. I love how there was just the from Rob.
Yes, because I'm having a look at the stewards' report. I think there's been something happening in the last minute or so at the front of the field between two of the podium contenders, the number 3 Bigger Stickers Lexus and the number 31 Good Smile Racing Mercedes. I don't know exactly what has happened. Of course, we'll keep you updated on it, but a steward's report has been filed, so that might be one to keep an eye on.
We need an under investigations tab, like pop up when we get a new report.
Yeah, so it's showing that Eddie Warden is in 2nd place, Jack Alexander is in 3rd place. Now, quite whether they've had the gap's only about 5 seconds or so. Now, whether they've had a coming together or someone's been made an attempted dive bomb or flash in or so on and so forth, whatever, we don't know yet. But there has been something has occurred, and it is being investigated by the stewards as we speak. So that's going to definitely be something to maybe keep an eye on.
There is actually something else that is interesting about this.
We have a message from stewards. Number 415 team SCB Pink has a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision that could have been avoided, as the closing speech should have made it more obvious from stewards. Back to you.
Right, so as I was going to say, is what's interesting about this is that this incident could actually break the status quo. So far, you know, the teams haven't changed. Number 99 first, number 3 second, and car number 31 third. But if there is something massively going to change here, then that could actually upset the status quo. But what I find very interesting, we quite remember car 99 being very far ahead of the rest, right? Like, I think the largest number I at one point saw is a 1 minute and 30 lead, something like that.
Yeah.
So here's the interesting part about it. That lead is currently at 24 seconds.
Interesting. Could have been a drive-through that we missed?
I don't think it's a drive-through. If there is something that would have happened, I think it has to do with damage.
Well, you should then look out for the gap in past lap times. But I would say that there must have been probably something that we missed then, because taking down minutes, that's no minute.
It's a lot.
Hello.
Hello, Marco.
Hi there, Mr. Badowski. How has your race been so far?
Pretty good, to be fair. Like, we didn't have any major incidents at all, and we are running in P3 right now with a realistic chance of getting P2 at least.
Oh, right, exactly. That is perfect. You come at the exact perfect moment. What happened between you guys and the number 3 car?
Yeah, like, Jack had a very good stint, and I think he overcut the number 3 car, and because Jack did some laps on the practice session, the tires he's using right now had a little bit of wear, and that means we are just overall a little bit slower than the number 3 car, which is a straight up missile on the straight.
And then had a small coming together.
Yeah, you can call it that. I think both, as I know these two drivers, they both think rubbing is racing, so I don't think there's any bad blood. At least Jack didn't complain.
Right. The reason why I ask is because there's currently an incident verdict, and then we kind of missed the entire thing happening. I'll put it that way. That's how he came about.
Yeah, like, I'd be very surprised if that would result in the penalty, because, like, if it was about the rubbing on the start finish straight, I don't think anything happened there.
Yep. Well, other question. How have you guys prepared?
Like, we had a little bit of a discussion which car we are going to drive. And originally I wasn't planning on running this race really, but like Jack's teammate jumped ship because he is up to something else, I believe. So I substituted in for him, and at first he wanted to drive the Audi, but we just noticed very quick that it's a death machine, especially on Eau Rouge and Radillon. So we decided to swap over to the Mercedes, and like from there on just a little bit long of a preparation. So just a Excel spreadsheet with like tire pressures for each possible temperature, and we tried to find out the crossover point between wet and dry and like setup work.
So you guys went really, really deep into it.
Yeah, because I didn't have a league to run or other league races to prepare for, so I could invest quite a lot of time to make sure both of us were perfectly prepared.
Oh, that. Oh,
that is massive.
Oh,
that is
big
bad.
hit.
Ooh. Yeah.
I guess you should jump to Jack.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I
is
think
unfortunate.
That's
Commentator's curse.
100%. That's. I'd be interested to see from the onboard if there's any steering damage. It doesn't look too bad.
Nope.
It looks perfectly fine, actually, from what I can make out. It's just that was a big old hit. I seem to remember Kevin S having a pretty big off at a similar-ish part of the track a good few years ago now in the 24 hours.
Is it just me, or does that car look fine without a scratch?
Maybe he was hit on just the bumper part and not on the wheel. But the Aston looked
different.
The Aston looked much worse for the wear. Well, it'll be interesting to see what Jack does at the end of this lap.
Yeah, hang on, I'm muting myself here and ask him about it.
Just having a real quick look at it. The rear looks fine to me.
Yeah, nothing happens to the rear.
See if we can get a different angle here somehow. Bonnet doesn't look scratched either.
So I got another message from the stewards, a 15-second time penalty for car 74 FACC for causing an incident.
The stewards are really going at it tonight.
I mean, there have been 50 reports already, give or take minus 5, 6 that were double reports. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point I was looking at it like, okay, only one is remaining. I look like 15 minutes later, oh, there's another 4. Okay. But yeah, the car looks fine. I guess he just only got hit on the front part, on like the bumper that rotated the car, you know, like with the physics of the game, you can't have like bending metals and stuff like that so easily.
Yeah, but as far as I can see on the sides of the car, it looks completely fine as well. And that was a massive impact. That was not a small accident. Yeah, look, they're just driving. Oh yeah, there you have it. I saw it. There's scratches on the right side, but it doesn't look like it affected the car much more than that.
I guess he just got lucky, maybe?
That is really lucky. That is really lucky. That's the RNG gods telling you that they favor you for a podium today. If there was ever such a moment.
It's just RNG gods being like, not now, my child, but don't tempt the fate.
Yeah, I mean, I had a bunch of horrible endurance races on Spa, so it's just nice to get a lucky break in an unlucky situation for once.
So
I mean, like,
what's
go
wrong
ahead.
with the car?
Nothing really. Like, it's 24 seconds of damage, and he says he can feel it a little bit, and he's going to take it a little bit more carefully. So,
that's lucky. Because that was a race-ending crash. If that was potentially race-ending. Well, I mean, race-ending. You get what I mean. Like 5 minutes worth of like pit time, and then yeah, that's not fun for where you are, because you guys have been driving an essentially perfect race. Same with Warden, same with Gladder. It's you guys have just been holding the exact position that you've qualified. There's no movement in the top 3 at all, which is really interesting to see. So that would have been really sour, especially because we're now reaching. No, we're past the halfway point. Look at that.
Now the question will be Buchek that is behind, who took over from Phil Warley in the MRT Nissan. 13 seconds behind. How fast can he close down, and if he can close down, if he can make the move?
Hopefully not.
We need to hope for entertainment, Marco.
I just got a request in chat from 2 people. They want to know how the timetable works. That is completely fine. Which one do you mean? Do you guys mean the head-to-head, the center panel in the center of the place, or the left one? You know what? I'll do you both. So the overview, the relatives view on the left, it shows on the right side the interval time. And what it also shows is the positions gained or lost, or if you didn't gain anything, it will show a stripe. What it shows on the left in yellow is the last pit stop they've done and the amount of time that it took to do that pit stop. The orange is the stints that they have done and when their last, the duration of their last stint was. And then the CS, the red, is essentially their current stint. And that current stint is how long they've been running in their current stint. The menu in the middle, the head-to-head, is essentially, it compares sector times and who drove what sector quicker than the other ones. Does that answer all the questions that chat has over the overlays?
Wait, I swear Red would be able to sell Gandhi a rocket launcher.
Wow. That's a compliment and a half.
Oh, great line from the MASH TV series back in the day.
My eye is catching to something, and I want to see if I'm right. Let us go. Oh yeah, I'm right.
Just gained a
The
second
sky
over the
is
last
turning
lap.
cloudy.
Oh god, oh fuck.
Yeah, I
yes.
just told Jack about it as well. We're just hoping for rain at this point.
And
Is it because of
and-
the tire set limits, or are you good in the rain?
And I am going to make it even more interesting. The wind has stopped. 0 kilometers an hour wind.
That does not make it interesting at all.
No, it does when I combine it with the fact that the ambient temperature has dropped with 1 degree Celsius.
Ooh.
I smell rain. I smell rain. I just don't know if it's gonna be still within the time of the race. That's the question. But it's definitely getting
It does
there.
not show up on the overlay. Or like, Marco, you have the overlay. Can you see if there is any rain in 30 minutes?
Nope, not yet. So Jack and me are just hoping for quick rain so we can bail into the pits and get the damage repaired, because it seems to slow up quite significantly.
Wouldn't it be viable to box now for the damage, or is it just too long of a pit travel?
Yeah, it's just too long of a pit lane to get through.
Yeah.
And it seems to be handling the car just fine.
And in more good news, no further action.
For us?
Yeah. Steward's observation, hard racing as far as we can see. So, yeah, that's literally, I think, just come through on the steward's report.
Hard racing between 2 guys.
Yeah. So, therefore, no further action taken by the stewards. So, that's that sorted.
All right. I will be leaving you with Daniel Barnett for a little bit, as I am going to be taking my first toilet break of the day.
Of the day?
Yep. As in my work day, as in me sitting in this commentating booth, as in me being here operating the cameras.
That makes more sense.
It does indeed.
I mean, I would be concerned for your health if it was first one today.
Oh, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, 24 hours in London, 18 of which was spent on the tube, trying to visit every station. Yeah.
Oh, was that one of your challenges?
Yeah, 18 and 3/4 hours later, started at Heathrow Airport, finished in Watford, which, yes, I know it makes no sense, but at least we actually made the last train back into central London so we could just go McDonald's and actually get dinner. And I'll tell you what, when you haven't really eaten all day, McDonald's at midnight is really nice.
Yeah, I can second that. Like, did you guys have any routing done beforehand to get them through as quickly as possible, or?
Yeah.
Like speed running London tubes.
Yeah, a lot of planning, surprisingly and sadly, goes into this. Trying to actually plan timings and how long it's going to take to run through stations, run between stations, get the bus between stations, because I am not running up Cockfosters Hill.
I'll warn you up. How about the kebab at 1 a.m.?
Oh, yes, that would sound very nice as well. Well, that was one of the usual things we did after nights. That was kebab or the big 24-hour McDonald's in Southampton. which at about 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday was usually full of drunk university students. Mostly from Solent, I should add. Yeah, we could out party the uni of students, so that was nice.
When two universities collide, it's not who is better; it's who can drink more.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Too right. We had the edge in that regard, given that it was sports journalism, and sports journalism students are pretty professional when it comes to the partying side of things, shall we say. Of course, this totally wasn't helped by the fact that all of our grades in first year didn't count to our overall grades, so we just merely had to pass everything. Which meant
university students care about grades. Since when?
When you get to final year, yeah, trust me.
Literally, the only important thing about uni is you pass. As long as I pass, it's fine.
Yeah, and in final year, everyone's like, okay, right, how does the grading system work? Oh, I'll actually be in with a 2-1 here. Right, 2-1 it is, then that's the target. And yeah, when you're... but first year, it's just a case of not failing anything and partying. And
I bet our uni could outdrink your uni.
You don't say.
So Europeans are no one to joke with when it comes to drinking.
Yeah. Yeah,
it is common courtesy that when someone visits you, you offer drink. As not to insult.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's not like the sort of measures you get here either, it's proper measures. So, basically the size of a double, as just a small drink or something like that. Yeah, the good old days of being a student, doing sports journalism and trying to not mess things up too much, I think it's fair to say, but those were good days indeed. We're still looking at Dan Barnett. The camera's currently locked on the Red Bull Audi in, I want to say, 16th place. I can just about make that out on my screen because
it's a nice car to look at.
Yeah, it's a nice car to look at. I mean, it would help if my internet was working a bit better than it usually is, although
I guess that's from Nate's side more than from us.
Yeah, that's more on my end, but on the plus side, at least the internet is actually working now, unlike at about well, up until 11 o'clock this morning it wasn't, which was great because it meant that if it wasn't for the fact that no one was available, I would have had to have tried sub-editing and publishing a qualifying session report for Extreme E from my iPhone, which was not brilliant, but...
Rob, while we have this while, can you tell us some fun fact about Audis and 24-hour Spa? While we're looking at Barnett.
Yes, well, the one of the other brands in the Volkswagen Audi group is, of course, Porsche, and they won the race in 1993 with Uwe Alts and Christian Fittipaldi and Jean-Pierre Jarier. And the race was red flags that year and curtailed 15 hours in because His Royal Highness King Badawin had passed away mid-race. So because of that, the country went into a period of national mourning, and as a result, the race was suspended 15 hours in.
Okay, that's something... That's something you would say is not possible.
This is a question for who wants to be a millionaire.
Yes.
Yeah, literally.
Like who died, or why was the when did you say?
1993.
Yeah, 1993 Belgian 24-hour Spa cancelled. King died.
Yeah, it's basically one of those which you just read about on online. You just think, So then you look more into it, like, oh, that makes sense now. And even on his Wikipedia page, which I'm actually looking at right now, it says, and I quote, about King Badawin, his death notably stopped the 1993 24 Hours of Spa sports car race, which had reached the 15-hour mark when the news broke.
It just
I was with groups and stuff back then, wasn't it?
It was, it was between Group A and the Super Touring era. So the car that won the race was actually a Porsche 911, which it doesn't exactly spring to mind as a touring car, given that the previous year it was won by Steve Soper, Jean-Michel Martin, and Christian Danner in an M3. And the year before, it was won by Anders Olofsson, David Brabham, and Naoki Hattori in a Skyline. So it was in that awkward era when
Spa just went parkour.
Yeah, and then 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98, it was just BMW winning. BMW wins lol. And then 2001, it became a sports car. Right, a proper GT race for the first time, but up until then, the 24 Hours had traditionally been the touring car race, whereas it was the 1,000 kilometers that was the sports car race. Although, notably in the 1,000 kilometers in 2003, they had the FIA Sports Car Championship and British GT on track at the same time in the same race. So you had this hilarious scenario where you've got Tom Christensen and Seiji Yara in a big 600-odd horsepower Audi R8 prototype in the LMP 900 class up against some blokes from the UK in a Mark IV Volkswagen Golf GTI that was entered in the British GT race and was promptly banned at the end of the year because it was actually starting to get on the podium. In its class, which was quite amusing. Meanwhile, we're not looking at Dan Barnett's car anymore. Nope. So by the power of deduction, I can only assume that Red Sky has returned.
Well, of course.
Yeah, all right. When Red Sky returns, I need to go back to my teammate and help him out. Was nice
Good
being
luck.
in here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it was nice having you.
Good one.
Yeah.
Tell your teammate to provide us entertainment when you get caught.
All right, I will do. Catch you later, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, Marco. Have a good one, mate.
Yeah, Red, you missed an interesting story time when 24 Hours Spa was stopped because your king died.
Interesting.
Yes,
How much I do not care about my king dying.
It's a true story as well. So yeah, it was one of those things you read online and you just kind of like, what? And yeah, so that would have been a pretty interesting. 1993, when King Badawin died, the race was 15 hours in, and because his death meant the country went.
How did you pronounce that last name?
Badawin? Baldwin, sorry.
I was like, wait, I don't recognize that name. I can't remember that ever was a king.
Yeah, and he passed away as just after the race had ticked over to the 15-hour mark, and of course, because the country went into national mourning, they had to abandon the motor race.
Seems like a logical thing to do. Not.
Imagine you are chasing the leader. You are like 3 seconds behind him, ready to make the move, and you just get told that, well, King has died, we can't race anymore.
It is certainly up there in terms of some of the more bizarre occurrences that have happened in the in the Spa 24 hours over the years.
But what absolutely baffles me about this is I can tell you for a fact that Belgians don't like the king. We don't like our royals. It's not at all like the UK. So the idea to me that there would be a national mourning if the previous king died, which, you know, we're getting to that point of age, it baffles me because I can't imagine it. I can't imagine my country actually mourning the man. Like, everyone you talk to in Belgium and they ask you, do you like your royals? The question will be, no. We don't care. They don't exist to us. It's different. Like, the UK has this like entire personality. It's like a soap opera that continuously gets put on display, and we just simply don't care.
Well, you should care about on screen right now because Buček is really close to Alexander after the incident they had before. I don't know. Were you here when that happened, Ren?
Yes.
Yes, you were. So yeah, they have like 24 seconds of damage. And they've been caught like a second per lap lately. Now let's see how hard it will be for Buček to get around the Mercedes.
Will the status quo be challenged? That is the question that we all have right now. Will the status quo of the top three change for the first time during the entire race?
It's not a question if, it's a question when. Because with that speed, Jack has not much of a chance. He's not been dealt a good hand for this round of the poker.
Sure, but you know, some drivers can pull some insane moves out of the BIM.
Oh, definitely.
And looking at the stint timer that Alexander has, so if you look currently at Buček has his current stint at 13 laps, which means he's on much fresher tires, right?
Yeah.
But that actually kind of hides something. See, Alexander is already on his 17th, and like I said, the drivers aim to do 27 laps, 28 laps. So if Alexander defends really hard here, he's actually really going to hurt Buček. Question though is, can Alexander defend really hard?
Depends on if the damage is hurting his straight line speed more or the cornering, because you could get away with a little bit of cornering speed loss, but with straight line speed against Nissan, oh boy, you are as good as Poland was in 1938.
Well, Buček in the meantime now slotting in, making certain that as soon as he goes through the Radion corner, he's going to have the time to take him on the Camel Straight. Sets himself up perfectly, does a decent runoff, no lifting as far as I can tell, slotting in behind, taking that arrow, making certain he has the ability to come through that corner, trying to overtake Alexander, giving all of the possibility there, slotting in, bum drafting a little bit, but he doesn't manage to make that corner. The Camel Straight wasn't the opening that they were hoping for, and now the next series of corners is where it's actually going to be a lot more difficult. That Nissan is not good in the corners. It's not going to allow for it. So now it's a question about how much does Buček actually dare to do, or is he just going to stay really close, put the pressure on, make Alexander uncomfortable?
It looked like he got the run out of Lassus, but as soon as they got to Rouge Radion, the air wash just killed all of the momentum Buček had. And you can see that, yeah, Alexander is hurting more in the corners than on the straights compared to the Nissan, as he's keeping really, really close through the twisty section. So if Alexander has good exits, I think he has a fighting chance.
Oh! Some really good defending there from Alexander, managing to stick that out on that little piece of a corner, because that ain't easy.
He made it as awkward as he possibly could in mid-corner. But now has the line, and down the inside into Blanchimont. With a damaged car like Alexander has, he just has to concede the position. Although he does not seem like he wants to give it as easily. But Buček defends any possible dive from Alexander. And I guess that's that.
Switcheroo?
Nah, does not have the line for that.
So far, status quo broken for the first time. There's someone else in the top three. However, if Alexander now sticks really close, we've seen that on straight line speed, the Nissan, while very quick, couldn't really follow as close. If Alexander managed to follow close through Radion, he might be able to still get this position back, gain a little bit of that toe, and then that way dive in towards the corner. It's not.
He's
not looking like it.
Point. Yeah. I guess Alexander just also knows what is up with the car and what he has to do. He just has to get to the pit window and get it fixed then.
To be fair, that pit window isn't all that far away at this point. It's 8 laps at the minimum.
8 laps too much for a racing driver behind the wheel.
That is true, but it's not too far away. 8 laps isn't that bad if you look at the fact that we still have 4 hours to go. This is definitely something they can claw back.
Yeah. It is, but 8 laps of Spa, and it has been more than that. It's quite a long stint for him with this damage.
Yeah.
They have the speed to get back, definitely. But this puts them onto back foot and deals a really good hand to the MRT Nissan team, as they will have the track position. And it will be up to the Good Smile Racing Mercedes to find the way past.
Also, I hate to be the bearer of bad news or anything, but we said earlier on about car number 8, which had received about an hour and a half ago a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, and it was noted by the stewards that this is your final warning for poor behaviour during the race. Any further incidents reported against you and upheld will result in a disqualification. Well, they're back in the stewards' room right now, and for what I can make out as 2 completely separate incidents with 2 completely separate cars. So this could be quite interesting, actually, to keep an eye on.
I will definitely be looking at it. Meanwhile, a message from the stewards. Car number 5, Big Problem Motorsports, has a 5-second time penalty for not leaving enough space and causing an incident with I don't know which car, but there are the number 10, number 3 and number 2 cars involved in that, so I guess it was during blue flags.
Intriguing.
I guess just too many cars that are passing you and not being able to decipher who is where at a given point. And I mean, 5-second penalty, and even not by the stewards, it was just unfortunate circumstances. It's not the end of the day.
Something that really interests me about this is I'm questioning how the number 8 car keeps getting into these incidents. They're currently last of the remaining teams. And they're 3 laps down to the number 49, 49 position. So they're far behind. So it's weird to me that these incidents keeps happening.
I think multiple stop and go penalties might have played some part in that. I think I'm not sure whether they've had incidents on their own and the car's been damaged and they've had to pit for repairs. I don't know, but one could potentially deduce that maybe that might have something to do with it. One would think that could potentially have something to do with it.
But isn't that more? I don't want to elaborate on that and on them, because I don't know what are they going with and what are the skill levels that we are going through with them. But the position is more of a result of the actions. And the actions just speak for themselves. And I mean, I don't know if they are new, maybe, into the sim racing overall and are just trying to find their feet. Maybe. But if you are at this point, it is definitely, to me, a point of questioning of what are we doing and why are we doing what we are doing. I mean them no bad. I hope that they can keep going and have at least a finish. We shall see what is the steward's decision on that.
Yes, indeed.
Meanwhile, I am happy to report that Kurt Hudson, that are running in the number 9 green Lamborghini, if I remember correctly, yeah, there you go, 40 positions up.
Yep, started P52 with Remy Papan putting in a eye-opening stint to make up a lot of ground after starting in 50 seconds. So, yeah, they've had a pretty good race so far. Porsche behind them, driven by Castignens, this is actually for position as well. So this is for 12th place as they come through Malmedy now, heading down the hill into Rivage. Now, with it being a fairly slow hairpin, the Porsche, you would imagine, being rear-engined, should be able to get quite good exits, which indeed it does. But on the outside for no-name corner, and
although the Lamborghini gives them way too much room on the outside, and the Porsche just takes it, really give them enough room on the outside.
Side by side through Pouon. It's not
and
ideal.
The Porsche is still there. The Lamborghini needs to shut the door, and he keeps it to the inside as much as he can. The Porsche yet again has the outside, but Lamborghini just squeezes him as much as he can to the apex.
Yeah, not quite able to get it down at Fagno. Coming up against Stabilo now, and heading hard on the brakes. Another third gear corner, kind of missing the apex somewhat there. Whether that's aero wash or deliberately trying to get a good run through curb pull Frere, I'm not 100% sure. But the Porsche did look pretty quick indeed through the more technical part of the circuit, coming into Blanchemont now. Out of here and towards the bus stop chicane, hard on the brakes once again. And this is where the Porsche should come into its own, theoretically, you would imagine, and the Lamborghini's pulling into the pits anyway, so that's that taken care of.
You know, this is the battle of the fucking giants, because Kasingena has now 39 overtakes, so the 911 has 39 overtakes, and the number 9 Lamborghini has 39 overtakes. That's the battle of the giants. They've been fighting each other probably throughout the entire field. They carried each other all the way up to that position.
Yeah, it's been a cracking comeback drives through the field from both teams, and one has to wonder at this point if they had actually set 3 enough valid hot stints during qualifying, where would they be in the general scheme of things right now? If they've managed to make up that much time already, if they'd have actually nailed qualifying, where would they be right now? Top 5, top 3?
So
it is going to be one of those, I think, what could have been almost for both of those teams in that regard. Sorry.
So to answer a different question, they pulled into the pits. And this is where I quite like our overlay, provided by Race Labs, by the way. Race Labs, absolutely great place to get your overlays. Yeah, they pulled in towards the pits. Alexander went in and they exchanged for Badowski, who now essentially inherited the car after 20 laps were driven in the stint itself, and they've now had their outlap. They've had one thing, and from as far as we can see, we knew it was 24 seconds of damage. Their pit stop time being 152 seconds means that they did indeed fix that time, which means that the number 31 car is now running on an entirely different type of stint timer than the front of the grid. So it's going to be interesting to see where they're going to end up.
Yeah, I think at this point it's almost worth...
Yeah,
just in front of the stewards.
Number 8 car has been disqualified due to lack of good sportsmanship. Well, I guess it's time for them to pack it down and just go over what happened and try again next time.
yeah. I mean, you can't really complain, to be fair. If you've had 3 or 4 or however many incidents they've had, I mean, yeah, you can't really complain too much. I mean, I think one of their incidents is actually still being investigated as we speak, so not that it's going to make any difference in the grand scheme of things. I mean, well, obviously it won't because they've been disqualified, so it won't be... It'll be, in a way, sort of insignificant if they were to get penalised for it, although... and it's just come through, actually, the other one has just come through as they've been given a drive-through penalty for flashing, although the stewards have just put in the observation team disqualified, so, well, that is pretty self-explanatory, unfortunately, and, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. That's all you can really call all that. It's unfortunate.
It's a learning phase, probably. But back to the track.
All 7 kilometers of it. Well, 7.004 kilometers to be precise.
Couldn't they have shortened the track by 4 meters somewhere during these renovations? Oh, that is a clumsy move there by Marko Badowski.
Contact between Badowski and... I think that was Badowski in the Mercedes and a Lamborghini.
That was the Lamborghini,
that was the number
9.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be...
That's going to be quite a large penalty.
Yes, because Badowski's currently halfway up the Kemmel Straight at the moment, so... and unfortunately, there is... well, there's no real shortage of... footage likely to be available, given that it was caught live. So, yeah, that's going to be a...
Oh, that was just a clumsy move by Marko. I don't know if he missed his braking point or just expected the Lamborghini to move out of the way.
That
to be fair,
was...
to me, it looked like a missed braking point.
To me, it looked like miscommunication.
Yeah.
Yeah, or something like that. But that's gonna set back the Mercedes slightly.
I mean, it... Yeah. I was just saying, maybe it's a racing incident, but then again...
If it's a blue flagged car, then it's more on you to at least try to make it obvious. I mean, it is also a responsibility of the blue flagged car to make their moves known, but that was just Marko sending it down the inside and just putting the car where it should not have been. Let's say that.
Maybe also due to, like, you know, being a little over eager to clear the car before to Rouge.
Yeah, probably, but let's give it out to the stewards. They are there for a reason. We're just observers of the incident at a certain point.
Judges of fact.
Yeah, we just have 2 seconds of something that we even skim over. But,
meanwhile,
yes.
with a beautiful 70 seconds of spare time on the car behind, they're still running first place.
70 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I said that the qualifying pace may not translate into the race pace? I guess
I think you were
wrong.
I think you might have been a wee bit wrong there, with all due respect. So I think
Although
it may
the
have
gap
been
might be because Warden is in a pit lane, the car behind.
Yeah, that may explain why the gap is increasing quite rapidly then, because Eddie Warden's police standard issue moustache has in fact guided him into the pit lane.
Just to replace the new coffee and donuts.
No doubt looking for some crims to lock up in the community, obviously.
No, he already has them, so... What?
Do me a favor, Racer. If these guys actually win, I think they deserve a livery. They should have had a livery to begin with.
I mean, they should. They just did not contact me.
Like having that pace and driving a stock livery, it kind of feels akin to like smurfing in a competitive game, sort of, you know, like the new guy shows up and doesn't have anything, but then smashes everyone out of the park.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, what on earth is that? Or is this
if you are looking for if you're looking for car colors at Racer Soul, always here for in your services. Shameless plug. But if you skim over the grid, we have some greatly designed liveries for many teams done by people who are actually doing it for a living, which would be probably my dream, my goal one day.
I get that. I will keep doing it for fun though. For me, it's the fun out of it. I would not like doing it for a living. That would make me miserable.
How do I know? Maybe that would make me as well. I don't know until I try.
Well, you know how they say you got to start. You start up your Fiverr account, and there you go. Off you are.
I actually started that, but did not post anything there yet.
Ooh, well, I think I know how to rectify that.
Oh god.
Post something there.
I look back towards my laptop and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 incident reports.
Oh god, what? And there were 2 last time I checked. Now there are. Can you people keep it steady for 5 seconds?
Oh, yeah, and without a doubt, we now have the incident into turn 1 on there as well.
Unsurprising.
There is 2, actually there's a double up of this. We have Ignition Racing. No, sorry, we have Crippled Potato putting in a report against Good Smile Racing, and we have Kurtz putting in a report against Good Smile Racing.
I don't know why Phil was filed. Okay, we just leave it to the stewards. That's for them to take care of.
I'm really interested in the result of that one because that can potentially really alter the top of the field.
Yeah.
Man, they deserve a beer, like a couple of after this race.
Wow, yeah, imagine a 24-hour big grit race on Suzuka, huh?
Oh yes, please. I've not raced at Suzuka in a long time, mostly because whenever I could, something has just gone in the way.
So, shall we bring our next interview in?
Oh yeah.
Oh, do we have
Hi
someone?
there, Mr. Ian Mackey.
Hello, hi guys.
How have you been?
Oh man, it's been a busy race.
Oh, you bet it was with 60 cars on the grid?
Yeah, well at least it wasn't 82, it would have been even more carnage.
Well,
so, sorry, Racer, you go ahead.
Alright, I'll take you over. So, can you tell us what car are you in and how was the race until now?
I'm number 84 McLaren with Josh Barton and James Kell. So, I don't know if they've updated you on how we've been getting on. And maybe
Yeah, we had James here to give us a little bit of stories.
To be fair, we were mostly talking about real life racing compared to sim racing, so please do give us the update of how you guys have been faring.
I mean, it's been one of those races where you feel a bit cursed for a fair portion of it. We qualified P10, and we're sort of hoping to go forwards rather than backwards. But lap 2 we got spun and lost 10 positions, and then lap 6 we got spun and lost 6 positions. So it's been a lot of work to get back up to P16, which is where we are now.
How would you feel if I told you there is a car on the grid that has done 40 overtakes so far?
I actually have been watching the stream in little bits. I've just gone and grabbed some food because I was a bit hungry. And I'd noticed the Lamborghini and the Porsche are both fighting for the most overtakes this race.
Yeah, 41 overtakes for the Porsche currently.
That's unbelievable. That's crazy.
It's an absolutely beautiful phenomenon. But So you guys have just been slowly clawing your way back towards the top of the field. Do you think you're going to be able to find a lot more positions in the remaining 3 hours and a half?
It's hard to say. Myself and James are both, I would say, fairly fast. In qualifying, at least, I was matching Eddie and Crawford's pace, the P2 guys. So, I don't know. It really depends how the cards fall. James is pretty much the same pace. It's just Josh is the slightly slower one between us. If it rains, I think we could quite easily get top 10 because the McLaren is fabulous in the rain. Whereas everyone else is probably going to be crashing into the walls and everything else. So, just kind of praying for rain at this point.
Yeah, Red, where is that rain that you were hoping for like half an hour ago?
Where's that cloudy, overcast weather that's just vanished?
Yeah, literally,
it was
like,
it's gone again.
Yeah,
like Red was here, like there is no wind. It's cloudy. I can smell rain, and all of a sudden now the clouds have just like poof.
Well, to be fair, the clouds might have gone, but those that haven't double stinted their tires yet are starting to scream right now.
Yes.
The temperature of the track has gone up once more.
Josh had just gone in to get back in the car and was just going to use an old set of tires. Thankfully, it has been cold for the majority of that stint, so he's not had to suffer so much and he's not that much slower. But I think now that the temps have come up and the tires in its last third of life, it's definitely getting a little bit slow.
So how are you finding the craziness and the just sheer action that is non-stop on the track with this many cars?
I mean, this is now my 4th endurance race, so sort of starting to get used to the madness of traffic. But there's definitely been a couple of moments that there's been some holding of buttocks, shall we say. And not a lot of breathing for several corners.
It's interesting to see how different the experience has been for everyone, essentially. Like, everyone has had a very different take on how today has been going. Like, wildly different.
That's always the case with these endurance races. There's always a story in every team. For sure.
Yeah, but I feel like it's more than usual. Or maybe that's just because there's more people, but it feels different from what it normally feels like.
I feel like there's been maybe more incidents than there maybe normally is, because we've got, you know, an extra 15 cars started at least on the track. And now we've settled back down to a normal 49 out of 50. We're maybe at a slightly more sensible position. There's certainly been some traffic that has made lives a bit more difficult than maybe they could make.
Yeah.
But then likewise, I think I certainly was guilty of it in the last stint I was in. It was just dive bombing to try and get past some of the guys that were just really slow and not very consistent with where they're putting the car. So it's give and take for sure.
Oh, as we currently see Josh go into the pits.
Yes, that's him at the end of his stint. He's gonna swap over to our resident racing driver for another stint. He hates it. He hates us reminding him how much of a racing driver is.
I don't know, looking at the McLaren, it slightly reminds me of the FFF Lamborghinis. Is that a coincidence?
It's a total coincidence. This is Josh decided to do a livery that sort of matched with James's new helmet for this year. So he took James's colours and logos and kind of splattered it over the car. And then to add a bit of Scottishness for me, I asked to put some tartan on the roof. So we got some tartan.
I mean, it's good. It's interesting to look at, for sure.
So have you guys been talking the entire time? You guys must be tired now, no?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
We are just robots programmed to talk all the time.
To be fair, I will admit that splitting it between 3 ways is nice, because we're with 3 people now, rather than the 2 that it was planned as, because me and Rob once did a 12-hour commentating session at Bathurst.
Yes, I was in that race, yeah.
Yeah, it was the majority, it was the 2 of us. I actually perceived that one more difficult, but between the 3 of us, I think I could do this for another 12 hours at the minimum.
Hey, remember the 12 hour of Le Mans we did?
Oh yeah, 12 Hour of Le Mans. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
That wasn't a fun race for us. We did that as well. Bathurst is much better.
So how would you feel? It's a complete hypothetical because I don't think I'm going to be able to get anyone in RWB over the line. Well, how about a 24 hours of Suzuka Big Grids?
I think Suzuka's a slightly... I would say Spa, you're a bit safer because the drivers get a bit more time to have a breather. Suzuka's a lot of hard work and...
exactly.
I would say a big grid of 82 cars for 24 hours around Suzuka would be crazy. The stewards, I've heard the stewards in the first half of the race have had like over 40 incidents.
We are currently on 59, but let's say 10 of them have been reported twice. So let's say we are on 50 right now. But to be fair,
go for a second, PRB.
But they've been. What's that?
I said if I'm not mistaken, I believe Suzuka holds 105 cars in ACC.
Does it?
Yeah, wow. Suzuka has the biggest possible grid. Then there is Monza. I think that's a big one as well.
You could do 24 hours of Monza on a full server. That would work.
I find Monza enjoying, contrary to some.
Oh, I'm ambivalent. I don't have an opinion on Monza. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's just hideous.
I guess it depends on the car and track and how it's everything going. But I don't know. Just there are only chicanes, which shouldn't be enjoying. But I don't know. I can blend with the circuit somehow and drive consistently.
Quite a lot of similar aspects to Spa in many ways because, well, okay, Spa doesn't have many slow corners. It's got two very long straights, which help the drivers having a bit of a moment to have a rest, shall we say? Oh, James. See, our resident racing driver has just gone and taken out another car. Oh dear. I don't know if you've got him on stream.
No, we are currently looking at someone in the pit lane, but tell him to return the position at least to make it look better.
Who was it? I didn't see who it was. I was too busy thinking about what I was going to say to you guys. That's not good. At least it wasn't caught on stream.
Yep, but it probably will be caught in the steward's room.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. He'll be upset with himself, no doubt.
I mean, nobody's gonna be happy about the incidents. I can say for myself, taking out two stewards in the race. And then having being in being in the steward's room with them, like, yep, that happened.
I'm not guilty.
I'm gonna accept my fault because what am I gonna do? Say, yeah, I shot it down the inside and you should have not turned in. Like, what am I gonna do?
How's the battle for the top three looking? I know I leader, myself from the leader.
The leader is already like hour away from him. Not like hour, but he's like minutes in front of the car that is behind.
Yeah.
The second place is okay-ish position, and the third one, well, that was a battle between the Nissan and Mercedes.
Yeah.
With the MRT and Good Smile, but it looks more or less like the MRT is gonna hold it because there's well, there was an incident with the Good Smile Mercedes that is under review, and that will mostly determine if how far they're gonna be apart.
Ah, okay. Was that is that Badowski's car?
Yeah, that's Badowski. They kinda tagged the Lambo into one.
Yeah. I overheard the incident. I thought, I really hope there's not a penalty between them because it would ruin a bit of the racing.
I mean, there's no penalty. If you fuck up and you hit someone, then no matter how good the racing is, it needs to be punished. It needs
to be fair. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can't have something go unpunished only because, but it will ruin the racing. Well, you should not have ruined it by hitting the other car.
Yes.
Or running the car off track and going off track yourself. That's not racing, but that's only Formula 1.
Last time I was in, I did an endurance race with James. It was the Silverstone 6 hours. I don't know if you were taking part at the time, but I had a fantastic battle in the last kind of 10 laps with Badowski for P4. And
was that RWB event?
Sorry?
Was that RWB event?
Yes, it was.
Wait, was that?
It was. I think it must have been the beginning of last year.
Oh shit, was that the race where I ran out of fuel on last lap?
Well, that's where I remember Badowski running out of fuel on the last lap.
Probably was.
Yeah, we were behind them. I was sat behind them with old tires, just hoping, and then it turned out they'd pitted the lap before us and just ran out of they ran out of stint time rather than fuel.
Yeah, I remember many people being unhappy that they got penalty for running out of stint time.
Yeah.
Racer, please stop giving Formula E ideas, mate.
That is very frustrating with Formula E. It's like, guys, come on. They're like 0.5%. Give them a break. Like, you've had 3 safety cars.
I mean, Formula E or Mario Kart, glorified Mario Kart as I call it. Like, the series has a potential, but let's say I see many things that are weird. But hey, I'm just sitting here in front of a computer screen commentating over a virtual race. There are people running the series. They probably know more than I.
Yeah, I think Alejandro Hagen might know a little bit more than I do. Even though I may or may not have been in the paddock on multiple occasions with a media pass round my
Mario
neck.
Kart. Oh wow, that's impressive. Well done.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was a pretty good gig to get pretty much straight after starting uni. But yeah, it was brilliant fun. I'll tell you what, the race we had at Yoshi's Island, that was phenomenal.
We have a message from the stewards.
Oh.
The number 31 Good Smile Racing has a 15-second time penalty for hitting the number 9 Lamborghini.
Ooh. Is that not the Lamborghini with the most overtakes?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I mean, 15 seconds, it is a lot, but it's not like something that will completely put you out of contention. You can definitely make that up at some point.
Yes,
you just need to keep it clean for the rest.
It's the drive-thrus that will kill you at Spa.
Oh man. I'm still looking at SRO like, why do you still give out drive-thrus for track limits when drive-thru is the most inconsistent penalty known in racing overall?
Yes, yeah, it's very frustrating. And the way that at least a set of Corsa Competizione assesses whether you've been off track is pretty broken at times. Both myself and James have had track limits at No Name on the exit, and both of us have come completely off the throttle, and we still get a warning for it. So yeah, it's quite frustrating.
At Spa it is broken. At some tracks it's fine. Like, let's say the track limits in ACC are fine more of the time than they are not fine, I would say.
Yeah, most of the tracks are pretty fair, I would say. But Spa's the one that is very frustrating.
Yeah, problem is in some corners where you have like more corners in succession and you cannot lift off fast enough, or you just return back to the track earlier.
Yes. If only they had the Singapore Grand Prix track, then you wouldn't have that problem with track limits.
Ooh.
Singapore in GT3s would be interesting, not gonna lie.
Well, we the way I met James and Josh was through a summer series that I hosted at the end of my uni years, at the end of my engineering degree, and one of the races we did was Singapore at night in GT3s, and it was fantastic. It was really good fun. So all I would do is petition, the guys at Kunos to go and get Singapore Grand Prix track in the game. That would be great.
Well, you would have to petition Stefan Rattel to get it into like some kind of Asian GT championship.
Yeah, squeeze it in.
But speaking back to the penalties, like there is one thing I would like the ASRO to do. Like instead of the drive-thru, just give us a 10-second penalty. Okay, it is still a lot. Like you're not gonna gain 10 seconds over that. Also, already is probably returned.
Yes.
But like 10 seconds, I think is valid enough of a penalty for. Yes, I forgot how to English. But you know what I mean.
I mean, well, they did actually race in Baku for a couple of years, about 8-9 years ago. They did actually have the final round of what was still the Blancpain Sprint Series was actually held in Baku, a little bit further around the coast from where the current Grand Prix track is.
It would be good to go back there because it's a great track. You don't really have a track limit problem there.
Yeah, track limits were pretty pretty solid, I think it's fair to say. And yeah, and as for track limits at Macau, that's also pretty solid.
Macau's a weird track to me.
Oh, Macau is just terrifying.
It is fine in some places, but then you have that hairpin through which you cannot overtake, and I just find it like the most idiotic corner in all of motorsport.
It's one of the funniest. Oh, I know it's such a funny hairpin though, because to the best of my knowledge, I think it's actually the only corner of any race circuit in the world where there is a permanent yellow flag.
Yes.
Because it is that tight, you physically have to basically almost come to a stop and wind it onto full lock just to get round there. Unless, of course, you're Sebastian Loeb, then in which case, return to the old WR, just return to your old rally days and just throw the damn thing in sideways, even if it's front-wheel drive. But then again, it's Sebastian Loeb we're talking about, so yeah, understandable, I think it's fair to say. And that's why they've had to put a permanent yellow flag there, just in case someone did actually try to send it up the inside and promptly block the track, because it's inevitable that something like that would happen in Formula 3, for example, where you've got a bunch of young, up-and-coming drivers in their late teens, early 20s, all desperate to win this race, just to prove that they might not have won the FIA Formula 3 championship, but did this one-off race, best of the best, and did all right in it. So, turned out okay, but yeah, it's crazy track. And they race bikes there.
I did not know that. That's mad.
Yeah. I think I remember reading a quote from Alex Sims, I think it was, where he said something along the lines of, you think you're having a bad day, then you go watch the bikes, and then you just shut up and stop complaining. It is nothing short of ridiculous. And I think Michael Rutter actually still holds the record for the most wins on the bikes at Macau. It's absolutely terrifying.
I've been informed that apparently the car 744 Reese White is doing some quick laps currently. Apparently it's fast as the leader, so let's see how he goes and high up can he get from the current position, as we had two cars going side by side.
7-4 what?
744. Currently in P37.
Ah, yes, Reese.
Wow. Have you guys got the fastest lap of the race available to you?
We can probably try and find it, although I think
I
Red Sky might
believe.
have it.
Let me double check before I say anything.
I have 2 messages from Stewards.
You being a professional journalist, Red Sky.
We have a 15-second time penalty for car 88 Racing Simtools Esports Black for causing a collision with car 21 Lamboleo Reclons Red. And then we have another 15-second time penalty for car number 9 for dangerous track re-entry at turn 1.
I've got the report description up for the incident involving the ATA. They were going at 37 kilometers an hour for the pit entry, and then the collision between the 88 and the 21 actually pushed the 88's speed over the pit entrance line where you're supposed to be on the limiter to 52 kilometers an hour, meaning that they got a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane.
That's
unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, fastest lap of the race. Still the exact same all the way from the start of the race, a 2:18.322.
Wow.
Done by the race leader.
Wow. That's impressive.
And I don't believe it will be broken because I'm quite certain it has to do with the cooler air. As some of you may know, the cooler air is the more compact it is, which also means more oxygen flow to the engine. And due to that, you just get a lot quicker of a car.
It's not just that as well, Red. It's actually just the tires as well. You can have them so much cooler, so they don't overheat anywhere through the lap, so you can go a lot quicker.
Well, it got really warm right now as we are at 31 Celsius.
Yep.
Wow.
Rain is now officially out of the question.
I'm pretty sure, Red, I overheard you saying that you can guarantee it's going to rain.
Well, to be fair, as far as it went for the practice server, I skipped through it a bunch of times. And I had a ratio of 7 out of 20 sessions that contained rain.
Wow. It's a shame. It would have been nice to have some rain to add an extra dimension.
I agree. And it really was certain moments during the session, the weather acted as if it was going to turn towards rain and then decided not to. But that's just Belgian weather. That's actually rather realistic.
Yeah. Whereas in Scotland, it's the opposite.
I very, very vividly remember a day last summer where I woke up. It was very sunny, like very sunny. 15 minutes later, it was pouring. 20 minutes after that, very sunny again. Then it was cloudy, stayed cloudy till noon. Then it started pouring, thunderstorm, incredibly sunny again, and just it kept going the entire day through like that.
That sounds like summer in a nutshell. Exactly the same.
Yeah, that's summer in a nutshell.
Oh, it feels like a throwback to 2019 and the WEC race at Spa, where it started in bright sunshine, and then it was bright sunshine for the first lap of the race, and then on lap 2, rainstorm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember.
And that was the year it snowed as well. Yeah. I think it was also the year it snowed, which still makes me laugh. I think we had that once at Silverstone as well in 16. In one of the practice sessions was actually snowed off.
That's mad. I mean, that's why we don't have Grand Prix or any races anywhere north of, well, England, I would say. It's probably the furthest north we have races.
Make not kill a bit longer. There you go. Perfect.
Well, it'd be good fun to have. Actually, speaking of similar to GT3s, the Porsche Carrera Cup does go to Not Kill.
Yeah.
Having been there, watching them go round, it's very impressive, is all I'll say.
I mean, well, they used to race GT3 cars at Not Kill back when British GT still went there.
Yes.
Back in the day, and even though GT3 cars back then are about as quick as a modern GT4 is now, which still does make me laugh a bit. Yeah, in fact, just for reference, I can't remember what Red said the fastest lap of the race was, but for reference,
2:18.322.
2:18.3. Okay, let me just quickly work this out. 3:22. I'm gonna actually just do this on here. Minus. Yeah, 1.7. Well, so 0.176. So just over 1 3/4 tenths of a second off of Marco Mappelli's lap record from 2020.
Wow.
Which is 2:18.1.
I just noticed something. Nate has gone onto the track.
Wait, they've gone onto the track now?
Yeah, like they got onto the track now. 0 laps on.
Yeah, but we're still lacking pinners, so I don't know if anything's going to work, but I felt like driving some laps at least.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Fair enough, mate.
Look at that Jaguar. It is a beast.
It is indeed. And to think that this was actually developed with no support whatsoever from Jaguar themselves. The whole thing was developed in-house by Emil Fry Racing, just almost kind of the old school way, in that it was kind of no support from a manufacturer, and they were just like, well,
bolt on a wing, put on a diffuser, job done.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a passion project. I was talking about this earlier as well, to Nate himself as well, to Debug and everything. It's a passion project. That's why I love the car as much. It's not because the car handles are great, it's because it's the fastest car. Okay, sure, it's the fastest car from 100 to 250, I believe, in the entire game. But that's not what makes the car great. When you drive it, it has character. You feel like that thing was just slapped together by a bunch of very passionate mechanics. And that's not to say that people who design cars aren't passionate, but it's sort of like a throwback to an era of driving that no longer exists. Kind of similar with, you know, back in the day when Williams Racing started in F1, it was like, what, 20 guys in a garage? Like, tops?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's probably twice as many as what it actually was, in fairness.
Yeah, like, but it's the same principle, essentially. It's not a massive group effort of like 500 people and like massive budgets. No, it's a few guys who know what they're doing, that really, really care, and then slap together a car. And that car performed really good for what it was.
Oh, yeah.
Really good.
It was. I seem to remember it being actually at the sharp end of the field back in at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, 32,
while it was racing.
32 races, and 3 of those they won, and I believe 10 podiums?
That's
yeah.
really impressive, isn't it, really?
I mean, to be fair, they had some pretty stout drivers in that team, including Christian Klein, the former Jaguar and Red Bull Formula 1 driver. But still, it was a pretty solid effort, all things considered. And yeah, also made a pretty good noise as well, if I remember correctly.
Let me... There you go. People can listen to the noise. The way that you truly know that this is a passion project, if you look at the Insight right now as I'm showing it is literally the exact same dash as that car has when you buy it. And because for the lack of better designing or making something else that would just work better, they cut it off and just stitched some leather over it. That's it. That's all they did. They cut out the parts they didn't need and stitched some leather over it. That is exactly what you will find in your run-of-the-mill self-made race car.
Well,
cut off the plastic you don't need.
To leave it leather.
Oh yeah. I mean, come on, it is a Jaguar after all. So
I made a Top Gear joke, but I won't. No.
Jag.
It's a Jag. Oh, it looks like I forgot my what? Oh dear.
Oh, damn and blast. Oh, yeah, that's a crying shame. Yeah, right. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to go home and jolly well get it.
It's amazing. It's honestly is. Like, there's a reason why I consider it my favorite car in the game. Not because it's my favorite handling car or anything else, but because of that, because of the story that's behind it.
Well, I personally think the V12 Vantage is my favorite, purely on the sound.
Oh yeah, sure. That thing sounds fantastic.
It's like a jar of like wasps coming past you in the pit lane. It's fabulous.
But
not even the sound, but also the looks of that car. It looks small, it looks compact, it looks fast.
Yes.
Yeah, but then you have the exact same issue, which what I meant earlier is it's yet again a car designed by a massive team.
I mean, I didn't feel like it handles like a car that's been built by a massive team. It definitely feels a bit more like a boat, and it's just got lots of power to go in a straight line well.
Yeah, I don't think it even, if I remember correctly, it didn't even actually have a rear diffuser on it. The bit at the back of the car is literally just like cooling to let heat out. It's got very little aerodynamic purpose whatsoever.
Yeah, it was a rocket engine and a chassis slapped on it. That was it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, well, if you want the ultimate iteration of that, the Writer Engineering Camaro GT3, which only worked really at, well, Monza. If we're being totally honest, because it had the aerodynamics. Well, I mean, okay, it's a Camaro, so it's not got the best base vehicle to start with in this regard, and that's putting it fairly diplomatically, I think. The aerodynamics and the general weight of the car meant that in order for it to be competitive, I think they had to run it at about 700 horsepower.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to jump off, but thank you for hosting me.
No worries, anytime.
Nice to put it in the wall. hopefully it stays clean for everyone in the race from now till the end. But start doing your rain dances. Really would like some rain now.
I mean, with 31 degrees Celsius, the rain would be an interesting one.
It's just like the Amazon.
Absolutely.
Right, thanks, guys.
No worries.
Yeah,
Anytime.
thanks for coming in.
Thanks. Best of luck. Bye.
He dares himself by saying, hopefully I don't put it on a wall. He's going to put it on a wall.
Yeah. But looking on the temperature, those people that have not double stinted the tires as of yet, they are in a stint of pain soon.tm.
Yeah, they waited too long.
Definitely, unless it rains within the last hour, and you are saved. And another message from Stewart. That will be a drive-through penalty to car 84 for dive bombing and causing an incident with car 127 on lap 19. So the Wolfpack are in for a longer lap, let's say. You currently see that is number 77 in the pit lane with a little bit of damage. God knows if it is recent or not. Let's see if they can get back from there. Meanwhile, in P7 currently. Is this the 77 or have I just misread that?
I don't know, to be honest.
Probably this 77Ds and the Lamborghini was some different car, perhaps? Oh, doesn't matter.
In other news, there's another 6 reports having been filed to the stewards.
I mean, it has been looking like they will be fine. They'll rest for a while. Nope.
Nope. None at all, and hopefully...
No rest for the wicked as we jump into the... Well, the last part of the race.
It's not long to go, just the length of a regular GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup race, only 3 hours. It's not that long.
It's just 3 stints and you are home.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, right now is when the race is gonna fizzle out and see who are you actually fighting for in terms of track position. Because the 6 hours until now, it was just preparations for what is coming now. Definitely, the gaps are what they are. Now it's up to you to see what you can do with the cards you've been dealt. The cards you've been given. I hate this language. But in the meantime, the leaders seem to be just out there, quite far in front of the next car, about 39 seconds to the P2. And that is quite a gap.
Yeah, it's still Glatter, Warden, Bushek, Budowski, Elgard is the top 5. Simmons, Ayrton, Fisher. And my laptop's picked the great time to go into potato.
Well, Cassandra and Tarin behind. Although
cheers.
it seems to jump slightly a little bit.
Yeah.
Did we lose a red by chance? I guess we did.
I don't know. to be honest.
Yeah, because we are looking on one Audi.
Yes, indeed we are. The Audi in 7th place, although, to be fair, there's less than a second in it now, as between Simmons and Ayrton, we're currently looking at Ayrton at the moment, as he tries to find a way past Simmons for 6th place overall.
It would be interesting find with the back marker in front of the HSP Regretta Bentley.
Yeah.
I have no idea who is currently in that car.
Hold on, I shall have a look.
I guess it would be Schaefer right now driving for the final stints.
Yep, it might well be Schaefer driving it. I'm just going to...
currently really close under the rear wing of Max Simmons. And he might be way too close for Eau Rouge for that air wash to just kick in. Let's see if he can get the run through. Seems like all nice and clean, but a good run for Simmons as well, and he's 2 car lengths in front. I don't think Ayrton will be able to close that down, though he's slightly catching up.
Coming up to Lake Coombe now, it is indeed Martin Schaefer in the number 13 Bentley. Coming through Malmedy. All 3 of them absolutely on it, as per usual. And coming down into Rivage now, still looking very close indeed. So Audi maybe dropping back slightly through there, coming through No Name corner again now. Schaefer pulling over to the inside to let both of them through. At just before Puhon, excuse me, coming through the second part of Puhon now. Easy flat in a GT3 car. And then it's down this shortish straight here, brake roughly where the gantry is, down to 3rd, maybe 2nd for Fania, through both parts of Fania and then in towards Davilo. Again, another 3rd gear corner. Gap looking fairly consistent still at the moment, although Simmons, I think, has pulled away a little bit from Ayrton, I think it's fair to say. Ayrton took a second out of Simmons on the previous lap, but whether that's because Simmons was in the behind the Bentley of Martin Schaefer, I'm not 100% certain. So hard on the brakes now for the bus stop chicane. Well, what used to be the bus stop chicane back in the day, it's now just the chicane, and Ayrton comes into the pits. So he's
coming in to finish off his stints off. Yeah. Looks to be about 24 laps right now.
Yeah.
And another message from the stewards panel that is currently car 21 Lambolero Raccoons had a 15-second penalty for causing a collision with car 9. And Damien said they wanted to have a safe race without penalties. Oh, where's the camera change? Red?
Yes, sorry. Real life emergencies that were rapidly emerging. I'm back.
I guess so.
Yes.
Yeah, so the Lambolero Raccoons have had quite clean first part of the race, but it seems like towards the end they are maybe starting to lose a little bit of concentration here and there and just getting the clumsy incidents.
They're double stinting the tires finally, and they're having consistency problems with it. I think that's more reasonable, seeing as it's their first enduro experience. I don't think any of them have practiced double stinting a tire just yet.
Probably not. But as you've been gone, another few incidents have been sent into the steward room.
And over to Racer Soul on the penalties desk.
I'm the penalty announcer.
Yes. Just one.
So everyone has a little bit of a job to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I remember our last news day at uni before we were all told to stay at home because of the pandemic, and it was just one of those days where literally every bulletin we did live, it was having to be rewritten for the next one entirely from scratch pretty much. And I think a friend of mine, his sole job all day was just refreshing the BBC Sport website or Sky Sports, Twitter, the lot, and saying, yeah, this has been cancelled, that has been cancelled, this has just been cancelled, and then there's me trying to frantically scribble down the results of who won what at the Cheltenham Festival, which went ahead. Yeah, that was quite an interesting day in the newsroom at uni. I think it's pretty fair to say, and yeah, if we'd have known it would have been the last time we were all probably going to see each other in person before graduation, we probably would have made a bit more of an effort.
Boy, I actually just realized something that completely slipped past our commentators here. There is a specific report in against the race leader.
Ooh. I mean, to be fair, I've been watching the feed, so.
Which one is that?
The report number 63. Depending on the severity of that report, that could truly switch things up.
Well, it depends on what will be the result and what is their involvement in that. But let's see what the stewards make of that.
Well, if I understand correctly, they go through it in chronological order they come in, so that one is the next one we should hear something about.
Ooh, getting very, very spicy indeed.
I will keep an eye on that and give out any new information I will see on that.
Ooh, cheers.
But to be fair, they've been bulletproof this entire race, and it would be funny that just the smallest mistake, smallest misjudgment could just throw it all into disarray this late in the race.
It would be excruciating, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, fastest lap of the race, fastest overall pace, bulletproof like performance, literally zero damage. Look at that car. That car has 0 damage, not a single lick on it.
On the plus side, though, we would have one hell of an ending.
Oh boy. You know, I would love nothing more than a surprise thunderstorm right now. Just completely everything in disarray.
You've been talking so much about the rain, Red, that they just got scared and fucked off.
Listen, okay, I love the rain. The rain is like the best thing for a commentator to like watch. As soon as the rain comes on, things get interesting.
Oh, sure.
And Schaefer promised he would go side by side, full speed, no lift through Eau Rouge if there was rain.
Ooh.
Well, if he managed to get someone to do it, that would be for sure interesting sight to see.
Right?
Might end up through the wall if he tries to take Eau Rouge flat out.
I mean,
in the rain.
Yeah, I did once actually try taking the Master Kink flat in heavy rain in a GT3 car, and that did not end well. So,
well, you have to keep in mind that if it rains, you can't actually gain a track cut on Eau Rouge. So it's about taking the line entirely differently and entirely wrong, essentially.
And presumably going against... Oh, sorry.
So yeah, you can keep going.
Oh no, sorry, I was just going to say, so I'm presuming this is against all known logic on how to drive a racing car and take the line of least resistance.
Yeah, essentially. Let's see if we'll follow this car for a second, and I'll essentially explain how you can get it true speed wet. It's kind of about just knowing about it is enough. Yeah, they're nearly going to... Are they? Not misjudging where they are, am I?
Well,
I always get so lost at Spa.
Well, they're going to be fast, so you have half a lap until they get to where you want them to be. As look who has popped up into the comms, into the waiting room.
I was wondering when that man was going to show up.
Let's see, the one and the only is the Charger.
Hello, chaps. How are you?
Hello, you wanker.
Very well.
Good. How are you?
I'm great. You're doing a great job, guys. I've been watching it all day. I missed the start, but you've had some cracking interviews.
Oh,
we have. Yeah.
Oh, people have been willing to talk and share their stories, so that was fun.
Right, so we're coming up on it. Essentially, what you're going to want to do is normally you go really a lot towards the right to take the corner in itself, but you just want to stick a little bit more left and then just straight line it. Follow the upside like of the turn, and then skim it really close to the barrier, uncomfortably close. And congratulations, you won't get a track cut during the wet. You can't get one there.
So coming down the hill now.
Then all the way towards the left, don't hit the inside curb, and now just straight line it. You can cut that entire left side of the corner off when it's wet. As long as you keep the steering wheel straight, you're not going to slip either.
How did you find out that?
To do though. Drive Spa in the wets.
I mean, isn't that kinda illegal?
It's a good question. Refer it to the stewards, see what they think of it. Technically, it's always a no time gains.
But if you gain a position after, wouldn't that kind of make it slightly illegal?
Refer it to the stewards.
It reminds me of playing Race 07 or Race On as the console version was back in the day. There was a glitch on there where when you were driving around Anderstorp in Sweden, if you deliberately understeered at turn 5 and then hit the tyre wall at the exit, it would actually trigger the timing line. So everyone's fastest lap was around like 30 or 40 seconds, depending on what car it was, because it was only half a lap that's been completed. And I mean, granted, this is not as much of a major glitch to gain time, but yeah, it can be helpful knowing this. And also there was that year at Spa where I don't think they actually bothered with track limits until I think the morning of the race.
Yeah, until everyone complained that the cars were going off to the Netherlands and back.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're coming up to the bus stop chicane, the chicane now. So it was up the inside here, and then in the second part, you basically ran it as wide as possible and as close to the barrier there on driver's right, and then rejoin the circuit.
But you know the funniest part, they wouldn't probably even gain that much time going so wide, because they would just make the track longer.
I think it was more to do with the amount of speed you could carry through the second part, though.
Oh yeah.
Because you were massively opening the radius of the corner up, you could just carry way more speed, and it was like that at lots of other places. It was like that at No Name Corner correctly. Yeah, it was like that for I think.
Oh, Rouge was just basically a straight after that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, not the finest moment in the series, but yeah, that was in real life, and that was a bit of a mistake there. I think Blanchemont as well, you could run massively off as well for good measure. So if you needed to, so yeah, that was always a little bit interesting to watch on that year in real life, but nah.
They got it sorted for the race at least, so it was fun. Last year's Spa was interesting because they started to use sun sensors that they've built into the track.
Wait a second. Is there actually a raccoon face on that car that I've just never noticed at the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the front is supposed to look like a face, and on top there is a cute little raccoon.
I never noticed the raccoon on top.
You never did.
Ah. Sorry, continue.
I mean, to be fair, that's almost like that time you basically put Bibendum on top of a car for a race.
Racer. Many Bibendums on cars.
Oh yes, good old Bibendum.
The most cursed mascot in the whole of motorsport.
probably one of the most cursed mascots in sport, mate. To substantially rephrase what you said, yeah.
Just look into the eyes. Look at all that they have seen. The universe, the collapse, the creation. All of that just within the small sparkle in his eyes.
So, out of curiosity, seeing as we're looking at the top of the grid currently, where do you guys think the actual position of the number 31 car is?
Top 10.
Well,
I mean, he's just come out of the pit, so it's showing he's in 6th.
Yes, but look at the stint. Look at the stint time. Like, they're completely offset. They are running at a 65% roughly of other people's stint when they come in, so their position is completely offset towards the end of the race.
Well, I guess look at the time when everyone's gonna pit, and if they cross wherever they are at the 0-0 mark, that's where they are.
Well, it's not that simple, is it? Because then the question is whether or not they're going to need an extra pit stop at the end of the race.
Well, if you look at it, we have 2 hours 46. They are gonna do 1, 2. Well, the pit takes 60 minutes. They might need 2 more. Maybe 3. They might do math wrong. They just come out of pit lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if they go again, that's gonna have hour 45 remaining. And then they just stop whenever they need with the 67, so they need 2 more stops.
But they're still on track like everyone else.
Yeah, and so does everyone else need 2 more stops from now on, definitely.
So in essence, what you're saying is when the others go into the pit, that is their like that's actually their actual position.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because if I'm doing maths correctly, everyone will have to stop.
Verdict
right
is in.
now.
Racer, do you do the honors?
Yeah. The leader is... Okay. There is nothing. I mean, if there is NFA, then I just don't even announce. I just leave it as it is.
No, there should be something that comes up saying no further action.
I mean, people even don't know it has been looked at, so they don't need to know there is no further action. Unless you tell them there is something happening, then they should know there is no further action.
It's just that the 101 and the 77 appear to have had a collision, and the number 99 that's leading the race was just caught up in it, unfortunately. So, yeah.
No game-changing moments for the top of the field.
Nope.
Yeah. So that was...
Banksy apparently got wiped out by a back marker.
Ooh.
While he was in 12th, and that's like the 3rd time that they had to climb up there. That's...
Yikes.
Yeah, that's yikes. That's not something that is fun to experience. Yeah, there's the car. They switched over to Barnett. I mean, they're still in 14th. That's not necessarily the worst possible thing, but yeah. It's still everything except fun.
I now have the quote from the HSP Regretta team, counting down his teammates. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4. I'm not sure, but that's not how numbers work. Well, but I can confirm that there has been a spin and a flat spot for the number 13 HSP Regretta team. That is not going well for them.
Ooh, so there's a flat spot on that tire.
Well, If you spin through.
Oh yeah, look at that steering.
Sadly, I'm gonna have to leave you guys. I've got to go get ready for a soccer game.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Don't die.
Streaming. I'll watch for a bit. Probably, and I'll see if I can come back towards the end. I probably won't be able to, but I'll try. All right. See ya. Have fun.
See ya. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I absolutely do believe that, Banksy. Don't get me wrong. It very much sucks what happened to you. The reason why I'm like still somewhat saying you didn't lose everything is because I think you're still like what 12, 14 positions up. Let's double check. Positions up. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing but like it's not fun at all, but it happens. You're definitely not alone in it.
I mean, I'm still in P14, and that's no mean feat in this race. Like, there's still more than 2 hours to go. That is quite distance to the car in front, but anything is possible.
I mean, it's only the length of a regular IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race. Now I don't know what you're on about. So yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it pans out towards the end. Because I'm fairly sure there are going to be 1 or 2 teams who are going to have to do the final stint on a set of old tyres. So that's going to be pretty interesting, methinks.
We have a message from the stewards to the teams. We are up to 70 reports in just over 6 hours, which is excessive. Literally from the stewards asking for others to raise their game and stop running into each other.
I feel frustration brewing among the
I wouldn't be
leadership.
surprised if they don't just fucking close the door and say, fuck all of you, we're leaving this. And I mean, also message, 15-second penalty to car 50 Team Shumiskin's Blue for causing a collision.
To be fair though, it kind of makes sense. How many reports do we normally get in an endurance race? Like 25 something? And that's roughly 30 cars, 35 cars on the grid. We went in this with 62 cars on the grid. It sort of makes sense that because there's more cars, the volume would increase as well.
Yes, but when you have, let's discount the doubles, that might be like 10 right now. 70 reports for 6 hours, that's 10 incidents per hour. That's a lot. And like, if you usually you would also see like similar names come up here and there, but there aren't that many incidents, or like there are some that come up more, but overall it's been a little clumsy for this endurance.
Absolutely. I feel like most of the incidents that have happened are just pure clumsiness rather than malicious racing.
Yeah, but if you look back towards the league races, like they've been decently clean. Like maybe 2-3 reports per race, given the odd one that just happens here and there. But it's been quite alright since the start of the year. And maybe it's also people just coming into the sim racing being new or not sim racing for a long time and making clumsy mistakes. But oh my, there's been lots of stuff to go on.
I mean,
or in some cases earlier on. Oh, sorry.
You also can't forget that there's essentially about a car every 100 meters. I mean, I know it's slowly been going down, but it's still a car every 100 meters, you know? The differences between the laps that certain people are on is now massive. To give you an idea, Nate not counted in his car because that's 15 laps. The number 48 car, so 48 position is on lap 147, and the leader is on lap 160. There's a lot of back markers. There's back markers of back markers of back markers of back markers of back markers at this moment. And that, I imagine that must be the most confusing thing to drive with. Imagine that you're being overtaken by a dude that is only a lap ahead of you, who is being overtaken by a dude that's 2 laps ahead of him, that's being overtaken by a dude that is like 3 laps like over. You get what I mean? That is going to cause clumsiness.
It's going to cause clumsiness, but I don't know if it's the inexperience sometimes, but you can somehow get around this.
What, by
it
reading
takes
the
a little
rules?
bit of cooperation from both sides, from the people who are being lapped and people who are lapping. I know that you are super fast, or that you are not so fast, but there can be some level of cooperation and respect towards each other. That, okay, someone is coming, I put on my, I don't know, I put a flashing light towards the left. I'm gonna be on the left, pass me on the right. Hey, here you go. It can be a little bit daunting for some. I remember in the past endurance, it can get a bit overwhelming, but it's something that you need to get accustomed in endurance races, that you are gonna be lapped probably. So you need to get that mindset and know where to put your car and know what you're doing.
I mean, in my case, it wouldn't be probably, it would be definitely.
I still want you to race. I don't know.
One of these days, I might.
When he gets his degree and he finally can afford the PC that will run on more than 2 frames per minute.
Yeah, basically. Oh, yep. That would be interesting, to say the least. Just get a computer and then just drive around at the back of the field where I belong.
We'll teach you.
Where I belong.
RWB owes you that much.
No, I'll just be chilling at the back of the field. So
you will just be watching all of us fail miserably, laughing all the way to the finish line.
Yeah. I'll just be vibing at the back, mate. Yeah. That would be quite something to to have streams, just a camera looking at me.
We could arrange that.
Oh no! Now I've just realised this might be quite a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yes, this might be a very bad idea. Oh god.
From being like, why did I have to say something?
Yeah, not the first time that's happened, Racer, let's be honest. I
mean, the people that have been in for late night chats at RWB know.
Yes, and may have also ended up with getting the unbridled joy that is the sight of me about 6 beers in. 6 or 7 beers in, which is something.
6 or 7? Does that make 67?
No, not quite, because if I'd had that many, I don't think I'd have actually been on Discord, to put it mildly. Yeah, but, it's, has been a good fun indeed. And meanwhile, we're looking at the 37th placed McLaren, car number 419, currently driven by Walt Graves at the moment, who was racing only the other night, actually, in the Audi TTRS Coalition Cup on Race Room, in the old former VLN spec Audi TTRS that was kind of some hybrid Franken monster of half Audi TT and seemingly half GT3 car.
You know what I love to see?
Tasty bits on it, yes.
A trash can car made out of a wrecked Audi R8 trying to overtake a Bentley.
Yes. Martin Schaefer has dropped down the field think he may have. Has he just pitted? I can't quite. Unfortunately, I think
No, actually, he's halfway in a stint. Halfway in a stint, is he?
Halfway in a stint. I wonder if something's happened somewhere at some point in time.
It did happen a little while ago. Remember, he had a spin in a flat spot.
Yeah, true. Somewhere in time, or somewhere back in time. No, definitely somewhere in time. Very much so. I wonder if anyone got the Iron Maiden reference there.
No, I did not.
Somewhere in Time being their album from 1986.
Huh.
And one which I've actually got on this this medium called the compact disc.
Oh, that still exists?
Yes, I've actually got a whole CD rack behind me. Including a couple of CDs I'm yet to listen to, one of which is British Steel by Judas Priest, and the other is, I can't remember the name of it, it's by a thrash metal band from Brazil called Sepultura. And I'm still yet to listen to either of those. So might have to rectify that at some point.
I am really, really glad that I do not to buy music anymore, and I just, use Spotify.
I do use broke. Yeah, I use Spotify as well, but I just quite like having a big old CD rack made out of what looks like mahogany, and I think it might be actual wood, which was brought for £1. It's yeah, there's quite a lot in there. Including some albums that are actually too big to fit in there, because I've got the last 2 Iron Maiden albums, Book of Souls and Senjutsu, as special editions. So they got different packaging, and it means that they don't actually fit in there. So they're currently sort of stood up.
Oh,
yeah, that was a
dive and a half.
Yeah, it's
was
a
that
good
who
job.
I thought it was.
It's a McLaren.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So
that was Jim's kill.
Means that he's now on the same lap, I think, as Matt Hodgson just in front of him. So
no, actually, he overtook Matt. He overtook him. So
right.
now he's on the hunt for Schaefer.
Yep. It was.
This is going to be interesting. This is some of the closest action we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this pans out here. Coming out of curb, Paul Frey now on the run up towards Blanchemont. Of course, Blanchemont, there didn't used to be all that much runoff area there back in the day. I mean, of course, if you can make a pass around at Blanchemont, then that's hero status. We saw it at the end of last year's race. If it goes wrong, though, it can actually end really badly, as we saw in 2001 at the Grand Prix with Eddie Irvine and Luciano Berti.
Oh, never mind. That was a little bit of a clip with the wall as well there. Commentator's curse.
Yep, it is strong with this one today. That obviously being you, Red Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the accident between Bertie and Irvine, they collided on the run to the corner and dislodged Bertie's front wing, and which meant that Bertie was heading into Blanchemont with no brakes and no steering, and actually ended up under the tyre barrier.
So I'm actually really interested in this because Hutchin also came in straight after, so that means they're going to come out immediately fighting.
Yeah. This is going to be pretty interesting when they come out the pits.
What I'm really confused about, though, is why Kel decided to pit now. He's 10 laps into his current stint, you know, and it's confusing to me. Drive-through. Yep. Okay. They had a drive-through. Yep.
Drive-through. So,
corner cut.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. That completely explains it.
Yeah. Never mind. Yep. You're right. Sorry. That is indeed a. That's.
All right. Well, that's an exciting battle now. Completely cancelled. Let's go looking through the field again. What's going on?
I have a message from the stewards.
Oh.
Car number 84 Wolfpack has a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with car number 744 Cameron Hayes. They have missed out on your tube of Smarties for the fastest lap.
Yeah, it was the 744 team said that they were on for a potential 218.7.
Oh, that sucks. But in good news, I've been to the kitchen. I managed to recover a pancake.
Excellent. I'm saving my dinner until after the race.
Well, to be fair, a 218.7 would still not break the record of the fastest lap for the race. I mean, there's a 218.322 currently still on the table. I'll be really impressed if that still gets broken today.
I mean, it would have been their fastest lap of the race, though.
That is absolutely true, but they did say in their stewards report that they were trying to break the fastest lap of the race, not their own.
Okay, that's interesting.
So I've been looking through the field for a little bit. The team that came the closest is actually the car number 911. They did a 218.465.
Ooh.
And that's rather recently, because since the last time that I decently looked at the times, that wasn't there.
Another message.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I think that this is the same message as I've just seen. So.
The car number 29 Toga Motorsport, a 5-second time penalty for blue flag infringements against car number 88 Racing Sim Tools Esports. I think this is the first penalty for blue flags.
Yep. Absolutely.
I think you're right. Yes, it is indeed the first for the blue flags. Need to quickly there we go. It's currently the gap between first and second is only 6.4 seconds. I know the leader has just come into the pits. Ooh. Yeah, so that could be one to keep an eye on, which of course explains why the Marcus Walter's first sector time on his last lap was over 2 minutes. So that definitely explains that.
So we do have a small record going on currently. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I am not aware, no.
So the record of this race for longest pit stop in history.
Oh, yeah.
It's Valtteri Bottas.
Oh. Yeah, well, to be fair, Bottas does still hold the record because the wheel nut was actually physically fused on and they couldn't actually take it off until the car had actually been returned to the factory, and then they stuck, and then I think they ended up having to get some special kind of tools and equipment and that to try and unfuse it. So that was a little bit amusing to read about. I think the pit stop was measured in days rather than seconds. So it's not as good as that time actually at Spa in, I think it was sometime in the 1930s during the Grand Prix. Alfa Romeo were the only team left in the race because everyone else had broken down or crashed, and so their team manager called the drivers in at halfway through the race, called them into the pits, and then they had a pit stop for a luncheon. The crowd weren't terribly pleased with this, as I'm sure you can probably imagine, but No, that's
What are you gonna do? Have your cars keep running and break down?
well, no, it's just thought nice to give the drivers a little bit of a guaranteed podiums. So why not bring everyone in and treat them to a nice spot of lunch mid-race? You know, I can see the logic of that. I mean, I'd be up for it if that was the case in more often. I mean, that's what I think cricket's brilliant. Because how many other sports do you get to have lunch and afternoon tea while you're playing?
Hearing the line inviting someone for lunch in the mid-80s just reminds me of the times when teams would make half of the cars they would need for homologation.
Oh,
have a lunch midway through and then just cheat their way around.
Oh, yeah.
I found an interesting battle for position right here.
Yep, it's Nathaniel Shirley. And that's another Lamborghini, so that might well be Albertini. Oh. And Nathaniel Shirley going for a wee bit of a love tap there, just to presumably let Albertini know that he is indeed behind him. So coming up the Kemmel Straight now, he's nowhere near close enough to realistically have a go into Lecombe. Not in the slightest. Hard on the brakes now, and still not close enough. So next time he might realistically be able to make a move is possibly Fania, I'd imagine. Although Albertini does run a little bit wide there, so I'm wondering if Albertini is on used tyres at the moment. Hit the apex quite well at Speaker's Corner though, so I'm not 100% certain on this.
Very possible, actually. Their previous stint was a 15-lap stint, and their current stint is 18 laps, so it's very possible.
Okay then. Coming through Fania now. Through the second pipe. Does appear to be hitting the apexes quite nicely. Whether it's at as fast as possible, I'm not 100% sure. It remains to be seen. I'm missing a little bit there.
Apex.
And just about, I think, making it at Curb Paul Frere. And now on the run up the hill towards Blanchemont. They come. Coming up through the second part of the corner now. Now en route to the chicane. Part of me still wants to call it the bus stop chicane, even though it does not bear any resemblance to a bus stop. In fact, it's actually a pretty terrible chicane, in my opinion. Whereas at least the old bus stop chicane actually had some kind of flow to it. This one doesn't, in my opinion. But no, it doesn't appear to be close enough. Shirley, he's lost a few tenths that lap, about 0.4 of a second. So, yeah, it is indeed quite a tricky one. Currently up 35 places at the moment. Yeah, the car just ahead of these two is the Porsche of Tarin, which is also up a lot of places. Namely, I think, we'll have a look when it switches over. Shirley again having a look, but maybe going a little bit too deep into Rivage there. Yeah.
Not going a little bit deep, but he gets to cut the car back and maybe accelerate slightly earlier.
Yeah, true.
It's that kind of a corner where if you go wide, it's not all lost because you can regain it back, similar to the turn 1 at Laguna Seca, turn 2, depending on how you count your corners. But yeah, definitely.
Shirley is getting impatient here for a move. I saw the blinking towards the right side as well. They definitely want Albertini to yield the position.
Well, it's clearly
And
not.
I have a message from the stewards. 30-second stop and go penalty to car 787 Javarder Black for causing a collision with number 34 RWB Red Bull. And there are no new stewarding reports.
What?
Yeah, there is nothing for the stewards to do, and I would just love to hear the silence in the booth right now.
Oh, here comes the switcheroo.
Whoa.
Maybe he gets the cut back.
So
this is close.
Albertini is going to want to position his car as far to the inside as possible. Shirley knows this. He's going to go around, have a look around the outside, gets alongside under braking, maybe go for the cutback. Not quite. Okay, now it's a drag race down to Eau Rouge, or in this case, more along the lines of, oh god.
He's too close right now. The air wash is just gonna kick in and wash the car away.
Well, it does.
As you can see that.
As he goes straight on there a little bit through the second part of the corner, and now he is still in the draft of Albertini, also in a Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Hard on the brakes now, not going to be able to do it. I think at Les Combes, not quite. And a little too far away to have a go at Marmady. So next stop, Rivage. Literally and metaphorically, the next stop is its next braking zone. Not quite close enough still. So
some nice driving from Shirley, because you can see he's not getting desperate, but he's just eyeing out an opportunity, trying to make Albertino slightly uncomfortable, having to double think his braking points. If Shirley is gonna be there, do I need to brake later? Do I need to position myself here and just putting the other Lamborghini under the slightly more pressure?
Updates. Car 787 has left the race. The one that got the stop and go.
Well, looks like Jawad there have just blown away.
Hey, I see what you did there.
I mean, if you call yourself Jawad there and you have 787 as your number, you're just asking for the bad puns.
Yes,
But bad puns aside, Shirley was looking out for an opportunity, maybe down the inside into Blanchimon.
He's too far back realistically at the bus stop, one would think, and one would be able to tell that he is. So he's coming out of there, not the best exit I've seen, to be brutally honest with you. I mean, it's still better than anything I'd be able to manage, but...
Well, let's see what happens maybe into outside of the turn one. If he gets a good enough exit and gets into the toe, into Eau Rouge, and manages to get the line through there, he might be in a good position to challenge into La Source, depending on how Albertini makes the corner. He takes slightly more of the curb on the entry. You could see the car just bottom out and lose all of the grip through there, and that's another opportunity gone for Shirley. So back it is towards just trying to close down onto Albertini for the rest of the lap. And it's interesting to see this, like, you already see the opportunity being there. You are just about in a good distance, but a small mistake like that, where you take a little bit more of the curb and you just wasted a lap. You can see him just dive slightly down the inside, making Albertini a little bit more nervous, or just having him seeing the Lamborghini behind you. And this is something that I really enjoy, just being able to put the pressure on the guy in front and make him uncomfortable, make him look into the mirrors and having to double think all the time. But for the same reasons, I kind of also enjoy the reversing of that position, being the one that is in control. As Shirley goes, okay, that had all of the signs of a opportunistic move, but he managed to get the car stopped into the inside for Fania. But the pressure is definitely mounting on Albertini. Let's see, maybe he can get into the toe, onto the back straight. He's really, really close to the Lamborghini in front of him. Just behind the rear wing. Can he take the inside into Blanchimont? Maybe if the door will be open. But Albertini just closes it slightly more. Actually, he has no way around as of yet.
Yes, might be doing quite a lot of the heavy lifting there, methinks. Coming into the bus stop chicane now. Again, Constantina's back up. Try and get a good run out of the corner and then maybe have a little look at La Source.
They have a lap, either this lap ahead or probably lap ahead to contest with that.
Yes, I'm fairly certain the driver of the BMW has been told that, yeah, this battle is actually for position and it's getting a bit racy. So whether that message has been passed on to the driver of the BMW will remain to be seen. That could add another element into the mix as well. Trying to when you have a car
this is really close. Maybe we'll try to go for the inside. The door is open and he goes for the inside.
Manages to
one back. Does not make the corner.
To cut it there. He's letting back past, and also letting the BMW through as well because blue flags were waving. So now it's going to be a case of just trying to maybe cool the tyres a bit, regroup, refocus, and then wait for the BMW to clear the...
But there might be opportunity now with the BMW if Curly is close enough. He might be able to just slip by with the M4, depending on where does Albertini let him go.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, I think. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's close enough right now as Albertini is still fighting that BMW, trying to find the best place to let him by.
Or Albertini might not actually have had the message yet that...
he definitely has the message. He definitely knows there is a car that is faster behind him. But he just does not want to open the door to Shirley behind. I know this from personal experience, trying to pull away from the other Madal in a race and having Shula behind me who has just lapped him onto lapping me. I just knew I need a lap or two to just get away and give him the opportunity. But now it seems like no, Albertini is still defending from the M4. And yeah, look at that. That's a mistake from him. And this might open the opportunity for Shirley to go around the outside. Maybe Albertini shoves him slightly a little bit wide.
Yeah.
But Shirley now has the inside line for La Source. Let's see, this will be a perfect opportunity to at least attempt. He's almost alongside, so diving move is there on the brakes.
He gets
the inside line, but he takes it a bit too narrow. So now Albertini has a chance to take it back into Eau Rouge. Side by side we go. But it seems like Shirley has managed to do that, and that's exactly what we've been talking about. Albertini was way too focused on not letting the BMW by and taking way too long. So the mistake has crept in, and now that's Albertini up a position which he could have held for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because when I saw those two side by side just then coming out La Source towards Aruda, I just thought, oh no, this can't end well.
Oh, that's Badowski in the second place car, the Lexus, that's here. But this is not Badowski, but his car.
Yep,
that's
and
second and fourth currently. Yeah.
Indeed, it is Crawford Brown of the in the police car. I think it's fair to say, currently in second place. If you wanted to try and get, I mean, yeah.
It's interesting that they find themselves in that position.
Yeah, but also the car Marco Badowski's in has had a penalty as well.
Yeah, but
with the contact with the.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean the situation on track. Like they were looking like there was something going on between them, more than just a lapping maneuver.
No, I think it was just a lapping maneuver at quite a difficult part of the circuit and at quite a difficult time, given that there was one driver lapping another driver, and then one driver putting 2 laps on 2 completely different drivers on 2 completely different laps. So
Right, can I ask?
A little bit complicated.
Yes.
Who is on the lead lap? Is Phil still on the lead lap, or is it only Brown and the leader?
Brown and Phil are on the same lap, 172, and Marcus Walter is an entire lap ahead. However,
is it only because he crossed the line?
No, we're currently looking at Marcus Walter. He is. What turn is this? I always forget.
Rivage.
Brussels, Packnell.
So he is about the lap, second place.
Oh god. Like what, half a lap?
Actually, no.
Where is Crawford?
Actually, is it second place that he's about to lap?
No, Crawford is...
No. Sorry. Then
yeah,
is it...
half...
No, we're talking Badowski. I'm very sorry. I was trying to get my lines here. Yeah.
No, Badowski is in a different part of the track.
I could have sworn when we cut away from Badowski, we were over there as well. Okay, never mind. Forget what I said. I completely misremembered something there.
Yeah, I guess Badowski has already been lapped since Brown is in front of him.
Badowski finds himself at 172 currently, so yeah, that makes sense.
And Phil is on what lap?
Phil is also 172.
Yeah, so he's still on the lead lap, basically, but he's far behind Crawford.
Yep, very much so. But something that is very interesting to say about this, at the minimum, is that Badowski is very much still off stints. To give you an idea, Varley, who's running ahead of him, is currently on his current stint 4 laps, and is 58 seconds ahead. But if you look at where Badowski is at in the stint, he is 17 laps into his stint. So it's interesting. He's kind of like the odd duck out there, Badowski, but the same with Phil, because if you compare Phil towards Crawford Brown, for example, Crawford Brown has been driving his current stint for 13 laps, while Phil Varley has only been driving 5 laps, and Badowski has been driving 17 laps. Really hard to gauge what the actual situation is there, because kind of the entire top 6 that we have now is very varying on degrees of what tire set they are on and how long they've been running that. So it's hard to gauge who is actually ahead of who.
It will be difficult for sure. But I guess the Walter is just, or the entire team is just looking good. Like they've been consistently doing good laps, lap after lap.
Don't give him the commentator's curse.
Yeah, so they are gonna be taken out by the 2 backmarkers they are about to lap. But it just looks really, I don't want to say bad, but the chances are still there. It's just gonna be tough for the cars behind to do something different. We've got the new visitor. Hello, Martin.
How you doing, guys?
Have you been enjoying hours of great content?
Yeah, it's been awesome. Just watching that battle between Albert. Sab used to be a teammate of mine, so it was really interesting to watch that.
Why am I drinking this?
I have to say, I'm really impressed with all your new graphics now. They look fantastic.
Thank Nate. Now,
That's
I do
the Race Labs app.
So, I do have to interrupt all of you because we have all of these amazing drivers and they're kind of struggling to get ahead, and a really good way to get ahead of everyone else on the track. Quite simple. If you are entirely tired of adjusting that ridiculous MFD and that Kuno still hasn't put in options to actually adjust something, check out Racing Sim Tools Pit Stop Manager so that your teammates can adjust the MFD for you. It will make you gain positions. No longer will you lose seconds a lap adjusting that ridiculously difficult to navigate little menu, and people that can just think about it can adjust it for you. It is incredibly simple. It's cheap. Go check it out at racingsimtools.com. You will not regret it.
I've got to say, anyone that's ever done any endurance racing, that is an absolute boon, because the one thing you don't want to do is lose your concentration at the end of a stint trying to sort out tyre pressures from an MFD that you can't actually look at the track and look at everything else at the same time. It is an absolute best thing, one of the best things that ever happened to enduro racing, that in my opinion.
Absolutely. It should have been in the base game from the get-go. But you know, if we don't have it, third-party support.
Hey. Probably things literally, I responded to Rai just saying, like, he said that there were many reports, just like, looks like you only had to ask politely. 5 seconds later, there's a report already in.
Yeah, it seems like Good Smile Racing and Ignition Racing don't really work.
Well, that's the Oh yeah, that's exactly what we saw, the Mercedes and the Lexus.
They keep having incidents.
I mean, I guess.
No, it's not the Mercedes and the Lexus. It's the Mercedes and the Lambo. The Lambo number 9.
Yeah, that's the Lambo. Sorry, my bad. What did they do now?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. But I think it's like the third incident between them. Don't quote me back on that. It's at least the second, but maybe even the third one between them. So,
I mean, if you keep having incidents with the same car, I think that's a sign.
Yeah, that really is a sign.
No, that's not a sign. That's literally a text that has been written onto your eyelids to see. Hey, at least the stewards have something to do for now. I mean, nothing happening for a half an hour. They must be starting to get bored in the room.
Do you not find that seems to happen in enduro racing? You'll always end up somewhere near the same car. It doesn't matter how long you're going for, if it's a 6, a 9, a 12 hour. There always seems to be one car that you always seem to be battling no matter where you are.
I wish that was the case with me. I just naturally drift towards the back of the grid and then just always end up at the back of the grid all by myself.
Don't worry, we fix that soon, TM.
Soon, TM. Soon, when we drive the Jag.
No.
It's a brilliant car.
I never said that. Anything that was opposing to that.
Well then, we drive the Jag.
No.
Tonight we drive the Jag. Lifts a cup in the air with beer in it. We drive tonight. To battle, Jaguar.
Alright, if I wanted pain, I would play Rocket League. Thanks.
But why not more pain?
To be fair, I'm ingesting pain right now voluntarily.
You know who else is in pain?
Is it Mr. I can't see that name because of the pixels that we have currently on screen?
All the drivers that are currently having to double stint their tires and adjust it for the correct pressures as they are screaming their lungs out with 25 degrees Celsius and 32 degrees Celsius on track. The easy way to deal with all of this is simply by using Racing Sim Tools Pit Manager so that your teammates can adjust your tire temperatures or you on your double stint, because the last thing you want to be doing is trying to figure out some difficult math equation about what the perfect PSIs are while you are battling your lungs out the last 2 hours of the race. So check it out now on racingsimtools.com.
Aren't you overkilling it at this point?
I'm waiting for the Squarespace ad to come, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, to be fair, I'm not really overkilling it. I realized that I missed it for an hour, so I decided to run it twice, and seeing as it's kind of appropriate right now because the temperatures are 32 degrees Celsius, and I've heard messages from 5 teams now that they're double stinting it at the ends. Good luck.
Martin, just wait for the white flag presented to you by Credit One Bank.
Hey, I like doing my segues, okay? I remember this.
You're not
I
getting
remember...
paid enough to do it. They sound so professional. I'm not going to lie. I've just bought it.
Congrats. Well, that's good. You made the best decision you made in a while.
There you go. That's paid your salary for tonight.
I wish I was getting paid.
Wait,
no,
we are not getting paid.
No, we're not getting paid. Completely voluntary. No, but seriously, I remember with the charity endurance race at Bathurst, the 12 hours of Bathurst, and I just every like 15 or 10 or so minutes, I just did this like segue in between the reason why you should donate money, and after doing it, I think 12 hours, I think I at least did I'm gonna say 50 or 60 times. You kind of get into the groove of how you need to do them, so you never unlearn. It's I once had to tap gear for my job, and I normally don't have to do that. I'm an IT guy, but it was like an event and they needed someone behind the bar, and I didn't know how to tap a perfect bind, right? I just didn't know how to get the foam correct. But that evening we sold over 4,000 pints. I can tell you, after 100 you learn how to do it, and ever since I can't stop it. Every single time I tap one now, it's perfect.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's the same with it's kind of the same with like doing these little segues and like pushing it in between. The first 10 are awkward, and after that you just get in a groove and you keep doing it correctly because you know what you need to do.
Also, Red, can you phase out into a human being?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No.
Sounds like you've been eaten by Optimus Prime.
Wait, what?
I mean, just the microphone for a second sounded like you were in a different dimension.
Oh my god, I have 400 ping to the Discord.
There you go. Guys, not to put you on the spot, Robert Horvath is a friend of mine in the 17th place guy, just in front of Hodgson here. Who is on his team? Can you? And I'm going to.
Oh, and that's a death for the number 9 Lamborghini, and oh, that's gonna be a hefty repair for them.
To Kurt Hodgson there, that's all on me.
Oh no, look at the damage they have. That ruins a near perfect race for them.
In professional race driver term, it's fucked.
Yeah, that's on me. As soon as I opened my mouth and mentioned his name, that's it. He was done for. But you're right. The angle on that steering wheel, that's mental. He's going to have such a hard job getting that back.
Yeah, he has to go the entire track around just to get to that point. Look at that. That is.
It'll turn.
Look how little turn he gets out of that.
And that's gonna be really painful for Kurt Hodgson with just 2 hours remaining.
Yeah,
see, this is
out the way.
Yeah, this is when you need like a yellow flag, you know, like a proper yellow flag. Somebody alert the stewards to like send out a message that there is a very dangerously slow driving car on track that has no steering capability.
I think they know this. Oh, that's gonna. I mean, full course, you know, at this point would be an interesting one.
You know, I suggested that a while ago, but I get why you don't want it, like that people don't want to do it, but I did suggest it because like looking at the endurance races like IRL, the field compacts every so often again because of it, and in this case it doesn't really happen, and it was just an interesting suggestion to see everyone's opinions on it because I didn't really suggest it seriously, if that made sense. It was just I wanted to know what people's opinions on it were, but it's interesting to see regardless.
I would love it. I would like it, but I see that it has no added value to the thing. If Kunos themselves coded in the full course zero and the safety card you could send out by just press of a button.
You know what infuriates me?
No.
Every single car, like look inside of the cars. Every GT3, every GT4, every single cup car has a literal light inside of their cockpit, either on the wheel or on their dash, that says full course yellow.
Yeah.
And there's no functionality coded in for it to actually. That was a misjudgment.
Credit to Kurt Hodgson there. He had about 12 cars overtaking on that lap, and he managed to stay off the track, not getting involved in anybody. Everyone could see he was in trouble, but even with a car that wouldn't handle, he still managed to keep it off of any racing line, well clear of it. So fair play to him.
He did that really, really well.
Yeah.
You know what would be interesting addition if Kunos somehow managed to put in debris from these cars, like not the actual physical panels detaching, because I guess that's not possible due to brands not wanting to see their cars into 50 different pieces, but just like have carbon debris be thrown out onto the track when collision like this happens.
Yeah, I think you'd need to integrate that into one of the spotters to say there's debris at turn 4 or something like that, so you could take it forward in action when you get there.
I guess it would create more problems than things it would add.
I can't see it be that hard to code because the graphic element won't be difficult to do.
No, it's not that. That's not the problem. It's not that it's hard to code. It's not the physics either. It's gonna sound weird that I say that. It's not the physics, it's the simulations and the amount of stress that would put on top of everything else that is already in the game. Like, racing sims are some of the most difficult things known to man to code because of the ridiculous amount of physics calculations that it's doing per second. And because of that, if you add deformities towards it, for example, or debris, or, you know, things that need to be able to move when another car hits it and then interact with another car, that adds a ridiculous amount of complexity on top of that, which are going to make the calculations just a lot more heavy.
Also having to have them synced up for 60, well, for hundreds of people that are currently connected. And put a lot of strain onto the system.
Yep. So it's not that it's hard to code, it's just hard to optimize. And then the question is, if you can't...
From a really basic point of view, though, you could have debris on the track. It wouldn't have to be physics simulated. Like, you wouldn't have to like ping off and move when you hit it. It could just be on track, and then when you ran over it, it disappeared and caused a puncture. If a random, a random number generator would pull it up, it wouldn't need. to be
no. It's still not that simple, because if you were to want to, for example, simulate the fact that a car ran over it, right? That still has to interact with those exact same systems. But the thing is, it's Kunos. Even if they had the simplest way to implement it, Kialami has an entire like water like water duct system of they're never going to get away from their habits where they just simulate everything.
Yeah, no, I get your point. I can totally understand. If you're going to do it, you have to do it properly. I understand that, but it's an interesting train of thought, though, because debris is obviously a pretty common factor in races like this. So But I guess if you get a lot of debris, you'd need that would then say, well, what we need now is a full course yellow, or what we need now is.
It just brings a lot of other things.
Yeah.
As he said, in most games, like even other games currently, coding and getting this stuff done is pretty easy. The optimization part of everything is just probably what takes the most of the time and is the hardest to get right.
Oh, it's just like making a cup of tea then. Trying to
that was the longest brew then.
Oh, yeah. As we had before, like sim racing still is just in the Bronze Age, probably we could call it right now. Like, we are still far away from having the optimal simulation and having everything as we want it, because we are starting to get better and better at stuff.
Does that make us cavemen then?
Yes.
Yes.
I
mean, we are yet to get into like actual modern civilization levels of things. But if you look at ACC, it is all nice and fun, but even the collision system is not perfect because...
Oh, there's a car in the background gone off there. I don't know who that was. It looked like a Lamborghini, I think.
Yeah, but if you look at the collision system of the cars, some points when they contact at a slight speed, you would say like, I should not be spun around, but you are, because just the game cannot simulate the bending of the materials as well as it happens in real life.
This is a nice little track battle, isn't it?
It's for position. It's Jack. We're looking at Jack Alexander in the Good Smile Racing Mercedes, and just ahead of him is Simon Fisher in the RST black BMW, the new M4 GT3. Not that I'm even going to attempt to have a go at pronouncing that in German. And to top it off, they've got back markers in front of them as well. So we're in a situation that is actually very much reminiscent of trying to race in Super GT, where Good Smile Racing are probably more known for racing. In that there are varying skill levels, shall we say, between the top pro drivers and the AM drivers, and you've got obviously got the bigger Class 1 GT500s. Jack having a think about it before realising that the BMW was going to be.
And he takes the McLaren with himself.
Drilled the back of a McLaren. So that's going to be a penalty, one would assume.
Speaking of penalties, a message from the stewards. Drive to penalty for car 69 XRL Esports for dangerous track re-entry against the 88 Racing Sim Tools Esports car.
I was going to say, when you said speaking of penalties, I was so hoping you were not going to bring up what happened at the Euro 2020 final last year.
What happened? Oh, you mean the time that you got completely fucked by Italy?
Yeah, sadly.
Alexander on the range, I think that McLaren did exactly the right thing, if not by letting him through early. Should have let him through earlier than that, really, but completely out of the way at the chicane. And I think Alexander was trying to take advantage of a situation there and got it completely wrong in every possible way.
Probably just slightly miscalculating the braking, maybe not expecting the McLaren to be there.
No, I think he tried to make a move around the outside there and snip up the inside for the cutback of the second part of the chicane. But obviously the McLaren can't just disappear. He had to go somewhere, and he decided that was the point he was going to let the faster cars through. I just think Alexander had already decided he was going to try and make a move there, but that's something you can't really do in that situation, in my opinion. You've got to go with the cars around you, and that was a bad error of judgment, I think, there from Alexander.
Yeah, I think, well, it's. I know for a fact the stewards are going to look into it, so that's practically a given. Quite how it gets adjudged is will remain to be seen, because I know the Mercedes has actually had a penalty already during the race for an incident up at La Source, and I know for a fact that, in fact, I think the BMW has been listed in the stewards' reports as well. Whether they've had a penalty, I can't quite remember off the top of my head. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see how the ultimate judges of fact actually declare to be at fault for it.
Because I think the McLaren only got the first blue flag because obviously they cut the Ferrari behind. I think at the Paul Frere curve, so he'd only really seen 2 blue flags, so he made exactly the right move to pull over when he did. But yeah, I think Alexander was just trying to push every possible opportunity he had there, and every gift and circumstance. Unfortunately, he's come off worse there, and certainly McLaren did as well.
Yeah, it was a real shame. Paul Frere, actually, absolutely phenomenal racing driver in his own right, and journalist as well. Bit of a hero of mine, I must say. Is pretty handy behind the wheel in Formula One, actually, in the 1950s. Got a podium. Also won Le Mans in 1960, and during the test day of the 2003 Le Mans 24 Hours, he was doing testing an Audi R8 in the LMP 900 class at the age of 86 years old.
Fair play to him.
and he still had it as well, I think, actually, as a driver. So yeah, cracking driver.
Belgian.
Yes, Belgian. Also a 3-time national rowing champion.
Well, there's a multi-skill you don't often get.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, much like the same way we're kind of seeing with Chris Hoy at the moment, moving from cycling to cars, and having actually seen Chris Hoy race myself, I can confirm he is pretty good behind the wheel. So
I'm trying to think of the name of the United keeper that went into GT racing. And,
Fabian Barthez.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, he's not the only goalkeeper from that era to have actually gone into car racing. So I think I read somewhere that the former Liverpool goalkeeper Jerzy Dudek was doing a bit of national level racing in Poland.
Champion League winner Jerzy Dudek.
Yeah, Champions League winner Jerzy Dudek in the Miracle of Istanbul, as it's been termed.
Indeed.
Liverpool came from 3-0 down at half-time against AC Milan, and this is an AC Milan team that had Shevchenko up front and Kaka in midfield,
and we had
and
Troy all the way at the back.
Yeah, and Paolo Maldini was still playing, and managed to claw back 3 goals during the match at the Olympic Stadium in Istanbul, took it to penalties, and then promptly won on penalties. So
the greatest nights of my life, that was, I have to say.
This is the first Champions League final I actually remember, and I can't remember if it was, I think it was before my 8th birthday, so oh
God, Rob, that makes you feel really old. Thanks, mate.
Sorry, Martin.
I'm going to have to direct your guys' view towards the screen, as there's an overtake about to happen.
Ooh.
Well,
Alexander on much pressured tires versus Fisher.
Oh, the battle recommences.
Ooh.
Well, Alexander has been slowly getting back towards Fisher as he gets to navigate the McLaren. That makes it nice and easy, moves out of the way.
Ooh,
and Alexander just decides to sideswipe the McLaren.
Oh, that was a little bit there, I think. It was, I think the McLaren in question was actually the Araday & Co. car.
No, that was a different McLaren.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I think it might be actually, you're right, yeah.
I'm surprised with ACC physics, one of them didn't end up in a barrier there, but the McLaren still seems to be going around okay, so...
Yeah.
Well, luckily, because I could just see the Mercedes move slightly, I was like, oh God, no.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fate in that code right there.
Part 2 then.
Yep.
It wouldn't be the first time that Mercedes and McLaren were in a weird collision while under blue flag.
Ooh. Yeah.
But let's see Alexander getting closer and closer to the rear end of Fisher lap by lap after what seems like they've been split by the lap traffic before.
Yeah, I've got to say, after that incident with the McLaren, he dropped back quite a way, didn't he? But he's managed to pull that back really quickly, so fair play.
What is wrong with Alexander and McLarens? Like, he gets into collision with one, now he taps another one. I mean, McLaren must have done something to him.
Well, there was a very well-known Alexander who tested for McLaren, Alex Wirtz. And turns out his eldest son, definitely a chip off the old block, shall we say. Especially behind the wheel.
Just while this is going on, and I'll stop when it starts getting really interesting. I used to manage a car hire outlet around Silverstone, and on Silverstone weekend we was had to deliver the hire cars for people. Alex Wirtz was one of the ones we delivered back in the day, and when we went to pick it up, he'd basically left it full of I think it was Benetton stuff at the time, including his itinerary for the weekend. And you would not believe the amount. I mean, you think this was back in what, the early 90s?
It would have been the late 90s, I think.
Late 90s. Yeah, it would have been. That's right, because I was working there like late 90s. The media demands on them, even back then, were ridiculous. He literally had it down within minutes of where he had to be, who he had to go and speak to. And in fact, you know, it literally was about 4 hours on Saturday after qualifying. He would have to go and speak to different media outlets with about a minute break in between each one. It was mental. So you imagine what it must be like these days. You know, ultimate respect for all the work that goes on for those guys after the actual physical drive in the car as well. It's a real full-time job, this.
Yeah, I mean, one of my friends actually does the some of the post-match interviews for Canal Plus in France in the Premier League, and it's like...
Rob, I'll have to cut you off because Alexander looks like to be closing and closing onto the back of Fisher.
It looks as if Alexander can get the exit, which he might have actually...
This is going to get interesting.
This is going to get interesting. He might have a look at the source, but Simon Fisher is closing the inside line, pulls out to the middle.
Nice driving by Fisher there if he can get it around the corner.
Yeah. Although Alexander side, he might have slightly better traction. They're coming side by side now down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Oh, yeah, if you're standing near the side of the track, stand back. It backs out of it wisely, I should add.
Oh, I don't know if I'd have done that there. I'd have put the other guy on the back marker there rather than on the wall, rather on the... Yeah, you've got to think that's probably the best line going through there, but fair play, backed out.
Yeah, backs out of it. We've still got over 90 minutes of the race left, so actually maybe backing out of it might have been a pretty smart move from Jack Alexander.
I'm looking at the steam times.
Yeah.
Looking at the stints, Simon Fisher is due to come in anytime soon. Alexander probably does not know this, depending on how much knowledge his teammates have about the surrounding cars. But yeah, with still an hour and a half and you have the pace over the other guy, probably the better option to just let it go. You still have other opportunities later.
Yeah, it's gonna be I mean, it's clear that Alexander's got the pace, there's no denying that, but he knows that he's got the pace to close out, and you can see right there on the brakes in Stefania closes the gap massively. So yeah, we'll see. It could get quite interesting actually at the bus stop. So
yeah, if Fisher decides this is a lap he's going to pit and Alexander makes a move on him, that could get really nasty.
Yep.
Yeah, this could get pretty interesting.
Let's see Alexander currently in the slipstream coming towards Blanchimont. In no place to make a move, so yeah, he slightly lifts off coming into the corner, definitely eyeing an opportunity into the bus stop chicane. As Fisher is defending the inside line, probably thinking about that pit stop and not wanting to just cut across the car. Let's see what that... Yeah, he goes into the pit lane.
So
that was lucky.
Yeah, that was very, very...
I wouldn't call it lucky.
But
I would.
Fisher could have sent him on the inside there into the chicane, and then it would have obviously hindered his entrance into the pits, but it would have put Alexander in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but he defended the inside line, so Alexander had nowhere to go. That way just Fisher knew that he had clear entry into the pit lane.
Oh, sure, but what I'm saying is if it had sent Alexander up the inside into the first part of the chicane, Alexander had no way to cut back then because both cars would have been going straight on into the pits.
Yep.
Alexander would have lost a lot more time trying to get the car back onto the track than Fisher would have lost on the entry to the pits for sure. It was just a case of damage, that was all.
Well, if Alexander was on the inside, Fisher would be the one that is in worse position because he needs to get to the pit lane. And if Alexander was in front...
Alexander's racing under racing conditions, so he's going to lose more time than Fisher would have done on a pit lane entry, surely. That's how I would have thought. If I was in that position, I'd have sent him up the inside.
Well, no, because Fisher is the one that needs to yield the position as he wants to get into the pit lane. He's diverging from the racing line. Alexander is just continuing as the track is intended.
I'll agree to differ.
We agree to disagree.
Yes.
In much the same way it's the 2019 Champions League final between Tottenham and Liverpool. Unfortunately, I am a Tottenham fan. And yeah, thankfully I wasn't actually watching the matches. The pub I was in that night in London doesn't have TVs, so we were busy playing darts, which was actually probably for the best.
Just know if you come
we
to
have
the
another one brewing
chicane and I show up the inside, you know why now.
Yeah.
We have Rafael Pereira slowly catching on to Mike Kericek.
Yeah, still 1.5 seconds or so between them. pulling away.
1.5 seconds, but that can be gone in a flash.
Yeah, it's showing that Karachek's last lap was a 4:26, so one is fairly certain that he actually pitted last lap, and in fact the graphics do actually corroborate this. So that's going to be quite interesting indeed to see how this plays out.
Let's see if Pereira can keep up the lap times and close him down. Although the gap seems to have slightly grown.
Yeah, I think Karachek might be on fresh tyres here.
Yeah, it's
Perhaps.
more 26, and the stint time was just 1 lap, so I'm guessing that was his out lap last time round, and this will be a flyer. Mind you, it will be field as well.
To see when the outlap is, the number in the yellow box on the left, the solid form of that, actually shows you exactly the lap that they went in.
Hold on. Fancy stuff.
And the top
Karachek
left
161, and as I was saying, that's when they pitted.
183 is what it says there, but yes. And the counter on the top left for the lap counter, the amount that is remaining and everything else, is based on the person that you're viewing, so that way you can tell as well.
Yeah, it says that I think Pereira might be nearing the end of a stint here as well. Just looking at, I think he's done like 26 laps.
Nope,
10.
No, he's done 10.
That was in the previous stint. Sorry, yeah, my bad. Yeah, don't worry, I'm still trying to get used to this as well.
Did you go onto the other side of the house midway through that sentence?
No, I was just having to lean in a bit closer to my laptop to actually see it. Good old rural North Somerset internet connection for you. Yeah.
Otherwise known as internet.
Da.
So it's saying that Karachik is going to the end of the race now. I'm guessing that he's an hour to go. That must be his final stop, you think?
Probably with 2 laps, that would be about 4 minutes each. So yeah, he should make it, but depending on where the leader is gonna be, he might actually go over the stint time.
Stint time 65?
67.
66.
It is gonna be close, but
It's gonna be really close.
Yeah.
If he's right behind the...
If he's last time at last year's Spa 6 hours, was it? No, Spa Silverstone 6 hours. Many people were actually caught out by this because they pitted at the earliest opportunity to clear their minimum stint time for the final stint, but they miscalculated with the leader, possibly doing an extra lap over that, and that's what got them caught out, and got also us caught out in that. It's interesting thing that you think. What?
What's the penalty for that? Is it 90 seconds? It's not a straight.
It's a stop and go 30, so.
So if it finishes at the end of the race, it'll be a 90-second. I take it. That's the norm.
Probably, maybe even more. Maybe even like. Although I think it depends on the pit lane. That Spa is bigger.
Yeah. I was going to say that sounds very Formula E, especially like what happened.
It's not a Formula E thing. It's actually quite okay-ish thing.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Well, I mean, something similar did actually happen in the Formula E last weekend in Mexico City, though, when Jaguar spectacularly, I should add, miscalculated the what Porsche were doing, and the Lee Pascal Wehrlein, the race leader, crossed the start-finish line with 1 second remaining, which meant everyone had to do an extra lap, and there were some drivers who basically had to spend pretty much the entire final lap coasting.
Harvesting, yeah.
But compared to Formula E, this is actually organized and makes sense.
Yes. Yes, I'm very well aware of this racer, having been covering Formula E for 4 years now as a journalist, and having been trackside as a journalist, I can confirm, yes, you're right. This makes sense.
Yeah. Because like the theory is fine, and I see the point of it, but other things are just highly questionable, made and decisions made in favor of let's say, entertainment than racing.
Yeah, and also it is a little bit annoying when, for example, the race is in New York. It finishes at about 10, 11 o'clock at night, UK time. And if there's been enough contacts in the race, you know you're going to have at least a good 3 hours from the checkered flag falling to the official results being published. Which then means if something major has happened that impacts the podium or the championship, it's a case of having to write an article at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, which, from experience, is not fun.
Well, it is time for your favorite message from stewards.
Oh, here we go.
15-second time penalty to car 31 Goodsman Racing for causing a collision with car 417 Nokovox.
Ooh.
It is the collision with the McLaren into bus stop that we saw a few laps earlier.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It's well, it's quite funny because there's actually a separate report that actually has it listed as being on lap 31, which was quite some time ago. But no, it is actually a duplicate report, and someone, I think, misclicked somewhere and accidentally put the 31's car number in instead of the lap.
So
that.
And they did actually say, sorry for duplicate with wrong lap number. So, yeah, that's Steward's report number 74 and 73, in case anyone was wondering. So,
that's a job, isn't it? Live stewarding these. That's fair. Oh, what's that? Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, trying to revise there. 2 cars.
Ooh.
I am having difficulty discerning which cars that was.
It was white.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Do you know how slightly that narrows it down?
There we go. It's. Well, I mean, it was white, so at least I could check this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not the Top Gear Police Special Lexus liveried Lexus. I think we can quite safely take that one out of the equation then. So.
Jake Moore down there in 10th. I don't know who his teammates are, but I expect to see Jake a bit higher than that. That's quite a surprise.
That's Fisher, I think, and Xerax, if I remember correctly.
That's that car, is it?
Yeah.
Weren't they in pits recently?
Yeah, Fisher was in that battle with whoever it was.
The Jack Alexander in the 31.
Yeah, and don't forget that, I mean, the car number 88 with Moore in it is literally fresh out of the pits. Like proper fresh out of the pits. So every single car in front of him is like 13 laps, 20 laps, 22 laps, 11 laps, 21 laps, 25 laps, 22 laps. Like, they're gonna go up.
Yeah.
You know what else is currently brewing that is probably causing frustration right now?
The fact my mug of tea is empty.
No, the fact that it's currently 33 degrees track sides. If they're double stinting right now, it's the worst possible moments. 33 degrees Celsius. Ooh! Ooh, that was uncomfortable. Oh, shit. That was nearly race ending. I don't know if you guys actually like registered how close that was to the tire barrier, but that was millimeter work.
It had a wet line, but done in dry.
Yes.
Oh, that was uncomfortable.
It was a creative interpretation of track limits, let's say.
What, or the 2019 Spa 24 Hours interpretation of track limits in qualifying?
Yes.
Yes.
If he gave the place back, it looked like he went wide at Rivage, but on purpose.
That was blue flag.
Ah, was it?
Yeah. the Red Bull Audi passed them at bus stop, ran wide at turn 1 and repassed them now again.
Okay. That's a rather striking car, isn't it?
Which one?
The
you mean the
with the streaks down the over the top, kind of down the wings.
Yeah, it's the Le Mans copy. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Which one?
The one that we were commenting about earlier, the like that striking Porsche from Shumi Skins.
Ah, yeah.
It's tight.
Is the Andy Werner design for the Le Mans Virtual for the Porsche team? And it does look good.
Blue flags, guys, come on, blue flags, out you get.
Sure, blue flags are not mandatory, but that doesn't mean you should ignore.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't, this is why I don't understand on some people, like, okay, they are not mandatory to move out immediately. Like, that does not mean you can be a prick and just stay on a racing line. Like, some cooperation is needed for both cars.
I think it's like that. It's like that in IMSA. It's like you get the blue flags, but you don't have to move out of the way, which can be a little bit interesting in the classes at times.
Guys,
yeah, but some courtesy from other side is needed. And yeah, Red?
Tragedy happens.
Oh
the number
no!
9 Lambo left the server.
Oh, it did. Well, F in the chat.
One sec.
That, however, does make the 911 most likely, unless something goes wrong, commentator curse straight on top of that fucking car.
Well, knowing your record today, Red Sky,
yeah, exactly. Makes him for the most amount of overtakes, 39 in total right now. 39 overtakes.
That's pretty.
That's quite the sum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane.
That is special to be sure.
Yeah, Nathaniel Shirley's posted on the chat in Discord that it's a PC crash, unfortunately, for their driver, which meant that when he rejoined the server as driver 1, it was reset to 0. Unfortunately, so yes, a quick update on that from what I've seen.
Oh, that's just unlucky. After all that time.
After all that good racing, after all their hard work, to have a go like that, that's a shame.
I mean, that's motorsport, you know. You can't have a cylinder fail, but you can have your computer fail.
Well, just look at Le Mans last year, the class-leading LMP2 car. The throttle sensor went on it, and it just basically conked out on the run to the Forest S's on the final lap of the race, which led to that battle between Robin Freitz and Tom Blomqvist for the what they thought was second place, and then all of a sudden, presumably, their engineers are literally screaming at them on the radio. This isn't for second anymore, this is for the win. And I mean, how Freitz didn't actually wipe out the bloke waving the checkered flag, I still don't know. Because there was only about half a metre in it between Freitz's car and matey with the checkered flag. And on the other side of Freitz was Pierre Guidi in the GTE Pro class winning Ferrari.
Do you know what's the worst part? That they managed to restart and finish the race in that WRT LMP2.
No, I don't think they didn't finish the race.
Oh, didn't? Oh.
No, they just stopped on track, and it was only the day after in scrutineering when they fired the engine up, they realised, no, the engine's fired up. It's the throttle sensor that's gone, and it's always the way that it's usually the cheapest part on the car that is the one that goes wrong. It's like we saw with Toyota back in 2016, when Nakajima literally just came to a stop on the pitch straight at the start of the final lap, and Toyota couldn't believe it. Porsche couldn't believe it because they somehow won Le Mans.
Nobody could.
Audi couldn't believe it. Half the Formula One paddock couldn't believe it because they'd spent all night, or at least half the night, actually staying up watching it from Baku in Azerbaijan. Totally not caring that much about the race and all just staying up to watch Le Mans instead. So fair dues, I'd say. And
I mean, it's Le Mans versus Baku. I know which one I choose.
Yeah, Le Mans.
That time from Eddie Warden last time around, 2:19.3. What, eight and a quarter hours into a race? That is amazing stuff.
That is.
I mean, I was going to say, Jake Moore was catching Unwin by about 3 seconds a lap on his lap time, which were 2:20 flats. But a 2:19.3, that's impressive at this stage of the race.
They just back at the Le Mans, the pain for my boy Kubica.
Is this where I pull the rug from under you, Martin, and just say that the two front runners have been running that pace the entire race through? Jack Alexander is matching that as well. Sorry, I'm just gonna name them now.
No, that's fine. If they're putting those sort of performances in after this much racing, honestly, I've got ultimate respect for them because it's so easy to fall into a groove. And if that's the groove they've fallen into, that's why they're where they are in the race at the moment, because it's so easy to get used to braking 10 metres earlier or 15 metres earlier, and that just erodes lap time. And if you get into that mindset, especially in an enduro race, it's funny how your lap time just disappears.
I mean,
if they fall into that 2:19, 2:20 slot, that's amazing stuff.
The one thing that I would love to see as a piece of data, if capable of being provided, is I would like to see the combined average lap time of the number 99 car, current race leader. They've been in P1 the entire race, and they have put in continuous sub 20 laps when possible. And I really just want to know what their average lap pace is compared to everyone else.
It's like the... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's like when you, after a race like the Rolex 24, for example, I get emails from the B pillar with about average lap times and that, and it does make for really interesting reading. And I'd heard that in the first part of the Rolex 24 this year, for example, that Ben Keating, the Pro-Am driver from Texas, had put in an absolute phenomenal stint in the JDC Miller Cadillac that almost and arguably could have been in with a chance of winning overall, and in fact almost did. And it was only afterwards when I was actually looking through the data, I went, hold on, he's actually beaten Jimmy Johnson's fastest lap of the race. And we're talking a guy for whom this is not a full-time, he's not a professional driver, he's a businessman. He's a car salesman by trade in his native Texas, and he's lapped Daytona faster than a 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Yeah, but no disrespect to Jimmy, but his performances outside of NASCAR have been...
Yeah, but that's because he's also having to effectively relearn how to drive a racing car, because a Cup car has virtually no downforce, whereas he's driving IndyCar and a DPI, both of which are inherently downforce cars, one could argue, and it's having to almost relearn in a way some of the fundamental concepts of driving to actually harness the massive aero those things have. And he although Johnson's average during his stint was actually he had a better average than Ben Keating, but Keating had actually set a faster lap, which I still find absolutely phenomenal.
Wasn't Keating driving 2 cars at the same time?
I'm gonna interrupt. You guys know what time it is. It's time for some overtakes.
Yes.
Alright, Jake, what do you have? Show us some magic.
He's closing the gap fantastically here. His last lap was a 2:20.3. Tommy Unwin's last lap in comparison was a 2:22.6.
It's been like that for a few laps. Actually, I was saying earlier, he's been catching
Yeah.
2.5 laps, 2.5 seconds a lap, basically. So
now it is only about finding the correct place to make the move and not rushing it. It is easy to get close to a car like that, but at that point you think you have so much advantage that you can just blitz past. As he manages to get around the turn 1 Valkyrie car and he can launch onto the car in front.
Actually, looking at the lap times that the driver behind Jake Moore, Dennis, can't read his surname unfortunately, as
there he goes.
Is made there. Jake Moore up into 9th place now. The looking at the lap times that the Dennis, I can't even read that on my screen unfortunately. In
Ships.
Yeah, cheers. Ships in is now behind Unwin. Ships might actually be well and truly in with a shout of catching Unwin, I think, because he was lapping at a similar sort of pace as to what Jake Moore was. So one would assume that he can easily catch the catch Unwin's car as well.
Really sensible driving from Unwin there. He knew that Jake Moore wasn't his battle, and he was going to overtake him at some point. So rather than taking seconds out of his time defending a position he was always going to lose, just let him go through launch him on. And now he's going to pick up the toes from Moore and maybe pick up the time he lost. So really sensible driving from Unwin there.
Yeah,
so here's the thing,
interesting thing that I figured out in some races in the past was when someone, if you are faster than the cars in front, but considerably faster, but let's say of half a second to second, it is harder to get by slow cars at some point if they are just slow enough in certain places that you can't push towards your limits, as if you were chasing someone who is on similar pace to you, because they brake earlier or brake more, and you just cannot like stay close to them because you are not sure of how they are gonna be behaving in some corners.
Yep. Something that I really want to say is something else about Unwin is their average lap time was actually much higher up until a while ago. But I think they're double stinting the tires, because otherwise I cannot explain the fact that they're running about 4.5 seconds slower than their previous average.
Also, a message from the stewards. There is a 15-second time penalty to car 24 Alpha Line Sim Racing for causing a collision with number 25, Team Shumiskin's Red.
So here's an interesting thing that's about that happen. Is Varley just went into the pits coming out, and Stevenson is most likely going to attempt to catch them.
That would be interesting.
Oh, that would
be
never mind. It's not nearly close enough. It's a 39-second gap still. I thought it would get a lot closer, but no.
Just interesting as well, that 67 stint timer, that's 69.5 minutes to go. So Varley's just timed that a lap short, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They had no other option.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, that's the strategy just worked out a lap, literally 1 lap short there.
Actually, no, that's not true. So when you do they actually did it perfectly. See, okay, they're currently on their 7th stints. They're in the same boat as the drivers in front of them, because they're also all on their did their 7th stint already. So the top 3 is currently all on their 8 stints. The driver in 4th is also in the same thing. They're all in the same boat. I remember when we were planning for this race before we decided to pull out, when I calculated out, you're going to have an ultra short stint at the end if you go for the 9 stint run, which in essence is the standard run, because you have to do a lot of stuff to do 8. So that little bit that they're wrong is actually perfectly planned. That's okay. So
yeah,
the entire top of the field has it.
Pit lane to run down to do a splash and dash, isn't it?
It is, but there's no way around it. There is, but there's just no way around it.
So
the only way
there in 4th, he's on 27 laps, so presumably he'll come in this lap.
Yep.
And he will hit the stint timer. So can we see how many stops he's done?
We can actually. If he goes in right now, then he will also be on his 8th stint.
So they've timed it correctly. That's what I'm saying. Whereas Varley's got to stop again.
No. That's what I mean. Like Varley currently is also doing his 8 stints. See, because what it says next to Varley is that his previous stint 7, is 28 laps, right?
Yeah.
So that means that the current stint that he's running is stint 8.
Oh, the S7. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I see now.
And then if you look at Stevenson currently is doing his 7th stint. So if he comes in now, he's going to start his stint 8. Gotcha. And the thing is that the standard stint that you were going to run, if you didn't do it perfectly right, was 9 stints. Because to pull off 8 stints, we calculated this, you'd have to get into the pits with 0.2 seconds to spare each and every single time.
Right, okay.
Now, it's possible if you time it correctly, and then you had to actually be slower overall on track to make that work out. I think it was you had to drive 220.5s to make that happen. But it's still, it's like so much calculation. So I imagine if you have the pace like the top dudes do, you just go for, okay, well, F it. I'm going to go for 9 stints regardless. Because it's not going to matter to me because I'm going to recuperate that over the entire, 9 hours.
Yeah, and the amount of time you'd lose behind traffic anyway makes that probably impossible.
Yep. So, no, they're all pretty much on the same lane. But you are correct. There is this, like, little awkward stint if you do 9 stints at the end. That is the 9th stint. It's just... It's wrong. It doesn't quite fit.
Okay, so talk me through this then. According to the graphics then, Stevenson in 6... looks like he's just come into the pits. He's on his final stint, but he's on the same stint pattern as Varley, who will have to stop again.
Yes, however, he will also have to stop again because I do not believe he's going to get lucky enough with the race leader. Because you got to keep in mind, there's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds of play there. So if he's wrong, the actual race time is probably still about 1 minute and 7.5.
So he's hoping the leader crosses the line just as it flips over the time.
Yes, and then he can pull off an 8 stints. And if he was capable of doing that, if he gets lucky enough for that, he'll do really great. But it's a lot of luck that's determined into this.
So where is he? I mean, can you tell if he's on the lead lap from there as well? Because I'm guessing as well, if he's not on the lead lap, that could also save him a lap as well.
He's currently on lap 195 and the leader is on lap 197. Actually, sorry, I'm wrong. My broadcasting tool here ended itself for a second. Let's refresh it by going here. Okay, so we're talking about Stevenson. Yeah, 197 versus 199 on the leader's lap.
Right, okay. So it depends on where they are on track, really. And my eyes aren't good enough to see that on my little screen, so...
Yeah, it's gonna get close for them. Like, they might have actually struck gold here, They might have, like, timed it perfectly fine and managed to pull off the 8 stints. But there is a large chance... Yeah, there's a large chance that it's gonna be imperfect and that they're going to find themselves facing a 90-second penalty, and that would really not make them happy.
Yeah.
Because if you look at where they are currently... That would 1, 2, 3 positions they'd lose to that at the minimum.
I'd be really interested to know what that penalty is because I've got a feeling in my head that pit lane plus a 30-second stop go is more than 90 seconds.
It is, but I think it's 90 seconds regardless if you cross the line. I don't think it's dynamic.
So it would make sense.
I think at Spa the penalty is different though. I think I remember someone saying it was 180 seconds at Spa.
Ooh, if that's the case, then they're looking up to like losing 8 positions. And then the question, of course, is Stevenson probably has already realized this, and his team is probably scrambling to figure this out. If you are in this position, are you gonna do the gamble? You're currently in 6th place. Let's see when the graphic updates how many places they've gained. Are you gonna do the gamble? Are you going to try to get like 5th or 4th because that's potentially on the table here? After you've gained 10 positions. Or are you going to gamble all those 10 positions away at the hopes of getting a podium? Because that's potentially on the table here for Stevenson. If they drive perfectly, they might be able to snatch away thirds. Yeah. But they'd have to nail it.
You've literally got to flip ahead 12 times to get that, haven't you?
Yep. And it's really heads or tails because it all depends on where Walter's position will be.
This is Stevenson we're looking at, I think, at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they'd be an interesting view, seeing as we're talking about them.
Yeah.
There's the Jaguar there.
I would say it's a really wild bet to put down on that.
Because
I guess if you're feeling lucky.
If they were just the pits, right, and do what everyone else will have to be doing, they're certain of their 6th position, you know? And they might be able to snatch away 5th. But if they put down their bet, they might be able to snatch away 3rd if they nail it.
Well, they know Varley's got to stop again, so if they're got the chance of, if they're within a minute of Varley, then that's, I don't know, is that a risk you would take? I'm not sure I'd want to do that, but
it's ultra risky, not gonna lie. It is really ultra risky.
I remember myself I would take some risks for the podiums.
I would too, but you're literally talking about gambling away every position you've gained through the race.
Yeah.
At the minimum.
It depends on you and how much do you value that podium towards the other positions.
I mean, if I've never gotten one...
Stop again, don't forget. So you've got that in. I mean, they've got a pit stop in the bag. The cars behind will have to stop again. So I think even Piscitelli came in before Stevenson. So everyone down below them will have to stop again, down to P12 there, I think. So
to be fair, I was ready to put down everything for top 10 finish.
Go on.
Hold on. Some of those stints are offset. Look at Horvath, for example. He's currently 25 laps into his 8 stints. So when he pits now, he's not going to have to pit again. So he's not going to be entirely alone in this position. Like, sure, they're going to drop down further a little bit down towards the back, but he's not entirely alone in this position that he can attempt to not pit and do it on 8 stints. No, never mind. I'm looking at it wrong because they're going to be on their 9 stints.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm looking
Everybody
at it wrong.
below Stevenson will have to stop again down to P12. So even if he does gamble, there's still at least 90 seconds in the bag there for him. So if it is a 3-minute penalty he gets, he's only losing 180 seconds. Is that it? No, he's losing 90 seconds. Is that a gamble?
No, 183. According to someone in chat, it was 183 seconds that you lose. Yeah.
Okay, but if the guys below him are going to have to stop again, and that's at least a 90-second from the pit in to pit out, they're only going to lose 93 seconds. Is that a gamble worth taking to do the extra lap to hopefully get on the podium? I'm glad I don't.
I'd say if you really want that podium and you value that.
Race to come 6th or 8th or 9th, or would you race to come 1, 2, 3?
Oh, it's a difficult proposition, though.
I know.
Like, I mean,
speaking of myself, I would just gun it for the podium.
I mean, this is a big grid race. They started with 62 people on the grid. Getting into the top 6 is, or even the chance that he just gets into the top 5, because that's really on the table right now, just with an extra pit stop on top of it. It's such a difficult proposition.
Well, for us, P6 would be a glorious finish. For someone else, P6 might be an okay finish, but the podium might be the thing that you're looking for.
Well, the thing is, there's still 50 odd minutes to go. There's a lot can happen between then and now, so that decision might be taken out of their hands anyway. But
well, if we instead of talking time, we'll talk laps, because that makes it a little bit clearer. If we can trust the overlay, which most of the time you can with this, we are looking at another 224.8 laps, so 225 odd laps. Sorry, 25. I'm tired. I set the 200 with it. We're looking at a 25 odd laps, seeing as we're currently at lap 200. So that's another 25 laps. It's not actually all that much time.
I was going to say we'd struggle to do 225 laps around Bristol Motor Speedway in these things in the time we got left. But yeah, you're right. It's It's such a tricky one, and it's one which I think realistically, if you're a team manager, you back time from the end of the race, and then try and work things out from to a point where you think, okay, yeah, we'll do it normal. Okay, right, now we're at the point where we have to start back timing, and back timing is usually harder than it is normal timing. I think it's fair to say.
Somebody on their team needs to look where the leader is with 5 minutes to go, see where he is on track, and try and work out when the leader will cross the line, because that's the important bit. Not when they cross the line, but when the leader crosses the line. Because if they can put themselves in a position where they're right behind the leader, wherever that may be, maybe lose 10 seconds to ensure that they may maybe lose a lap, but they don't cross the line before the leader. Because to do another lap would kill them.
Yep.
But it all depends. They already need to have someone on it right now. Because if you start doing all of that later, then you are already too late. You need to perhaps now someone do what do we need to do, how much we lose, and what are the cars around us gonna do.
You know what would be their gauntlet? Is if the race leader comes out in front of them and they manage to latch on.
Yes.
That would be probably the best thing. But we have a message from the stewards. 15-second time penalty for car 741 McLeod, the racing team so far, for causing a collision with car 11.
Was I the only one hoping that the message from the stewards would says, I'm just about to put the kettle on, do you want a cuppa?
Oh, that would be brilliant. That would be best steward's message ever.
Steward message, all of you can go F yourself. And another one that just popped off is 15-second time penalty to car number 2, the Dirty Half Dozen, for causing a collision with 744 to Daiwa Esports.
We've missed all those, haven't we? Never mind. How many cars left, by the way? Do we know?
Yeah, we do actually. You can see it on the little graph. It says 47 cars, which I know that one of them is a bot, which means 46 cars left out of 62 started.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's been a proper endurance race, proper race of attrition. The Jaguar team able to get the car working eventually. Must have been a case of checking the distributor, the carburetors, the making sure the points are all sorted.
Somehow managing to get the car from the museum it should have been in.
Yeah, actually getting it out of the antiquities centre and polished up, make all the mahogany wood look good. God, that was a dreadful bit of rhyming.
The car was a...
Yeah.
On the overlay, at the top left-hand corner, I can see it says lap 199 of approximately 222. Is that a live update as to how many laps we think there's going to be?
Yeah, that's a live update of how many laps you think there's that the system thinks there's going to be based on the driver we have selected.
Okay, interesting. Good. That's really good information, actually.
So when watching Groth, who's currently 17th, the system thinks there will be 22 more laps depending on the pace of the race leader. And you'll see that if we go towards the race leader, it'll say something entirely different. Let's switch over. See, 205 out of 227.
Okay, so we know then there's 22 laps to go, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope the teams that are watching the stream have picked up on that and are telling their drivers just what they think, because that's really interesting information, and it's really important as well for the guys to know exactly how much, you know, especially for fuel calculations. And I'm trying to drop you a line here for your ad.
Yeah, I know.
You in.
The fuel calculations should have already been done prior to this, because doing them right now.
Hold on, Varga. He's right though. Race Labs has done an amazing job at making this like UI overlay accessible for ACC as well. And honestly, it is absolutely worth the money. We're using the pro version of it. It's not very expensive just to make this overlay. Like, it's brilliant stuff. It's really, really brilliant stuff. Like, this is great information. It is helping the costing team. and it can help you as a driver as well if you actually get this. Like, there is no more information better than this. There's even flat maps where you can figure out when the opponent in front of you pitted, where they're going to come out, and when you pit, where you're going to come out with a flat map. It's fantastic. There's a pit stop advisor that will tell you when is the optimal time to pit stop. There is so much you do not want to know.
And if you multiply that with the racing sim tool stuff,
you get brilliance. Like, you get brilliance. It's like perfection.
Yep, you already know your sort your fuel out and everything. It's bang on.
And it means you can create, and it means you will be officially a better strategist than whoever Ferrari have had at their Formula One team for the last few years.
And you just don't understand the strategy. It's all fine.
Can you imagine if the new Ferrari came out with racing sim tools down the side and race labs on the side?
Brilliant. Brilliant.
All across the back wing.
Yeah.
Next thing is gonna be the RST Formula One team.
Well, I'll tell you what, joking aside, back in the early 90s, they used to be able to adjust the car setup on the fly with someone literally just holding an old Scion PDA on the pit wall, and they were able to fix stuff with the car on the move, and that's how advanced the some of the old Williamses were around 92, 93. So the FW14 being the FW15C.
Just watching Schaefer's pit stop here just to see how long an actual pit stop is. We just nipped away from it, but I think that was going to be...
You can actually see this already. You see the little yellow box next to the small orange box in the relatives. The seconds that it says there is the pit stops.
Oh, the last pit stop. Ah, okay. See, I'm learning it. Only like 50 minutes to go, and I'm learning everything I need to know.
Yeah, so you see the last pit stop time, and you also see the exact lap on which they did the pit stop.
Gotcha.
You say relatives. Which one's therefore the third cousin twice removed you only see once every 5 years?
I'ma smack you.
How to slap someone through the voice chat?
It's very simple. You see, I have this weird ability since I was young. When I stick my hand through a screen, it actually comes out at the other side with the person.
Easier thing is just to remove them overall.
Here, let me show you. I'll send my hand towards your DM.
I thought Rob had cracked such a good joke, then he'd left the room, he'd done all his work, that was it.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about the Jaguar, which we can still see in the background, being the antiquity that it is. And someone in the voice chat, Beer for Anyone, said, looking for the pipe. And RWB Rigel, who's one of our fantastic stewards this afternoon / this evening, that Jaguar driver couldn't find his slippers.
Nothing wrong with that Jag. Nothing wrong with that Jag. Although they missed that Bentley paint job with that cream and British Racing green, that appealed to me as well. That looked very nice. The Fidelity Bentley, that was very sexy.
I feel like we could legitimately bet money on Stevenson's strategy now.
Do you reckon we should?
Okay, I am betting your entire wage for this month.
No! 21 laps to go for them.
These 5 gummy bears.
You know what is probably a decent telltale sign that they should pit?
No.
The lap says 0.7.
Which literally on the stint timer, isn't it? It all will depend on, after the leader makes his pit stop, where they come out and where they feed out to in front of him. If they feed out...
I know how they can make this work. This is going to sound really backwards, but that says 0.6, right? If they were to use that as an indicator of where they need to be, if they slow down a legit lap and make that 2.2, 3.9, they can pull it off with an 8, I think. But if they stay across where it says 0.7 or anything 0.4, they will not pull it off.
But when
do they have that time behind them?
Oh, that's a good question.
When the leader pits, that will change because that will alter how many laps they think they will have to do.
But it will still remain the indicator. Yeah, the leader has to pit. Absolutely, they're 14 laps into their current stints.
Yeah, so when the leader pits and he comes out, if he comes out directly in front of them, that's a whole different ball game to 10 seconds behind them.
Yep. And we know that 28 laps is a full 67-minute stint. So looking at what's going on from time-wise, they're definitely going to go over that. So yeah, leader still has to pit once.
Yeah. And I think Alexander will, Stevenson will have to pit again. I have to, the more I think about it, the more we've discussed it, it's too close to call. I think that you'd have to stop.
But would even just having a drive-through be enough to actually tick the stint timer back to 0?
Yes, every time you drive into the pits, no matter what, the stint timer gets reset.
So therefore in their case, it might be worth actually just taking a voluntary drive-through penalty, as kind of daft as it sounds.
Well, no, because then you still just do a normal pit, because everyone else is just going to go in, splash and dash. So that means they lose that advantage regardless. If they go through the pits at all, they will not gain positions by, oh, there goes the answer. They're pitting already. So that's the strategy out of the way for Stevenson. Stevenson's team has decided that they will be pitting right now.
There we go. That's boring. We've been talking about it for 45 minutes now.
Well, I guess that's the more sensible decision, to just eliminate any risks of having problems late in the race and just knowing where you are.
I mean, they're playing the safe bet right now, and by doing this at this moment in time, they're gonna come out with much fresher tires. They're gonna have much better fuel load. They're gonna be ready for whatever comes out from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame we didn't see what their last stop was, because to go 8 laps on a set of tyres, and unless they didn't take fuel last time, but if they've taken tyres, they'll take fuel, surely. So.
Well, tires and fuel, if you do nail the pit stop absolutely perfectly, then it's 122 seconds, I believe that I see. Yeah, it's 122 seconds. Okay, so we'll see. This is interesting.
It's nice.
I would say there's no point of taking tires right now, since you can easily take them for a stint.
Yeah, he's gone.
And you would want to have, you probably double stinted the tires before.
That's refueling.
Yeah, so he didn't have the fuel to go to the end anyway.
So probably they even calculated with having to do this pit stop before, so they just were like, yeah, might as well just take a little bit of fuel when we come in anyway.
Yeah, that was a long enough stop to take enough fuel to get to the end of the race, so my guess is they wouldn't have had enough fuel to do that stint anyway, so...
They may have had, but it's just they decided that we are not gonna make it to the end on a stint time anyway, so let's take less fuel now and take a small splash later on.
What's really interesting here is how far they're now behind Alexander. So Stevenson essentially locked themselves into P7 instead of P6.
But they've just been in as well, have they, Alexander? Was he a quicker pit stop, I take it? They're both on outlaps this lap.
Must be.
Might be.
Did he overtake him?
Because the time that Stevenson now has towards Alexander is 57 seconds. That's not something you're going to catch at this point of the race.
I can't work out how that's just happened then.
Neither can I. I'm actually staring at it and I'm trying to figure out what the hell just happened, because that makes no sense in my head.
If you're watching this in chat, you know what just happened and you've got quicker brains than we have. Please tell us how that's happened, because Stevenson wasn't stationary for that long. Alexander's made his stop at the same time and has come out ahead of him with a gap that, did you say it's 40 odd seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless that happened on a lap previously, we missed it. But I think Stevenson came in 6th. I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, he did. You know what might have happened? No. That makes no sense still.
I'm really tempted to rewind the stream. Hang on a second. I'm just going to pop on my iPad and just go back a few minutes and see what happened.
I'm really confused. I am actually genuinely flabbergasted. How did Alexander overtake Stevenson?
Okay. Oh, I'll tell you what's happened.
What?
Alexander was already ahead of Stevenson.
What?
Someone's moved up the order. Jake Moore's moved up to 5th.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. See, because Moore hasn't pitted yet. Okay, yeah, okay. Life makes sense again.
Yeah.
And because they both pitted, the order changed. Okay, yep. Okay.
Sorry,
there
chat,
it is.
if you're mashing your keyboard to tell us we're all idiots, we've worked it out. You can stop now.
What's really interesting here is, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but Eddie Warden is 21 laps into his stint. He still needs to pit, but Varley is 11 laps into his. Varley still needs to pit here.
I don't think so. I think
Varley needs to do a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, he still does.
Stint timer. I think we worked out the only guy that doesn't in the top 11 now is Alex Sinkoff, that pitted just in time for the stint timer. Everybody else above him will have to stop again that hasn't stopped already. That's your marker, that Alex Sinkoff. He's timed it perfectly. They can go to the end.
Yeah.
Yep, he can. 18 laps. Yeah, he can definitely go to the ends.
Yeah.
He's gonna gain a lot of positions here in a bit.
So Unwin's safe. Pit Shelley will have to pit. Shops will have to pit. More and all the top 5 will have to pit. So
I wonder if like Alex Sinkoff has already realized that he's going to essentially gain a boatload of positions for basically free.
Will it be a boatload? Is he that far? Is it not that much?
Well, the first one in front of him is 28 seconds, then 31 seconds in front of him. So he's going to get 2 positions there and get within striking distance of Stevenson.
Well, Unwin doesn't have to stop. Unwin's already stopped, so the car directly ahead of him is not going to fall into that trap. Piscelli will do. He will have to stop.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, there's going to be 1 position. Although he might actually.
Well, Shop's come out of the pits. He's just come out of the pits, hasn't he, on his out lap? Sorry, I'm watching the delayed stream. That's why. That might help me. There we go.
All right. Well, I'm going to run to the toilet real quickly before we enter the finale, and I'll leave you guys with car 911.
Good stuff.
Ooh, excellent. Cheers.
And more jokes from Rob.
Probably not. Although it's quite funny that we're looking at a Porsche, because Porsche did deliver one of the greatest upsets in the history of the Spa 24 Hours back in the early 2000s. When a GT2 class 911 entered by Freisinger Racing won the race overall, thanks to what Porsche's legendary strategist Norbert Singer described as something very clever. So because it was raining so much and they were all spending so much time behind the safety car because drivers were just going off left, right and centre, they were what Stefan Ortelli realised and figured out, it was possible to actually get to the top of the Kemmel Straight, turn the engine off, coast all the way down to Stavelot, fire the engine back up, and then keep on going round, and in doing so managed to save, I think, an entire pit stop's worth of fuel.
Sounds like my commute home, to be fair.
Yeah, it does sound like most commutes actually, but doing it, having the presence of mind to actually have a crack at it and try and fuel save like that behind the safety car during the Spa 24 Hours meant that they actually beat all the big GT1 cars with their little underpowered, lacking in downforce Porsche 911. I mean, granted, the weather was frankly abysmal, so they had the advantage of, having a Porsche in the rain that year. So, but no, fair dues to them. They actually managed to pull it off with Mark Lieb and Romain Dumas being the other drivers, if I remember correctly.
Well, I have a message from Stuart this late in a race.
Yes.
Drive-through penalty for car 744 Daiwa Esports for dangerous track re-entry against car 15 Daimo.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
This late into the race and people are still finding themselves in trouble. Playing with fire, I would say.
Well, drive-through will soon put that out. That's going to really hurt the race.
Yeah. Actually, I've just got up the official results from the 2003 Spa 24 Hours. The Freisinger Motorsport Porsche beat the BMS Scuderia Italia Ferrari 550 by 8 laps.
Oh.
It wasn't even close, but then again, the Porsche was in all but name a full-on works program with Lieb, Dumas, Ortelli, and Norbert Singer calling the shots. For strategy, yeah, that would have been a full-on works entry.
I mean, that's what all of the Inkworks customer teams in GT3 are right now. Like, yeah, the Audi Sport Team WRT does not have much of personnel on Audi paycheck.
Oh no, totally not like Mercedes Team HWA or Team HTP.
Oh yeah, and there is a coincidence that Amato Ferrari has his own team racing drivers paid by the Ferrari brand all over the world.
Does he? No, this cannot be true. I am most shocked at this news.
And by coincidence, they are building a base in Miami.
I wonder why.
Do you know what, guys? I was only going to join you for half an hour, and I've sat here for literally an hour just chatting nonsense to you for a while. I'm going to let you finish the last half hour of the race by yourself.
Cheers.
And watch the cars come home. So thanks for letting me chat away. And,
cheers, Martin.
Well
thanks for having a chat.
9 hours is no small feat, so keep it up. And guys, if you're in chat, you're listening, give them a thumbs up because it really is hard work. It's harder than driving, let me tell you.
Oh no, trust me, driving's a lot harder than it is commentating.
No, it's not. Driving is fun. At least you can keep yourself entertained.
Yeah.
Well, if you start reading the chat, it's not. Anyway, best of luck, guys, and I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you.
On the other side, are we dying so fast?
Yeah, on the other side of midnight.
Oh,
yeah.
See you later, guys.
Catch you later, mate. Cheers. Of course, I've just found it.
Interesting news knows that the AF Corsa are building a Ferrari escape factory in Miami.
Something else interesting I've just found in the entry in the race results for the 2003 Spa 24 Hours is that one of my colleagues at Radio Le Mans, Peter Snowden, was involved in that race driving a Chrysler Viper GTSR for the Roos Optima Racing team alongside Vincent Dupont, Magnus Wallander and Henrik Roos.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's an accolade.
Yeah. Yeah, he's actually a very, very handy driver, is old Snowy. So, yeah, I didn't actually realise that. I think I'd heard him say that he'd raced at Spa before, so I was just having a look and I was like, he was driving the Chrysler Viper in the wet that year.
Chrysler Viper?
Yeah, because it was officially in Europe, it was the Chrysler Viper, if I remember correctly. Although, to be fair, they were actually built in France by Orica. The old GT1 Vipers were back in the 90s. I seem to recall hearing on Radio Le Mans once that John Hindhaugh actually tested one. At Paul Ricard, before it became the HTTT, the high-tech test track, because bit of lap traffic here, but yeah, I think that was because the Orica factory is quite close actually to the circuit, so it makes sense for them to do like shakedowns and all that there at the circuit.
Oh yeah, probably can. Like, it's a magnificent facility if you look at it from the testing point of view.
I mean, it provides good GT racing. It just provides rubbish racing in Formula One for whatever reason.
Well, rubbish racing. The races weren't that bad in the years. Like, they weren't spectacular, but they weren't bad. And I think that's the problem. Well, I don't want to dig too much into the F1, but I would say the F1 fans are, let's say, they can find less entertainment to themselves looking deeper into the race and the strategy wise.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like the attention span is so short. They need overtakes every 5 minutes to keep entertained. And hi, Red, welcome back.
Thank you. Last 30 minutes. I'm excited.
I'm tired.
Yeah. Oh, and here I was thinking we were going to have some more pain after this.
Oh, you said pain?
Yeah.
Okay. Time me up. I'm gonna die.
So we see
But
here.
This looks like the gaps are more or less even between people all around the track at this point.
Yeah, it's looking, I think, as it normally is at the end of a nice endurance race, where it's just where something's thinking.
Yep, right here, Ben Harrison and Pavel Bogdan fighting off for P30 and P21 with half an hour to go.
Yeah, 29th and 30th place, Pavel Bogdan and Ben Harrison. Coming through Blanchemont now. Harrison with quite the toe by the looks of things on the way into Blanchemont. Getting a little bit of aero wash there, I think, from the Aston Martin. Hard on the brakes now for the chicane through here. And coming onto the pit straight now.
0.5 seconds is a long way to go. I don't think they're going to be able to dive the inside here. Nope, they're thinking the better of it.
No, but it is enough to scare the car in front into doing stupid stuff like that and possibly getting a better run coming towards Eau Rouge. Trying to be not too close so you don't get airwash up Radion, which he currently is. That will mean he's just gonna fly off slightly off of the apex, and Aston Martin's just gonna get a better run and he will have to consolidate and wait for another lap.
Yeah, but he could close up a 10th or so here because he's in the slipstream along the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, definitely can close up. Can cause a little bit of disturbance to the car in front.
With a blue flag now behind.
Yeah.
At that point, just let the car that is behind you go because you are costing yourself more time, and there might be an opportunity brewing out of that.
I should add that Bogdan's last lap before this one was a 3 minutes 57, which indicates that he has actually come in for his final pit stop. So one would assume that Harrison may need to do the same. In fact, yes, he will need to do the same in the Ferrari. So
I don't think so.
No, he's fine.
Is he?
Yeah, he's on his 9th stint and he has enough laps left to bridge the gap.
Well, there are about 15 laps, well, less than 15 laps probably remaining, so he should be able to just about make it towards the end.
Yeah, there's 11 laps remaining and he has 15 laps in the bag that he still has on his stints. He's fine. Of course, we don't know about fuel levels and such, but, you know, assuming they have a full tank.
One would guess they have enough fuel at this point, if they have enough laps to go. Well, looks like the fight got a little bit delayed with the lapped car that has split them up, but also probably Bogdan, after that pit stop, is getting up to speed and maybe will pull away from Harrison. Let's see in a couple of laps what happens.
Oh, that blue flag comes at the exact perfect moment for Harrison here. Bogdan is going to have to let that car go by. He's going to lose a little bit of time on the hairpin here. And you can already see that Harrison is more than close enough here now to close the gap again and get another run at it.
I'm not sure. Oh, maybe he will try to go around the outside, but I don't think that. Yeah, that wasn't He had the good idea, but there just wasn't enough of a track to make it work around that corner, and Bogdan just had the inside line and carried it nicely. But let's see, he's in okay distance through Eau Rouge, and I think he has enough of a run. Yes, he does. Bogdan will have to at least defend that towards the inside. He does, and Harris just swings by onto the left. And it is side by side coming into the braking zone, so Bogdan may be able to slightly put the nose down there, but no. Just has to concede the position, and Harrison up into the 29s, or the 20s of the position.
Yep. Very well-timed overtake that on the run-up to Les Combes there from Harrison. Currently looking at Richard Jones at the moment in 30.
I would like to say that our streaming machine has gained 19 positions without driving a single lap.
That's an achievement in itself.
Oh, Moore is currently in the pits. This is exciting.
It is indeed. He's pitting from 5th place. He's just lost 5th there to Jack Alexander.
He was behind Stevenson before, so it would stand to reason that he comes out behind Stevenson again.
One would think so.
I suppose what they're doing now is a splash and dash rather than a full tire stop. No?
Oh yeah, surely.
Oh yeah, splash and dash, there you go.
If they were changing tires right now, I would call them out for a bad tire management. Like, if you manage to save a tire for last half an hour, then you are definitely doing something wrong.
Oh no, look at that. Stevenson hasn't caught up again. Moore drove the perfect stint.
Yeah, cracking job indeed from Jake Moore, who's got a...
Oh, no. Huh?
Well,
no, Stevenson did get in front. It was just late on the update.
Yeah, so yeah, it was a... Oh, wait, it's still a good stint. And yeah, so that means Stevenson is now back up into 6th place. And with no need to worry about trying to make another pit stop or not.
Also, Mark Elgaard is in the pit lane right now.
However, though, Moore is an incredibly quick driver, has 24 minutes left and a 3.3 second gap to close. What do you guys think? Doable?
Oh, definitely that is doable. 3.3 seconds, that's just one small mistake from Stephenson and Moore can be all over him. And he definitely is not gonna just look at it like 3 seconds, 20 minutes, what am I gonna do? It's definitely doable. Also, Jack Alexander moves up into the 4th place as Mark Elgaard is currently still in the pit lane.
That's also going to be a splash and dash.
Yep. I'm telling you, if someone changes tires right now, I would be questioning their strategical choices because we have limited tire sets. Why would you have one for the last half an hour?
Oh, hold on. It's going to be a fight for 7th, 6th, and 5th. It stands to reason that Elgaard is about to come out now. Because that's a full pit stop. That is a pit stop with tires.
It's a pit stop with tires at this point.
Well, certainly. It's either that or they are having a stop and go, but I doubt so.
Oh wait, it's the MRT Mercedes and they've been off the strategy slightly. Yeah, okay, that makes slightly more sense. Although it doesn't, but... that's what it is, I guess. But they're still shown in the pit lane. That's a long pit stop, that's 150 seconds.
Yeah, what's going on there?
I think that's some damage, some collision that we have not seen.
And now the stakes just went up for the number 88 car. Racing Sim Tools now has its sights set on position 5, top 5, which would be an absolutely cracking race, seeing where they come from.
Okay, so this would be interesting to know from someone in the MRT squad that what has happened with the 2741.
180 seconds. That's 3 minutes already in the pit lane. Look at that. Piscitelli? Did I say that right? Piscitelli? Piscitelli?
Piscitelli.
Either way,
Scusami Italiano, but meno guzze.
Yeah, like already gained a position. That's unfortunate for 741.
Can you show us the car? Maybe we can see something of how it looks.
One sec. Do you say it was the 741?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. I see that.
Yeah, they're currently under investigation at the moment for an incident at Turn 2 on lap 207. Turn 2 is Eau Rouge, so one can only assume that
there might have been a collision with lap car.
Well, no, it was damaged earlier on in the race, remember, when in an earlier incident.
Well, yeah, it was.
Yeah, but look at the car now.
But the car now is just, yeah, I think they've been involved in a pretty big off at the bottom of Eau Rouge, which is never good to begin with.
With the last 20 minutes,
less so.
That's demoralizing.
Yeah, very.
Oh wow, 300, like nearing 300 seconds. That's worst case scenario.
Well, we have seen real life endurance races just go down the drain because of something, some mechanical, some.
However, that does mean that the car 911 now holds the most overtakes of the entire race with 40 overtakes. With no chance to lose it to the car behind, and chance to make a 41th happen if they manage to find 11 seconds on the car in front.
Well, no chance. Oh, Marco Gard is finally out of the pit lane. There is a chance, as you have seen by the Mercedes right now. If something were to happen to the Porsche, they will lose positions. Not that I want them to, but don't say.
We get some coordinating already to try and get the 911 car, for example, in for some interviews. That would be really, really interesting.
And someone should make a compilation of all of the overtakes they've done.
That would be amazing. We also should definitely be trying to get Glader already. Warden, I think, shouldn't be too difficult. Varley, neither. Yeah, someone definitely should be trying to get the 911 car, because I don't know their names, and that means they're not from this community. Just like their first time driving with us, I believe, because that is a Shumi lineup, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that Shumi currently driving, in fact?
Which car number is it, sorry?
911.
Okay, one sec.
Probably that seems like it's him, yeah.
No, actually, it's not.
Are you sure?
Yep.
911's a Porsche.
Well, but something that should be on our attention is the fight right now between Stephenson and Morris, where it's already on the back of the Turn 1 Aston Martin, and got really, really close in a bus stop chicane. Currently just trying a different line, maybe to gain a little bit more speed on earlier acceleration going down towards Eau Rouge. And he's in alright positions to get a good run through the corners. So let's see, can he line up properly? It looks like an okay line. It's a very good line. He gets really close to the Aston Martin. Let's see if the Aston goes defensive towards the right hand side, but let's see if there is any straight line speed in the car. They are side by side coming to the braking zone, so Stephenson will have a chance to fight for the position. He tries to hang it on the inside and will have to survive the outside run that will give him the more flowing line, and the inside for the next couple of corners, which will be really important. And Moore hangs it around the outside and still stays there, but can he get it into the braking zone? Yes, he can.
Easily.
And it's a beautiful move by Jake Moore.
Yeah, and I've just had a look quick, and the 911 is indeed the Works Shumi Skins entry. I have just looked that up on the entry list, and yes, it's been confirmed in the YouTube chat that it is indeed the that car. So yeah. Currently still looking at Jake Moore at the moment, just past Jack Alexander for 5th place. Oh no, sorry, Chris Stevenson for 5th place, excuse me. It's got Jack Alexander next up the road, although Chris Stevenson's not backing down out of this just yet. He's still pushing on quite hard. One sec.
But I don't think it is possible for Jake Moore to get close and catch up to Jack Alexander to challenge for higher positions.
And that's a perfect segue because Jack Alexander's teammate Marco Badowski is in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Marco, what have you done?
I played snooker with a back marker.
We've seen that live.
I can understand that I got a penalty for that. To be fair, I still was responsible for the contact, but the car that I was trying to lap was keeping itself to the left-hand side, and he had his indicator to the right, his right indicator on. So I just saw that as an invitation, and him saying yeah, take the inside, but I just probably outbreak myself a little bit. So yeah, unnecessary for me. I could have just been a bit more patient and done it after the Rouge, and yeah, but it happens.
Unfortunately, but still you are in quite a good P4 of the overall results.
Yeah, Jack and me are actually pretty happy about it, considering the ways, we obviously don't know how everyone's race went, but sometimes we got really unlucky with bag markers and caught them in places where it's only single file, like Pouan or Blanchimont, where it would be a bit too much to ask for to go side by side into.
I'm gonna interrupt for 2 seconds. Most overtakes is currently 41. Okay, continue.
Who's having the most overtakes right now? Which team?
Car number 911. Porsche. Gassingena.
In 10th place, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good because I'm dealing with good old-fashioned rural internet. Might have to give the old. Might have to put another couple of quid in the meter.
Did you pay the hamsters?
Oh,
we got a probably final message of the stewards for this race. We just went, what is it, 15? Yeah, 15-ish minutes remaining. 15-second time penalty to car 741 McLeod Racing Team so far for causing a collision with car 11.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see the incident myself, but that's Elgart's and Verstappen's team, and we were trailing them by over a lap or something, I believe. And we just saw a yellow flag on the Camel Straight and saw that the steering was completely destroyed, 180 degrees of dead zone, as you could describe it.
Oh, as Moore now goes off.
Oh no.
Yeah. Anyway.
Not my teammate. Yeah, my teammate in quotes.
Yeah, it was the incident for the MRT car was also right at the bottom of Eau Rouge as well.
It was really because we just saw the MRT car going to the pit lane, like, alright, they're gonna come out, and all of a sudden the pit time was just longer and longer.
Yeah, 300 seconds in the end, I believe it was, wasn't it? Yeah, 292 seconds they went into the pits.
Yeah, like, I felt really bad for them, especially since Elgard helped Jack and me a little bit with setting the car up in case it would rain, which luckily we didn't have to use.
Little update, Moore now finds himself back behind Stevenson with a 3.4 second deficit.
Yeah,
okay, so we go again.
We go again, but with 12 minutes left on the clock.
If anyone can do it, it's Jake, probably.
Yeah. Round the outside of Blanchemont? One can hope.
It's not Italian enough for that.
Actually, I'm wrong. It's 5.6 seconds. They're going to need a miracle to make that work.
Okay, that's a little bit...
Okay, that's really tough.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a second per lap to be able to, like, Oh, no. That hood looks like it has damage.
Slightly, just a little bit of wobbling.
Yeah, but then to still find, like, a second per lap, I don't think it's going to happen anymore. That's really unfortunate.
Think of it as active aerodynamics.
Active,
I mean, like,
engine cooling.
It creates vortices around the top of the car to seal the air and push it even harder towards the ground.
And even more dirty air for the cars behind.
Yeah, definitely.
That is unfortunate. However, Stevenson and the rest of the team of car like 100 have driven an absolutely brilliant race, so it's not like they're not deserving of it.
There's many cars you would want to put into the top 10, but you have only 10 positions and you can't put them all in there.
I think the one car that deserves the most to be in the top 10 is, car 911 with 41 overtakes. I mean, if there's anyone that is going to be my team of the day, it's going to be car 911. And it's really tough to say because there's another team, Team 99, that just has driven such a perfect race that they were essentially untouchable. No one could touch them.
Well, but the fact is, it's not what you deserve, it's what you can get. And if you just can't get more, well, you won't get more. And that's the funny part. They would definitely deserve a good finish, but, you had to start where you had to start. You had to claw your way through the field because of something. You are always somewhere for a reason that you probably even deserve.
I mean, let's just think about the idea that if the car 911 would have qualified, they would have probably been able to put up a fight for car number 99 because their fastest lap in 911 is 218.465. And the race record essentially is 218.322 held by car 99.
Maybe it would have been a tough fight out in front.
Oh, absolutely, because even now, car 911 last lap was a 19.7 and car 99 was a 19.2. So the times are still very, very similar. So if they would have qualified, they wouldn't have had to claw their way through the field, which was really impressive to see. But it wasn't necessarily necessary, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I can somewhat get the decision to start in the back. First of all, it's really fun to overtake people. And in such a big grid, when you start, let's say from the range P30 to P40, anything can happen. It's not even, I don't even mean it in a bad way, but someone can just drop it on the rouge in the first or second lap, and you'll just have to pray that you don't get involved in it. So
every time you start a race, you're just hoping that we keep it clean, we survive the first laps, and we go.
Yeah, if you really want to be sure about that, then you should probably just try to get pole. Easier said than done, obviously.
It's like, oh yes, have you tried going fast?
Nah, never thought of it. And then the
Can you
person who gave
believe
this
it?
advice to.
If I
sorry?
said that there's 2.5 seconds in front of car 911 for their 40-second overtake, they might actually be making it 42 overtakes.
Might. Let's see if they can get closer to Alexenkov.
What is probably the most amazing part about it is that they're currently driving their 31st sorry, no 13th stint. Holy Christ, I cannot count anymore.
I mean, to be fair, at least you have the excuse of it's gone midnight and it's already Sunday.
Well, yes, and I probably
it's 1
stayed up
a.m.
too late yesterday evening because I went to bed yesterday at 5 in the morning.
Okay, that's
You mean
about
today?
What were you
Oh
up
wait,
to?
no, it's already yesterday.
Yeah.
Kind of just lost myself talking to Schaefer at one point, and then after that I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, I was up till like 5, half 5 as well.
Yeah, I was watching the NBA All-Star Weekend, I believe, until I fell asleep.
I woke up at I had my alarm set for 9:05.
Unbelievable. Close the gap to 1.2 seconds with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
To be fair, there is Daytona 500 going on, so if you want to fall asleep, you can just watch that.
No, it's not that. No.
All the Americans want to know my location right now.
It's not the Daytona 500 yet. It's the beef. It's what's for dinner 300.
What?
Oh, this is gonna happen.
I wish I was
There is
joking about the
nothing-
race name, but I'm not.
There is nothing Alexenkov is going to be able to do to actually prevent this. Look how close that Porsche is. Are they going to make it 42 overtakes this race still?
I'm wondering.
Oh, perfect switcheroo, has the inside line for the hairpin. And there it goes, the 40-second overtake for car 911.
I'm wondering if the Lexus is on used tires.
It has to be.
It has to be because
Most likely.
The Porsche was catching him hand over fist, and also he didn't put up much of a defense at La Source as well because he just knew that he simply didn't have the grip to be able to brake as late. Or
look at this, like 0.7 already, like running away, and they went in at the bottom of a rouge at 0.3. Like they're just running away, and that's with the toe.
And that's just a proper grip for you.
So you have someone just skimming through the grass.
Probably just trying to get out of the way, to be fair, more than anything else.
42 overtakes.
Not overtakes, 42 positions gained. So I would say there's definitely even more overtakes in that.
True, absolutely. That must be an RWB record of some sort.
And funny you mentioned that, there's 42 people in the YouTube live chat.
Coincidence? I think not.
Damn you took the words out of my mouth.
Is that I can see the future?
Well, given that you are technically living in the future compared to me, given that it's still not quite Sunday yet.
The car we have barely looked at throughout the entirety of the race is essentially the race leader. They've driven...
Can you jump to P18, P19? Apparently there's a fight going on.
Ooh.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, very much.
Oh no, a drive-through for Elgaard's and Verstappen's team, just to put the cherry on top. I feel so bad for them.
Oh, did they get like track limits penalty? Yeah.
And I can confirm it is now Sunday.
Add in the chat, everyone. But let's see this. Max Haynes against Jeff Spangler. And Max is in attacking position, or at least in an attacking mood right now, getting closer and closer into Basta. Probably not close enough to make a move.
I wouldn't mind staying only in the pits for the rest of the race.
Oh, and there goes the battle.
Max
Damn you, Schaefer! Martin even messages me, we are in a fight for P19 and Max goes into the pit lane.
Oh, gutting.
You what, mate?
Oh, Varley currently in the pits.
Yep.
Oh, they got a drive-through.
I can't actually quite read.
It's not going to be enough for Alexander to catch, though. That's just simply too far.
Yeah.
Like, that's very wishful thinking. Like at this stage, he must have a power outage in order to catch him.
Yeah, or a game engine issue. But yeah, that's
I mean, you don't want to gain positions like this.
Oh, exactly. I mean, it's about the worst way to gain positions is through someone else having a power outage or a game crash or internet disconnection or hardware failure, as we saw earlier on in the race with one of the cars having to retire after 4 laps because the throttle pedal
It's part
went.
of the game.
Do also not forget the VR headset failure and the wheel disconnecting at the top of a Rouge.
Yeah, all pretty major technical issues. Indeed.
Well, not much is remaining of this motor race.
Nope.
I guess
think
the
it's
leader
about
will
time to go look at our leader once more.
Yeah, onto the final lap they go.
Wow, two same livery Lexuses now driving next to each other on the final lap of the race. I feel like that's poetic in some form.
The Lexus is.
Or the Lexi.
Wait, is that Warden behind?
No, Warden's in the Warden's in the British standard police issue liveried Lexus.
Yeah, but it would. I sort of find it sad, you know, like it reminds me sort of like of a Ford Le Mans finish.
Oh.
Except nobody's gonna get fucked over for a position.
Yep. Oh, yes. Piscatelli had to go into the pits for the stint timer. They calculated it wrong. And that means that car 911 now gets one more overtake. 43 positions gained throughout the race.
Some shift that.
That's some shady magic.
Right behind us. He's gonna overtake us as well. Well, not for position, but to unlap himself, most likely.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane driving. As soon as the race is over, I am messaging them. Those are people I want to interview. I want to know what was behind that mad dash. Also gonna line up Sasha G already.
Yeah, I'm onto it.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are already on it? Perfect.
Rob, are you gonna handle it or do I?
You can if you want to. We're currently looking at the Sasha in the Lexus right now, coming through Blanchemont for what is going to be the final time now, coming up towards the bus stop chicane, up the hill. There's a Lamborghini there, which pulls over out of the way. Also gets to be in the photo finish at the end, and he's going to come across the line now to claim victory in the Spa 9 hours. Been a phenomenal drive. And then here comes in second place the police with Warden and Brown, both powered by their British Police Standard Issue moustache. God, it's just a throwback to my watching Top Gear when I was a young lad back in the day. Got the James Kell McLaren in front of us, come through Blanchemont, and the Turn 1 Aston Martin. and is going to come across the line now to claim second place, which he does. If anyone's wondering why I'm being a little bit quieter, it's because the parents are asleep and I'm trying not to keep them too awake. So I do apologise about that. Here comes more in the BMW M4 GT3 by Racing Sim Tools to claim 6th place, as we see the drifting session beginning already.
P3 is the Nissan of Phil and Ignacy, am I correct?
Yes.
Yep. Varley 3rd, Alexander 4th, Stevenson 5th, Moore 6th. Here's Tommy Unwin in the 25 Audi. About to come across the line any second, roundabout. Maybe now? No, not quite. Now. There we go. So, there's the Porsche coasting across the line in 8th place and promptly hitting the wall at the end. And doing donuts now. For good measure. Oh, wow.
Absolutely insane performances today.
A proper beer for Beanster after finishing the race.
Absolutely insane performances.
Oh, mega. It always is in the RWB International Endurance Championship, and it has absolutely delivered yet again.
There is very little words that I can have to like describe what we saw today.
Yeah, it's been nothing short of phenomenal.
And those guys are tired, but I need some sleep after this as well.
Oh, absolutely. But before anything, now I still have your intention. Before we go into the interviews, I want to thank everyone at RWB that helped organize this, the stewards, the admin team. Nate has absolutely been phenomenal. He got the stream up and running. He got the new graphics out that were provided by Race Labs. He made absolutely amazing things possible. I have no words for the amount of dedication and organization that it took to get all of this running, to actually make all of it work. And it's all thanks to all the dedicated people at RWB and all the passion they poured into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been phenomenal. And like I said, some massive thanks to Nate for hosting the stream, and to the stewards panel led as ever by Mad Al, joined today by RWB Audi, RWB Charger, RWB Flak, RWB Rigel, RWB Tyrion Dave, and RWB Effects. And I think
let's get our B3 finisher.
Yes, we shall indeed. Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
Well, B3 after the 9 hours. How are you feeling?
I'm really happy with that result. I don't think the car was capable of much more. I'm so happy to have made this car work. It's an old car, so it took some work, but I'm so happy that we didn't mess up.
And what was your plan coming into the race when you say it's such an old car? There was a slight debate here, like it's probably just chosen for the fun side of it, not aiming for like winning or high positions, but you somehow managed it.
I mean, the Nissan has always been strong at Spa. It's kind of a weird car, but it's always been decent at Spa. I've been meaning to do a race in it around here for quite some time, so today was the day, and it worked out well. We had some pace, but we were nowhere near the Lexuses. The Lexus were super quick.
However, looking at it, because you were in top 5, and when did you start thinking about the possibility of the podium when looking at the cars in front and the strategy?
To be fair, it was when one of the Mercedes started having issues. It was the 31, I think. At first, I thought they were out of our range. They were super quick. They were like 1 second a lap faster than us. But they were started having Mercedes-related issues, and that's when I started realizing it's possible.
Yeah, we had some Mercedes-related issues, but we found ourselves in some unfortunate incidents, so that also didn't help us staying ahead of you.
I don't think there is a single Mercedes in this race that hasn't crashed, so don't feel bad. It's the car. It's the car.
Yeah, I mean, like, if someone would have offered me P4 as a race result, I would have signed it immediately.
I mean, having actually driven the Mercedes in single-player career mode admittedly on the PS4, I can confirm that yes, it is not the easiest car to drive in the slightest. So I can definitely see where you're coming from, Marco.
I guess we will let you off into the bed and into the shower probably. And I think Red has few questions for someone.
Absolutely. There has been one team that was absolutely dominant throughout the entirety of the field, and that was the car number 911. And absolutely blistering performance. They went from, let me double check real quickly here that I don't say anything wrong. They went from position 52 to position 9, a blistering 43 positions gained over 9 hours.
Yeah. I mean, what a roller coaster. I mean, the first hours was super sketchy. We got everything that could have gone wrong. Like, we had to pit stop at the end of the first lap because we crashed at the beginning. We had 30 seconds of damage. So that was the first stop. And then we had a stop and go 30 seconds because we had a netcode issue. So basically, in the first hours, we were like already 1 or 2 laps down. And then it was just about getting the hammer down and figuring out a way to jump back to the top 10. But it was a long journey. We also had a drive-through because we were too fast on the pit. So another good way to waste some time. But otherwise, it was really fun. Yeah, the Porsche is, I don't know, it's the best car you can drive on this game, and I don't think we lost it in any way. We didn't have any spin or whatever, so it was just amazing.
I think, and I'm not entirely certain because we don't necessarily keep a record of it, but it might actually be a club record, 43 positions gained in a race.
Yeah, I mean, we planned before the race that with Nature that we would start from the back and see where we could end up, because we knew the pace was there. I mean, I think in quali we did the fastest laps, and we are just looking forward to the opportunity and see if the Porsche can still overtake, even though it's slow on the straights. And it was a good challenge, and it was a bit sketchy at times, especially on the beginning, but then it was just super funny. I mean, we love this track, we love the car, and it was just the perfect fit, I think.
I wanted to ask, well, 2 in 1, like, after the first few laps, let's say after the first hour, where were you thinking you could actually finish? And at what point were you starting to think then that the top 10 was actually possible?
I think we never really focused too much on where we were compared to others. We talked about the goal to reach the top 10 before the race, but we were just enjoying ourselves, and we also, I mean, we were really on the moment, and we were trying to focus on the cars in front of us, and we were taking each car per time. So I don't know, it's only in the last 2 hours when Nature told me you gotta push. I had the 2 more fresh set of tires, so it was all about pushing and giving my very best. And I don't know, it was crazy. I think one of the Merc crashed, and suddenly we were P11, P10, P9, and then P8. It was pretty fun, yeah.
Were you also aware of the fact that there was another car following you along for your journey? Car number 9, a green Lambo. You guys at one point battled, but you both essentially started next to each other. You guys started at P52, and the Lambo started at P53. Eventually ended up not... Yep.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They eventually ended up not finishing due to technical issues. Their computer dropped out, and once they rejoined the track, all of their progression was lost. But you guys essentially went through the entire field together for, I think, the first 7 hours of the entire event.
Actually, we did. I mean, I don't know if Nature did, but I didn't really notice. We were only focusing on the cars in front of us. I don't know. I'm not sure about what driver they had, but yeah, I'm not sure about it.
Maybe the following names mean something. Papin, Shirley, and Hudson.
Yeah. Then yeah, I remember that car. They were really fast when Papin was driving. I don't know, it was the 3rd or the 4th hour, I think. We were struggling to keep up with them. But then overall, I think it was balancing it out with the tires and everything. Yeah, it was really fun. We really loved our experience there, and we are looking forward to the next one already.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It was cracking fun to watch. Although, one of the things I was thinking during the race was if you'd started nearer the front of the field, could maybe even a win have been on the cards? Such was your pace during the 9 hours.
Actually, what was funny is that the leading Lexus was pretty close to us the whole race. I mean, I was constantly checking their pace. I think they were a bit faster than us overall. But yeah, maybe a podium was on the cards as well. But next time we will focus on getting the win. It was just the beginning.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on in the remainder of in the next endurance race. I know that much.
Yeah, we'll try for sure.
Oh, it was cracking fun watching you come through the field, and massive congrats as well on what we think might actually be an official club record for most overtakes in a single race.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's the Rosas.
Oh yes, it is P2.
Oh, hello. What have we got here?
Hello there.
We've got a Brown and a Warden.
Yes, in the standard police issue Lexus. I mean, it's a shame we could have done with a detective inspector at times during the commentary, trying to work out who was single stinting and who was double stinting where.
Well, I'm afraid I was chief constable, I believe. Eddie, no? What does it say?
I don't remember what everyone in now.
Yeah, me neither.
It might have been chief super.
Chief superintendent and
yeah,
and then a detective inspector.
Yeah.
In the commentary box.
But yeah, what an amazing race, and thank you very much, RWB, for setting that one up. It was it's really good for us to have a chance to race really good quality drivers and just have a fun, clean race. It's really well pleased. Pun intended.
Yeah. And I was also going to say, thanks for giving us such a laugh with that livery. That is brilliant.
Well, we're hoping that 1 or 2 people saw us come up behind and said, "Oh no, it's the Rosa."
Might help them to get out of the way a little bit when they're blue flagged. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like a flashing light on top.
Yeah, I would have loved that, but yeah, I had a little blue LED strip, so.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it worked for me so since I almost lost it at Uru since you followed me.
Great race.
Oh, really?
Very flawless. The Nissan in P3, what an amazing race there. And Nate, what happened? Because it was quite unfortunate seeing you guys sidelined with such a cool livery, and me and Eddie are such huge fans of the Jag. We really wanted it to do well.
Yeah, Pinner's internet didn't work, and he was driver 1, so we were kind of...
Nate is obviously checked out, just like his Jag.
Oh, he was talking.
No, rip.
Yeah, I thought I was talking. Can you not hear me?
Oh,
No, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pinner's internet was
I
down,
can't
so
hear
we
for
couldn't
some
start
reason.
the race.
Sorry, Nate.
Hey, but
So he
what
was-
about
he was
you
trying
two
to what?
guys? How was the race from your point of view? Because it kind of looked a little bit lonely in the P2 at some point.
Yeah, we were kind of just cruising a little bit after like with about 3 hours to go. We thought, well, as long as we don't bin it, we've kind of got this. But after that, like before that, there were some really good battles, and yeah, it definitely wasn't set in stone.
Yeah, there was some key battles in there at the start with Jack. Forget his surname. Taking some risky moves up the inside, which we backed out of quite early on. And then we double stinted the tires straight away. The pace was really quite slow. The tires were absolutely, what's the politically correct word? Shagged, probably. We were at less than 1.5 mils on a tire tread on that set of tires. But so Eddie had a lot of work to do coming out to try and gain back a few positions. And what a hell of a stint it was, Eddie. He had two really, really good overtakes. I think one on Marco.
My heart was beating at like
outside the bus stop.
200 BPM.
Mine too.
That was mental.
Alright, kids, do we wrap it up?
Yes, I do think we will. Rob,
yeah.
to you the honors.
Oh, crikey.
Well,
caught me off guard. Caught me off guard there a little bit. Yeah, it has been another phenomenal race in the RWB International Endurance Championship. Oh, so many people I need to thank here. Right, here we go. Thanks to RWB Nate Newcomer for hosting the stream tonight. Thanks to Mad Owl, RWB Audi, RWB Charger, RWB Flak, RWB Rigel, RWB Tyrion Dave, RWB Effects, and RWB Speed Demon for being in the stewards room and having what looked like one of the busiest races I think I've ever seen from the stewards' perspective. My thanks to everyone who jumped in during the broadcast to join us in comms. My thanks also to my co-commentators, Red Sky and Racer Soul. And I think that's just about it. We're all I think we're all pretty knackered. So without further ado, as always, it's bye for now.